Whew, what's up, everybody? Welcome to the pub. Just last second, had to run upstairs and grab a lighter. Couldn't find one. Strange as that may sound, but welcome. Saturday night, solid pub last week. I'm gonna do it. Yeah, you nailed it. Last Dance. This is a song the Grateful Dead did cover. The one I'm gonna do tonight. So yeah, let's get things rolling. Let me know what you guys thought of last week's show. I thought it was good, a little wild, but still good. And happy Thanksgiving to all the Yanks, all of my fellow Yankers. Yankers. That didn't sound good, but you know what I mean. And welcome to the gig. Who do we have over here? Hi, wife. Hello, Tesla. Last Dance. Hopefully you got some rum, bro. Georgie, what's up, brother? You want to hear Hotel California? That I would probably get shut down for. So I don't think I can, homeboy. Tell you the truth. TTYT. Probably shouldn't have even said it. But they're the king number one blockers of all of them. So I don't think they have people that are trained to pick up any progression of their chords. Hey, what's up, Biscuit? Yankers, nice way to put it. I know. Hey, Sammy Cat. Saying hello to Last Dance. Hit pause. Aussie's good. Wouldn't come over well on acoustic. Just get this bowl pack. Get a beer. Like, as usual, the shit just comes up too quickly. You know what I'm saying? All right. We rollin'. They hatin'. Gotta get me riding dirty. Whoa. Man, that's smooth. Wow. Right. Let's try that song. Anything else you need there? Me? Does it look hazy? Shit. Yeah, that's better. Thank you, my friend. Clean this thing off once in a while. Oh, that is much better. It's a tiny camera. I gotta get... Shit, George. Oh, Lita Ford and Ozzy, if you close your eyes forever. I hear you. She is a better singer than me, technically far superior. All right, let's see here. Get this thing up a little higher. And let's find some lyrics. Once upon a time there was an engineer, drove a locomotive both far and near. Accompanied by a monkey, he would sit on a stool, watching everything the engineer would do. day the engineer went to get a bite to eat. He left the monkey sitting on the driver's seat. The monkey pulled the throttle, locomotive jumped the gun, hit 90 miles an hour down the main line run. Big locomotive, right on by. Big locomotive, down the line. Big locomotive, number 99. Left the engineer with a worried mind. The engineer called up, got the dispatch on the phone. Tried to tell him all about what was going on. The dispatch got on the wire, switch operator to the right, cause the monkey's got the main line sewed up tight. Switch operator got the message in time, said there's a northbound moving on the same damn line. Open up the switch and gotta let him through the hole, because the monkey's got the locomotive under control. Big locomotive right on time. Big locomotive running down the line. Big locomotive number 99. He left the engineer with a worried mind. Goofy little tune, but I always liked it. A little tricky on the lyrics there. All right. Yeah. The demon named Elmo. St. Elmo's Fire. Where's my pipe? There it is. Right in front of me. Thanks, Tesla. It's a cool tune. It's an old-timey one. Sure, the Dead played that at I think it's on Dead Reckoning, which was live at Radio City Music Hall. So all acoustic Dead album, awesome performance. That would have been in the 80s. Jerry was still in fairly good health, so it's good. Yeah, it's warm down here. Damn. Yeah, so anyways, did you guys comment on last week's show? Anybody? I don't see anything. Yeah, she's a better singer. Hi, Blind Fury. How you doing, man? Good to see you. It's been a good week. The verdict came out in the trial for the men who, we can say it now, it's not allegedly anymore, who murdered Ahmaud Arbery. So in my honest opinion, I do believe justice was served there. Sad to say, a lot of families were ruined because of the actions there, but feel free to debate. If you want to debate about that, I'm more than happy to. I think that the verdict in the Kyle Rittenhouse situation was also correct, and I think there's the parallels and similarities aren't really that obvious between the two, in my opinion. Hello, Alan. Okay, referring to last week, Tesla. Cool. Danchenko, is that has to do with the, you could give some more information about Danchenko. I'm assuming that has to do with the Steele dossier, but I'm not really sure myself, and I'm not a liberal. I'm a kind of a middle of the road guy. That's the Steele dossier source. I thought so. Yeah. Okay. Kind of thought that's what it was going to be. Yeah, we can get into the ins and outs of that, but Of course, because of the media, nothing really came because of that whole thing. Um, that's all right, buddy. Yeah, it seemed like that was all over the news, and then other things have taken over. Obviously, there's been a lot of big things going on. Ghislaine, yeah, Ghislaine. She was quite a jet setter, that woman. Okay, he indicted for lying to the FBI. Hey, what's up, Aphid? I think you may have had a little turkey today. Little nap from after your meal. That's good, man. Right on. And aha. So, but do we know who that lawyer in particular? What in particular was in particular? Who was that lawyer? Do we know? Hey, Rick. What's up, brother? Good to see you. Rick's got a new avatar, I think. Can't see what it is. Admiral. Okay. Yes, we know. To come again, important facts left out by the media. The next doom and gloom variant is coming around. Yeah, does appear to be some kind of a new variant. Good evening. That's life, but not as we know it. Good to see you, buddy. Oh, cool. Yeah, so you're not that with the two after it. Cool. I'd like to know what that's like, the appeal process, what you had to do. Um, and how'd that go? It was obviously all probably on email. Dewey, Cheatham, and Howe. Yep, that's an old Three Stooge, Three Stooges joke. That's a good one. Leeds United. No kidding, huh? Hi, Drexel. Good to see you. Twitch All Star, Drexel Blitzer. Leeds United. Yeah. I mean, I don't know much about any of those teams. I know John Henry, the owner of the Boston Red Sox, owns Liverpool. And I believe he's trying to purchase the Pittsburgh Penguins, maybe the hockey team, and he owns a racing team as well. I think he owns Roush Racing. So the dude's got some dough. Oh, are you? No kidding. By the 49ers owners. Cool. Yeah, a lot of money over there in your little in your football league, man. Jesus Christ, that one little country has so much money into that league. It's unbelievable. The Premier League. Just crazy. Hundreds of millions of dollars in salaries. I mean, it's crazy. It's a country that's as big as one U.S. state that has. I don't know. You guys tell me how many Premier League teams are there? I don't have any idea. What are we talking? 12, 16? Is it an even number, an odd number? I could look it up, but you guys could too. So let me know. Thank you. Billy Bean. Yeah, I recognize the name. Billy Bean Moneyball, right? Yeah. 20. Okay. Thanks, Cup. Oh, that's a lot of teams for that one country, huh? And Messi plays, right, for one of them? Okay. I don't know really anything about that. Where the hell did that go? Like, oh, yeah, okay. Should have bought Tranmere. Yeah, see, some teams we never hear about. We hear of Man U, Man City, Liverpool, um, Is there a London team? I don't even know, but we only hear of certain teams over here. Oh, there you go, Sammy Cat. Medical disinformation or medical misinformation. World Health Organization links. Oh, in your defense, you write 800 words max. Interesting. Cool. Well, congratulations on getting it back, buddy. Charles Dolan Jr. Okay. K Global. Okay. So he was feeding the information that was in the Steele dossier. What's the theory on that? Was he... Yeah, you can explain it. There you go. Let's just get through a few more comments. Tesla Rocks, I'd like to know if you think if she makes it alive. Is that what you mean, Ghislaine? Meaning, is she going to taking a dirt nap before the trial even gets here? Is that what your theory is by saying if she makes the trial? I'm guessing because obviously Epstein went that way. But it's an interesting concept of how are they going to get her for grooming these girls for him, I guess, setting the whole thing up, accessory to, that sort of thing, conspiracy of. Billions. No kidding. Cup of Tea's a Tranmere Rovers fan, huh? Tranmere Rovers. Yeah, Jesus. I have no idea who the hell. You could tell me. I could, dude, I don't even know. I'm so clueless when it comes to English football. Weldstone FC. Yeah. Cheers. That's life. You mean John Henry? Yeah, a lot of people would say that about him. I think that's who you mean. Or maybe you mean the guy from the Steele dossier. I gotcha. Both of them. Sex trafficking, possibly, if she's charged with that. I don't think she is, though. I read a bunch of the legal crap last week, and I don't think that was in there. Of course, yeah. Okay. Street cam showing people coming and going, right? Go Tranmere and Weldstone. Exactly. Huh. I don't know those teams at all, George. No disrespect to these fellas. It's just not something we get maybe one game a week over here. And it's just not that popular. And it's afternoon here because they're all night games there, I would assume. So let's go ahead and add Last Dance.
Hey, how you doing?
How you doing, man?
All right, I'm finishing off the Malibu Black, and I did get some of the Kraken spiced rum, as per your suggestion.
Oh, cool. The Kraken
I'll
is
see
good.
if I like it. Yeah,
it's good with seltzer. That's all it needs, I find. A shot and a little seltzer water.
I will probably just try it straight.
Straight, no kidding. On the rocks or warm?
Warm.
Wow, chew. Real man. It's 94 proof, so.
Uh-huh.
Now, Malibu is a bit more sugary.
Yeah, I like it. We'll see how I do. I may end up cutting the Kraken.
I mean, I've had it, but it's certainly not warm. If anything, I would do rocks, but give it a shot. Yeah, right, George. Careful with that Kraken. Exactly. Here, let me fix this.
Oh, so how's it going?
Good. What did you think of last week's show?
Yeah, every show's a little crazy. You know, I thought it was fine. I thought it was good.
I thought it was good because it was a little controversial. I didn't mind that at all.
No, that's what happens, you know.
Yeah.
the conversation goes its own way, and
Hmm.
we inevitably end up in a pothole of some kind,
Right. Usually, yeah.
and that's just how it is.
Yeah. I mean, I'd like to hear from everybody. All these guys can come and give their opinion, but I thought it was a little wild. And
You know,
it was sort of specific to a smaller group of people that might have been watching, which I kind of
yeah,
felt bad about.
yeah,
But I think that the drama of the whole thing transferred over so that anyone just watching might have picked up on that,
yeah,
including the phone call, which was um, certainly interesting,
yeah. I mean, it's not like these are scripted. You can't control where things go, and
Mhm.
they just kind of organically go in different places. It's not like every pub is the same where it breaks down in acrimony every time. It's just everyone is different. There's no way to predict, and you can't say for sure that everyone's gonna finish the pub in a super happy mood. Some might be pissed, but the next week they'll come on and it'll be hopefully they'll be starting fresh again.
Right, exactly. No hard feelings. I mean,
Yeah, exactly.
it's first of all, we were digging up shit from way in the past and just sort of
Yeah.
just bullshitting about it. That's all.
Part of me says that's always a mistake.
Yeah,
But then, our history, our lives, our live leak times together, that's kind of interesting, and it's nice to reflect on that and laugh about it. And if you do start laughing about it, someone's going to come in and say, "Hey, that wasn't funny for me.
right.
That was not good for me at all." So
Exactly.
it's just how it is. It's just part of remembering live leak is to remember the interesting things and maybe some of the dysfunction as well.
Hmm.
It was all built in there.
Yeah, there was a major lack of empathy for other human beings in that website. Like
Yeah, and
people, it's the cowboy factor of the internet. You don't know anybody on the other side. I got caught up in this and saying like,
yeah,
calling, getting personal shit. Like
I
somebody
was
actually DM'd me. I think there was a DM thing where you could message somebody on their page on LiveLeak and only they would get it. Is that right? Do I remember that correctly?
I mean they did have their own page, but I don't think only they would get it. But you could message them. There was a messaging feature where they would get private messages.
Private messages, right? Okay. Yeah, because I
And
remember insulting this one guy, and he's kind of came on and was like, "You called me poor. I'm actually kind of well off. I've worked my whole life, and why did you call me that?" And I was like, "Because I was mad at you. I don't know. I just wanted to fucking hurt your feelings. But and it made me think in hindsight, like, why did I do that? Why the hell was I so
ah,
enraged at this person about some idiotic conversation?
anybody who knows my history knows that I am not one who could cast stones in that regard.
Right.
I was terrible, and I'm completely ashamed of my much of my live leak history. Although I do remember laughing a lot.
Right. Yeah, that's funny, man.
Yeah,
So very quickly here, Rick Kerr saying getting silly with the variants. Well, the variants. There's two ways that you could be saying that, Rick. You think that they're completely contrived and that they're lying to us, or that you're calling the virus itself silly because it's having so many variants. I'm going to guess that what Rick is saying is that he thinks that they're lying. The public health aspect is all lies, but Rick could clarify for that. Um,
yeah. I mean, there's a real question as to whether there will ever be a stop to the variants.
mhm.
And if there's just if variants go on forever, then that I would think that changes the public health equation in terms of everything. Vaccines, maybe maybe you don't have everybody vaccinated, or maybe you do, but maybe you change all the other things they're doing, like vaccine passports and lockdowns and all that other non-stuff. I mean, you can't do that forever.
You
If you,
mean just assume like that the best we can do is control the virus and
they're right.
not control people's lives around the
Yep. You
virus.
can't put the fire out, but you could keep it from burning the whole place down.
Right. I tend to agree with that because all it's doing is pissing people off, these extreme measures of lockdowns, and I don't think it's achieving anything. Like they don't seem to want to see that it's not having a desired effect, I guess, of a complete eradication, it's never going to happen, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm always someone who just says, wait and see, because there's a lot of loud and angry words surrounding everything, and I'm a skeptic uh, about all pronouncements, official or otherwise. So, uh, you know, whenever someone says there's this new Omicron variant, I say, well, okay, let's see what happens. That's my point of view.
Right.
It's interesting that they skipped one of the letters of the Greek alphabet. They skipped two letters, I think. They skipped the letter. They skipped nu and u, and they skipped she xi. And there was someone called, like the Telegraph, the UK paper, called someone at the UN, and they confirmed that they skipped new because it would confuse people because it sounds like NEW. So,
Right.
and they skipped XI because it is an allusion, or will be taken as an allusion to the premier or the prime minister of China,
Right.
Xi Jinping. So
Yeah, and obviously it's also a very common Chinese name. So
that's true. So but people are making a big deal because they skipped Xi, but
yeah, we're too dumb to know the alphabet anyway. So I agree with them. They could.
It has to be the least important thing of all.
Right. So is there lambda? Is that a letter?
Lambda's a letter. Yep.
So how it's not what? Where does G, like, what is the order? So delta after delta is what?
Yeah, that's a good question. So
Okay.
let me look it up if you don't mind my typing.
I do not. And while you're checking that out, I'll bring in Mr. Vapes.
Hello.
How you doing, man?
I'm doing great.
Nice. What's that behind you? The Tower of London?
No, it's UK Doncaster Cathedral.
Yeah, I couldn't see it. There you go. Okay. Cool. And very quickly, Mr. Cypher, this. How you doing, man?
Hey guys. Can you hear me?
The new variant in Africa is actually called the new.
Whew, could you turn
the new variant?
He's a little loud to you guys too.
Who? Biscuit?
Yeah.
I didn't notice, but if
Okay, well, then I'll just turn my volume down. And...
I could turn it down a little bit.
No.
How's that? Is that better to you?
No, but if I'm the only one who's bothered by it, don't do anything.
it's not too bad.
Eventually, I'll unleash a conspiracy theory that I don't put a lot of stock in, but it could be something to toss around in discussion. Sort of fun. Eventually.
Okay. We'll look forward to that.
Okay. I'll let you slaver and lick your lips in anticipation.
Right.
I mean, for me, the variants are inevitable because it's just a case of lots of people having the virus, so there's a lot of the virus around to mutate. Therefore, it's going to have mutations and quickly evolve. And if you don't believe in evolution, then you're not going to believe in the variants, are you?
Exactly.
Okay.
I think I can edit your mic settings. Can I?
One sec.
I can, yeah. So keep talking.
Yeah, okay. So, like I was saying,
biology
and...
One more thing before I start.
Yeah, not better?
With my silliness. Okay, let's see here. Just wait a second. Let's see. World Sick Map. I'm looking at the World Sick Map. Okay, a total of... Come on. I want to say it's about 7 million people have died. Yeah, 7 million. No.
Yeah, that's right. Almost
total deaths, 5,193,883, and that's the World Sick Map by arcgis.com, and it's a COVID sick map that shows the mapping of the virus deaths and cases. Okay, now when you look at that, and then you look at the 20th century and how many people died under communist regimes, there are 100 million people that, I mean, you can look how many people, you can type into Google how many people died under communist regimes, and you will see almost uniformly 100 million. And my conspiracy theory would be that the virus was unleashed purposely. That this was a purposeful unleashing of the virus. 5 million versus 100 million in the 20th century. That's not big when you're a communist regime looking to suppress and control a population.
I have reasons not to believe that, but
Yeah.
I certainly wouldn't put it past. Yeah.
I
And
know.
there's no vaccine for communism, is there?
No, there's not. It has to be controlled. I'm not a fan. All this, you get all this, when you start confronting leftists and they talk about Nazis and fascists and call you all the names, white nationalist, white supremacist, Nazi, da 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 da. Just all you got to do is turn it around and go, you communist. And it's the communists that murdered even more people than the most horrible of the fascists in the 20th century. And it's sort of it's tit for tat bullshit, and that's why the sinner has to be controlled. It has to be controlled.
Yep.
You can tell I'm in my cups, right? Yes, sir. Okay. So,
Does that mean drinking?
yes, sir.
I don't think I couldn't tell you that straight up.
Oh well, I articulate well even when I'm buzzing along.
There you go.
Well, then how are we supposed to know?
Exactly.
You're not. That's the trick. But unless I tell you, and then it becomes more fun, and you don't think I'm batshit crazy.
All right. So let's take a poll. Who's watching the big Get Back movie by Peter Jackson? I figured it was just me.
Is it online or is it a?
It's on Disney Plus.
Oh, I don't have that now.
Yeah,
I had it for a couple of months, and then I ran out of content that I was interested in, and I stopped.
Yeah.
But is it good? You like it?
Well, I won't. I say I'm very interested in it. I won't say it's good. It's good TV. It's for most people it'd probably be boring because it's just the Beatles are
Oh yeah.
There's just cameras hanging around while the Beatles.
On Thanksgiving dinner, I was at my sister's house, and my brother came, and her boyfriend. The four of us had, Thanksgiving dinner. He tried to get in on her television and log in, to I guess that Disney Channel, and he couldn't. He was talking about the Beatles, three episode, and when friggin' what's the guy's name who's producing it?
Peter Jackson is producing.
If Peter Jackson's producing it, it's going to be top quality.
Yeah,
top quality, all the way.
It's not exciting. It's not. It doesn't move that well, but it does give you an idea of what's going right and what's going wrong. I guess when the Beatles were kind of breaking apart.
Have they covered Number 9 yet? I love Number 9.
Number 9 was from an earlier album.
Oh, you put the headphones on Number 9. It's like,
yeah, Revolution Number 9.
Oh, fantastic number. Man.
So what's the name of the movie again? Get Back.
It's called Get Back.
It's the Beatles. It's a series, right?
The album. Yeah, exactly. It's a 3-part series. I've seen the first 2 parts.
Cool.
The album that was released that was called Let It Be.
Of course.
When it was in production, the working title was Get Back. Both of those songs, Get Back and Let It Be, were on the album. They're both McCartney songs. But that album was very troubled. It was not. They did not complete the production of it during the session, so they shelved it, and they released Abbey Road. They produced and released Abbey Road, and then they finished the production of Let It Be and released it. So it's kind of weird because Abbey Road is chronologically the last album they all worked on together.
Does it have good technical, exposition of the sound quality? I mean, do they play the?
By then they had, top quality. Everything was perfect.
But I mean, is Peter, what's his?
Oh,
name?
For the video.
Yeah,
the video sound is excellent.
Okay, well that's
and the video itself is just shockingly high definition. It's
all about the music. Yeah,
it's spooky to see these children.
I know
they're just kids,
aren't they? I know.
But it's not just them that are kids. Everybody The sound engineer's a kid. There's this. They're trying to make some video, or trying to arrange some live show. Those things are totally distracting. That's one of the things you realize. That's one of the problems in this album was all the other shit they were trying to do at the same time.
Have they shown the concerts?
They're going to show the last concert they ever did live, and that was they went up on the roof of Apple Studios and did a concert for about half an hour before someone called the police, told them to get off.
Don't you play that music?
And that's it. That was the last concert.
Don't you play that wonderful music? You stop
exactly
right now.
But they didn't show that yet. That'll be on the third part.
Funny thing is, I think Abbey Road is probably a far superior collection of songs than Let It Be, but Let It Be does have one of the greatest songs ever written. The title song, Let It Be, unbelievable song, you know. Magical vocal performance, great guitar solo, just a. But
I have to say, I'll be honest, I prefer Let It Be to.
Do you really?
As an album to Abbey Road. It's probably just because I know Abbey Road is the last album they sort of all made together, and so to me, I hear a lot of exhaustion and kind of, to me, it feels like the last gasp.
I don't know.
Of the band.
I'm looking at the song list right now. She came in through the bathroom window into Golden Slumbers, into Carry That Weight, into the end, which is a great.
So side one is better than side two, in my opinion.
Those are the last four real songs on the album. They are amazing. And,
well, here's something else you ought to know. There, as you'll see in this, if you watch this thing, most of these songs they were producing and developing during the Let It Be sessions. So they were working on all these songs, including the ones you just mentioned, and you could hear them starting to sing them as well. And they just picked like 10 songs to be on Let It Be, and everything else ended up on Abbey Road. So
I have a polling question. How many of the screaming women do you think were paid to scream when they did their concerts?
None at all.
None at all. You really think that was
100%?
Oh, there was no need to pay anybody. I mean, they had it in the United States too. It was the same phenomenon.
I never got that.
Neither did I.
It's like, their music was just fine, and it was very, high quality production, but screaming young women at music.
It's a phenomenon of starstruckness.
Exactly.
When you see someone that you absolutely adore and you just can't contain yourself.
Because the initial performance on the Ed Sullivan Show, I think for some of the women there, they may not have ever seen them before. A second.
You weren't even alive then, Basket.
No,
I wasn't, but I've seen video footage.
Wait a
and I've seen I've also seen the effect that Elvis Presley had on women too.
Yeah, that's true. I guess it was legit. I'll say it was legit.
There were some even more insane fans. The word fanatic. There were fans that they hung around. Well, yeah, that's what that song "She Came In Through the Bathroom Window" is about.
Yeah,
this is about a fan who broke into Paul McCartney's house and took a bunch of his shit. And they were these fans they called them Apple Scruffs. They were called that. Yeah. They hung around Apple Studios all the time.
Yeah.
Before the band got there, while the band was in the studios, after the band left, they were there.
Yeah.
And they did that all the time. And the Beatles.
I had groupies for about a week.
Yeah, I can understand. I believe you.
What do you do with groupies? I had no idea what to do with about 5
You should have figured out what to do.
Nothing happened. It's like, okay, that's the end of that groupie session.
I've had groupies for 10 minutes while I sung mine and my friend's song.
I never had a groupie. I missed out.
I had 10 minutes of mild fame.
Well, you were on TV, so you would.
That was infamy, not famousness.
I was already into the erratic days by that point, so it was
you
lost cause.
Yep.
Yeah, the Tom Jones throwing knickers. I think a lot of women just
Tom,
brought.
I remember Tom Jones.
I think they just brought pairs of underwears in their purses and pockets to throw up on stage,
Man,
as well as some really gigantic pairs. I know that
he-
was kind of the thing.
some walrus shorts, huh?
Exactly, beef cattle size.
Well, he had a voice, He was a trip in himself.
Yeah, he might still be doing it. Is he?
I don't know. I don't know.
I think he's still.
He's
around.
probably still alive, but I haven't kept up. Who was the other? Who was the one who didn't have the screaming women, but just high quality? Not Tony Bennett. Maybe it was Tony Bennett.
He was good.
Isn't he the one who had been doing real, sort of, sessions with other hip artists,
Yes.
younger artists.
Yeah,
I think
he had a
He did it.
resurgent.
Yeah.
He did do that. Yep.
I think it was him. Yeah, he was pretty cool. Tony Bennett. Good stuff.
Do people outside of Boston like Neil Diamond, or is he kind of a Boston thing?
No, I heard of. I like him.
No, he
Good.
was nationally known in the U.S.
Yeah.
Was he known? Biscuit. It would have to be historical observation on your point. But Neil Diamond, was he?
My
something
mum, I heard it in my mum's like music collection. My mum
Yeah.
used to listen to Neil
that
Diamond.
he had her once?
No.
I'm
Mum
messing
used to listen to Neil Diamond a lot.
Sweet
And,
Caroline. Yeah.
Yeah. Sweet
Yeah.
Caroline.
Oh, look at you.
Ba-ba-ba-da.
And it was
Good
about Caroline.
times never would.
I believe Caroline Kennedy.
That's
Caroline
the song.
Kennedy, right?
Oh, is that who that's about?
I believe so. Yeah.
Oh man.
Mhm. And they play that song at the seventh inning stretch at Boston Red Sox games.
Uh-huh.
And now the Red Sox could be getting beat 18-1, yet half of the fucking idiots in the audience crowd will still get up and sing along. To the Red Sox fans, it drives us crazy, but they'll do it every single game, win or lose. Like, it's the dumbest thing, man. But
It's like you're celebrating when they're getting their asses beat out.
right. But after the marathon bombing, and Big Papi gave a speech on the field when Big Papi said, "This is our fucking city." During that game, Neil Diamond just showed up and grabbed a mic and led the crowd in the seventh inning of Sweet Caroline. I thought that was a classy.
Now
move
that
for
is
him.
cool.
I mean, they called him and he was there. He paid for it. He did it all on his own, and just so cool. So.
Well, you really miss guys like David Ortiz. There aren't characters like that around anymore.
I know, totally. Even the most hated man around here would be
Probably
Jeter, but Jeter had a huge personality as well.
Exactly.
In
the movie The Other Guys, Mark Wahlberg plays the cop character who shoots Jeter, in the leg when Jeter's going through the courseway, and it's pretty funny. I'm Derek Jeter, damn it! And he's already shot him in the leg. It's funny.
A-Rod, I hated him. He did steroids. He was busted for it, and they still have him. They still have him as an announcer calling games. So much for caring about that,
Yeah, what's a little juice between friends,
Right.
He's pretty good on TV. I was amazed when I heard him.
It's not bad.
A-Rod. Well, I mean, he's not the best, but
Yeah, he's not.
I would have never guessed that he could be that comfortable on TV. It's hard to do.
Yeah, I mean, I think Joe Buck is good. He's
I
no
love Joe
Jack
Buck.
Buck.
Joe Buck.
You don't like him?
I love
I don't
Joe
know.
Buck.
Yeah, he's
Everybody
good.
hates him, but I like him.
Who's Joe Buck?
He's good at the call.
Yeah.
That's
Who is
it. He's the announcer. He
Oh, no.
he lost his voice for almost
Joe
a
Buck
year.
tooth.
He was addicted to getting hair plugs, and he got some kind of a throat infection, and almost lost his voice from getting too many fucking hair plugs. And that is actually true.
Hair plugs?
Yes.
Did he get some in his throat by mistake?
No, it caused some kind of an infection in his neck that
yeah.
somehow fucked him up, dude.
Yeah. That'll happen.
I mean, he had to go.
Lymphatic nodes will mess you up, boy.
He had to go on NPR and tell the whole story, and it was kind of pathetic because he makes, I don't know, what do you think, 5, 10, 20 million a year?
Yeah, but he's on TV. His looks are.
Right.
He might think his looks For some reason, you might think his looks are what he's getting paid for.
No, but see, the thing, yeah, right. He's kind of a
he's
chud.
a voice guy, right?
His voice is awesome, just like his dad, Jack. And
Yep.
beyond that, I mean, a bald baseball announcer, I think it's kind of fitting. I don't see the big fucking deal, whatever. It works. It's baseball,
Yep.
Um,
So I say, if you're going to put down one announcer, say who's better than he is, because
Okay.
there's just a lot of shit in announcing out there, and Buck is, if not the best, one of the best.
yeah, he's a good straight
Who's
guy.
the Yankees announcer who got so much? I mean, I think he was even in some of the, the satire movies.
John Sterling?
Good guess.
Or are you thinking of Bob Uecker, who was actually
Yes,
the announcer for not
Milwaukee,
Milwaukee,
Milwaukee
Brewers.
was
Yeah.
one.
just a little bit
Yeah.
outside.
And he was not a great player, but he was a player. He
He
had
made it. He's, batted 220 for a
think he
year or
hit
two.
14 dingers
Yeah.
in his whole
And then
career,
the guy-
which,
The guy wasn't an announcer, but Yogi Berra had the Yogi-isms.
yeah.
Those are always fun.
The worst player who makes it to the major leagues is better than 95% of the professional baseball
Yeah.
players out there.
And he's the one who invented the phrase, it ain't over until it's over. That's the original Yogi Berra, and that's kind of the epitome of everything that he said,
Yeah.
They do make sense. On face value, they're ridiculous and redundant.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
what he's saying by that is it's baseball until that last pitch is thrown. It ain't over. Same with any
John
sport.
Madden on the football side was the self-tackleization.
Yeah.
That's great. That was so good.
He was
He
good.
did use that in an actual game.
My
He
favorite-
self-tackleized.
My favorite John Madden moment was he's announcing, and he's talking about fights that happen at football games, and he says, "Yeah, it's the guy with his shirt off. That's the guy you got to arrest and remove from the game." And like 30 seconds later, there's a fight in the stands, and the camera pans in, and it's a guy with his shirt off, beating on everybody.
That's
It was
right.
just perfect.
South Park had a series of episodes with I think it was Kyle's dad, always taking his shirt off and fighting with the You remember that, Biscuit?
Yeah, I remember that.
What are you gonna do?
My favourite South Park episode is when is it Stan's dad? He gets the quadcopter episode.
I don't know that one.
And all the kids get the quadcopter and peep on I think it's one of the other kids' mums, and she's like got a full bush, and they end up getting like blown up dolls with bushes like on quadcopters flying around town.
Yeah, something's up with your audio, Biscuit. You're quiet. I quieted you down, but you're still you're peaking, kind of.
It's kind of oversaturating or whatever the word
One
is.
sec.
I'm not having a problem with the loudness of it, but
No, it's not loud. It's more like
it's
he's
an
washing
echo
out.
chamber. Yeah, it's an echo. It's a. I forget what the term is.
I don't know
You
what
guys
to
in the
do with
sidebar,
it.
what's that term? Some of you
Oh,
are sound engineers. I know you are.
Let's see.
No,
Turn that one off.
guess not.
How about now? Is that any better?
No.
No.
No?
And
No.
it should be better because that's a good microphone and it's right in your face. So it should,
Yeah.
Yeah.
it should sound like
You're
radio
fine.
quality.
Don't worry about it. I mean,
Yeah,
it's
don't
fine.
worry.
Mm.
As long as you're not blacking your ears out.
Which one's the least offensive? This one or this one?
Second one, I guess.
Second one.
That one's the least offensive. Okay.
No, that works. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Oh.
Yeah, it's not worth the trouble.
Exactly. So you two fellas had a good Thanksgiving?
There's three of us here, but I know you're talking about the Americans.
Correct. You Yankers.
I did have a good
Us
Thanksgiving.
colonials, yes, we had a good one.
Yeah.
We had a good one, yeah.
So, Thanksgiving, it's one of those holidays, like all holidays, that are, for me, a little bittersweet with my wife passed.
Sure.
But it's great to be with the kids, and we still keep up the traditions as best we can, and I enjoy.
Good.
It's enjoyed by everybody. It is still a relaxing day that we still
You
enjoy
stay
each
away
other's
from the
company.
cranberry sauce?
I'm not a cranberry fan. You know, we didn't have any at all.
I don't. Yeah.
Last year we just got some just because
I've never been a fan.
my wife loved it, but she never ate it. So we would just get a can, put it out there, just for display.
Yeah.
Slice it and split it out.
Right. Nobody would eat that shit.
Yeah.
I made it for the first time this year. From fresh cranberries with orange juice, orange zest, and
Well, you
boil it.
probably went right to the cranberry bogs in wherever they are, Cape Cod or somewhere.
I could have.
I heard about the cranberry bogs for the first time about 15 years ago. I was like, no, cranberry bogs? What are you talking about?
There you go.
They have cranberry bogs. It's amazing.
Yes, we have cranberry bogs up here. They're pretty wild. The cranberries grow, and then at a certain time of the year when they're ready to harvest, they open up a small dike and they flood it, which floats all the cranberries to the surface. And then a couple guys get in there with a big floaty thingamabobber and drag them all to one corner. And then you have like 100 square feet of floating cranberries. It's bright red. It's a really a pretty thing. And then they just harvest them right off the top of the water.
Yep. I've seen that. Where did I see that? It was like on some CBS, like Sunday morning or something. Yeah. The harvesting of the cranberries. It's an amazing sight.
It's pretty cool, man. There was a poor bastard a couple years back who opened up his little dike and flooded his fields, and he let in like 150 river herring, which is a protected species, and
that's it for him.
He got fined, I believe, like $50 per fish. It's crazy, man.
Oh my!
Hi, I'm Lord.
There's a personality we haven't seen in a while, Amreb.
Hey, Amreb, what's up, buddy?
Amreb.
Come on, man.
Good to see you, man.
Speaking of Live Leak's most famous,
share an original song video.
Oh wow! Look at you. You're gonna perform it or play it?
No, I'm gonna play a video because it's me and my friend playing at a party with a song.
Well,
I'm not gonna say no.
There we go. I shared it.
All right, we're gonna give this a try, ladies and gentlemen. Biscuit Vapes and Friend performing the song
The Youth of Donny.
The Youth of Donny.
Oh.
Just got paid. Running out there as the neighbors complain. Shops say because the delivery is late. Just need a bag of fix of Bombay. Tony's gonna kill someone today. Going nowhere, what a shame. David took the lay-ons anyway. It's the same old faces hanging around that place. Neighbors all screwing around. Get the fuck away. See because the delivery is late. See them all stretching and tearing up their face. Watching to the band, rattling around. Begging for a pound. Shouting and swearing, staring at the ground. Fighting for a toe, come the fucking get the fire. Oh, Bombay. It takes your soul and your dole away. Oh, Bombay.
Okay, I could. Cool.
Someone's got a guitar.
And that was good.
Yeah, very good.
Very good. Nice job. I didn't mean to end it soon, but
that's all right.
See how cat acts when it's begging for food in a very polite way?
Huh.
This is it. Please, sir, feed me some.
More gruel, please.
I love you very much, Pride Leader. Please feed me some food.
Yeah, human beings are the only ones who do daylight savings. Those cats don't know what it's all about.
Yeah.
So do you adjust your feed time, Cypher, or do you just...
It was only 1 or 2 day adjustment, but yeah, I mean, they're at 4-hour intervals now. I've got it down to where they only yak about once every 4th or 5th day now. And I mean, it used to be much worse. They were in trouble for a while, and I was like, oh, I can't stand it. You know, I mean, but you know, now that I've got the wood floor instead of the rugs, it's easy cleanup always. Every now and then, one of them will do it. Like
the
on
full
my bed.
video is available on my YouTube, Amrab.
All right. Second upload for you. You've only had one upload before.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I watched you. I keep waiting for more uploads.
You two guys, you and the guitar guy, should sit down and put together a track best as you can with no mistakes.
Yeah. But this was 6 years ago, and it took us like forever to find that video again.
Hey,
No
Steve,
kidding.
why don't you go over
But
to
we've just
Twitter and grab that, picture of your dad running the marathon?
Yeah, I
Huh?
should. Huh?
Outstanding.
Yeah,
Man, that was amazing.
yeah. He's
Yeah.
looking good, then, dude. He's a strong man.
Yeah. He's 2 years older than me, and shit, he looking 20 years younger than me.
Yeah, he's,
Amazing.
yeah,
Yeah,
he's a
amazing.
remarkable feller.
Very much so. Yeah.
Thank you.
You got a good dad, I'm sure.
Yeah, he's cool.
That was a pleasure to take a look at.
Thank you.
I tried to hunt up my dad's. I've only got one athletic picture of my dad. He was a football player for Millsaps College back in, I guess it would have been after World War II, so it would have been the late 1940s. And he's a punter. In addition, they did multi-use in the smaller colleges throughout the nation, and he played other. But there's this wonderful picture of him with, he's got the punting leg up like that, and it's just whoom, big black, football boots and looking good, dad looking good.
Yeah, that's cool,
So,
man.
Yeah, very nice.
And my dad was.
We all got. Go
Go
ahead.
ahead. I was just going to say he was a quarterback for Boston College. After he got out
Very
of the Navy, he was a good boxer in the Navy. He was an electrician's mate on a aircraft carrier during the Korean War. And then he went to BC after. He signed up when he was 17 to the Navy, I believe, maybe 16. He had to get parental permission, but pretty interesting.
5 years ago, my dad passed away at age 91.
Oh, that's,
We did everything we could to, what's the word, commemorating as best we could.
91. Wow.
Yeah, he lived a good long life. He declined quickly, though. It wasn't Alzheimer's proper, but it was a similar brain wasting disease, and at the end, it was pretty unpleasant. There were organic functions that were problematic. The mental functions were pretty much gone.
Take care, Amreb.
that sucks, man.
Yeah, we did our best. We tried to keep him comfortable. And,
Exactly. That's all you can do.
yeah.
Well, speaking of depressing, you guys want to talk about any? You want to bring up I don't know if you saw that video of the shooting, the killing in Texas.
I didn't watch it.
Are you talking about? No, not the parade. Not Waukesha. That's
No, not
Right,
Waukesha.
no.
the Texas shooting. Which one's that?
It doesn't seem to have made as much of a dent in the social media, but it was on Twitter.
And Discord.
We talked about it on
I was going
Discord
to say,
too.
I've been stuck in VR and Discord and gaming this week.
Discord's a good place to get your news.
I have a quick, question. On the Discord, I logged in. I had to log into Discord, and I saw the trigger warning channel, but there was a locked channel that required some sort of password.
Remember that invite that I DM'd you?
Yeah, but all that took me was to the standard Discord, website. It didn't take me into the channel.
Okay.
And then, I had gone about a week before you gave me that invite. I went to Discord looking for trigger warning, and I got to trigger warning, and I think it was just Tesla Rocks had a live indication, of being active on the channel I was on, and then there was another trigger warning channel that had either a key to it or a lock with a.
So there are two trigger warning channels, and
Right.
for the longest time, I was had a
Same thing.
username on the wrong one that's kind of dead, and eventually I clicked on Steve's link and made it to the new one, and somehow I got an account there. I'm not sure what I did, but I'm there now.
Oh well, it's no great loss, but at the same time, I'm curious, I like to get in there. It's a.
Do you know what your name is on Discord?
I think it's a cipher. I think. Just a second. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Let me go. Let me go, and I'll do a quick effort at logging in,
All
and
right.
I'm pretty sure that it is in fact Cipher this.
It didn't come
Maybe
up.
with a hyphen or something like that. Let's see. Log in. Open Discord. So open Discord. Open Discord.
I,
Did
I,
you know?
I think that I think Happy Dog might have changed the settings here because it's not the link to. It might not be the link to the page anymore. He might not want us inviting random anybody's. So,
Well,
Yeah.
I don't. Yes, it is. It's just it's the same login that I'm in on your show right now. It's
okay.
Cipher this. I'm going to get out. I'm just going to drop that. Yep, that's it. Cipher this. And
Okay.
you think he's changed the settings, huh? How dare he?
Possibly. I'm not sure. He
He's
doesn't.
casting a spell that's not benevolent. I'll be damned. Look at that
What's
cat.
he
Is
playing
that
at
that
Happy
cat? Look at
Dog?
him over there. He's over on the other side of me now. He's definitely licking his chops. Next thing you know, he'll pounce on me.
Um, I gotta. I don't know. I want to ask him, but shit. Suggestion box. Yeah. How do? I'll ask him real quick.
Yeah, it's no big deal. I mean, it's really no big deal. I mean, if we don't get it resolved, like pronto, then you can do a DM to me,
Right.
on Twitter eventually. I'm not worried about it at all. Really. I'd probably, all this stuff is too much of a time suck anyway. I ought to be out trying to get fit and lose 100 pounds or at least 60 pounds.
Well, dude, winter's a great time to work out in Florida. Not so much any other place in the country, but down there it's
Yeah.
like 60, perfect walk.
Oh yeah, we're in the 50s. It's beautiful, beautiful, weather down here. If I had, it wouldn't take too many more assets for me to be able to, slide into a low, a low cost, maybe trailer up north or something, and follow the seasons. I'd love to put the cats in carriers, stick them in the car.
Sure.
Get out of here in the summer, because I hide all summer long. I'm in the AC all summer long at this point.
I mean, you don't have to come all the way up here, but you're right. Anywhere.
Or mountains, go up an elevation in North Carolina.
Exactly.
Yeah, that works too. Anywhere at elevation or further up north, works.
Lost Biscuit.
Lost Biscuit.
He'll be back.
Yeah, he'll be back.
Well,
I'll be back.
Let's replace him with a person who is 1/5 his size. Aphid, what's up, buddy?
Aphid Lip, that Nazi. I'm out of here.
How you
Hey,
doing?
dude.
Authoritarian man.
How you doing, Aphid?
I'm hanging in there. I'm a little.
Yeah.
What they say over there? I'm a little poorly.
Are you really,
Oh, no,
huh?
are you?
Feeling a
Under
little
the weather?
poorly.
Uh-oh.
Got a cold.
Did you get something at the big big family Thanksgiving or whatever?
No, but hopefully I didn't give it to all of them.
Oh boy.
I just had my mom and brother over today for Thanksgiving, and hopefully I didn't. I told her, I'm like, Mom, just wash your hands the whole time, because my son. Well, first my wife had it, then my son had it, and now I got it.
There's a bug going around. It's not COVID, not something else.
Did you get tested?
No, but my son did twice.
He's good.
In the past week, so
good.
I would think he's got a pretty good chance of still being negative, and think I got it from whatever it is. I got the same symptoms he had, so
I'll be right back.
Hey,
I got it
random
from
goons
him.
there.
Howdy.
I love to. He does a couple shows on Twitch, and does a gaming one and a guitar one. And I like to. I'm not a gamer, so I go and join him for his guitar show. I enjoy it a lot.
Cool.
I saw you shared that. I'll have to go check that out.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then I get in these patterns with my sleep too. I woke up at 2:30 this morning.
Well, that's
2:30 comes awful early.
You woke up at 2:30?
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Woke up at 2:30. Went to bed at like 10:30. Woke up at 2:30, and then they left, and I fell asleep for like an hour and a half at 3:30, and then woke up and you guys were already live.
Oh, no kidding, huh?
Live and
Oh,
on
2:30
fire.
in the afternoon. I get you. Okay.
No,
well,
but I woke up 2:30 this morning.
I understand. Okay.
Yeah, and I was up at 2:30, and I couldn't go back to sleep. I laid there for an hour, and then I finally was like, well, I knew I had a lot of cooking to do because, like I said, my mom and brother came over, and I had the whole spread going. So
Okay.
I mean, I had to get up early to do that anyway, so I might as well just start it. Made the pumpkin pie at like 4:00 this morning.
Whoa,
Oh man, huh?
that is brutal.
Okay, he's
Not
got
your
it.
pie.
No, it actually was brutal too. I had to use egg replacement. You probably know about egg replacement, Last Dance.
Most of the recipes that I go for ones that just don't have egg.
We got somebody's listening to the stream.
That was me. I just posted it on the chat. There you go. Boom. Cypher's not here. Shit. All right. Let me try the old DM route so he has it. We'll see. If
I
it
think
works
those
that way.
expire too. Like they're only good for a short period of time.
Oh, we all expire. Aphid lip, we all
Yeah,
expire.
That's true.
All
Well,
right.
cheers to that. We should drink
That's
up
my
now.
that's my deep moment here, such as it is.
Yeah. Do you keep any whiskey in the house, Aphid Lip?
I probably have some.
I tell you, that helps helps to kill things that are living in your throat. It's an old
Does it?
school remedy, definitely. You want to drink
I
it
find-
warm and
Including healthy cells.
yeah,
I find,
healthy, unhealthy, kills it all.
I find strepsils work best for throat pain.
What is it?
Strepsils.
You got a bunch
Yeah.
of blank looks over here, buddy.
They're a fruit flavored lozenge that numb your throat.
Oh, okay. We call those. What do we call those fellas? I don't even know.
I don't know. You mean like
Halls?
Hall's mentholyptus?
No, they're not medicated. These are properly medicated with benzocaine.
Oh wow. Yeah.
What's that stuff?
Just like cocaine.
They make,
Cool.
they make
It's a-
patches
it's
of
a-
it. You can put up patches like a topical patch that.
It's
If you
it's
have
it's a
acute
mild
pain.
anesthetic.
There you go.
I drink that Waltussin.
The cheap Robitussin.
Because he can't afford the real stuff.
It's the same ingredients, and
I know. That's what I tell my wife. She's like real big into the real deal, you know. And I'm like, it's the same thing.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
Until it isn't.
What do you think about the big drug makers as opposed to the generic, like prescription drugs? I don't think it matters.
This confuses me about you guys.
It's supposed to be the same. I'll say that.
Supposed-
You believe the hype of some things, but when it comes to big pharma, you believe their hype even more.
What hype are we believing? Whoa,
You're
whoa.
believing that the name brand is better than the non-name brand.
I don't
I don't.
believe that. I know that it's the same chemical and
Active
so on.
ingredient.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the Claritin makes those pills that are nice and melty when you take them. They dissolve. The cheap ones, you're like, gotta drink with water, you know?
That's the other one thing is that the name brand stuff, if it's got flavor like Robitussin, it's less nasty no matter what than whatever the generic is.
Sometimes, yes. But I don't know.
My wife and son both have allergies, and they use those Flonase, and the applicator that sprays it, I guess, is a lot different for the cheaper
Now, you
ones.
see, over here we have what's known as Pirites, which is like £7 a
Women
box.
get that once a month over here.
Yeah.
Pirites is an allergy medicine, but it's like £7 a box for 12. Yet you can buy at the pound store the exact same stuff at the exact same strength for £1.
It's probably Benadryl here.
Hey, Cypher, real quick, I DM'd you that link, and there's the link to the Discord straight. And
Oh, okay.
Happy Dog is
I
like
think
watching
it's
us and
cetrazine
like,
hydrochloride or something like that.
okay.
What's he doing?
He's adjusting
Diphenhydramine,
the
right?
Discord as he's watching us to what I'm saying. The guy's fucking got like a master realm of computers where he's running everything.
Uh-oh.
You can never trust those guys with a
I'm
bunch of
telling you, he's
computers.
a techno druid. I'm telling you.
I swear
He's
to
a
God,
benevolent druid.
I
you know,
opened
that's
Discord on
important.
my
That's all
phone.
important.
and I went to suggestion box, and he was already there typing to me. You can see he is typing. He saw me enter the app, and he saw me go in that particular room. It's hilarious. I love it.
I think I think I know things about him, and the things that I know about him are very good things. Let's just put it that way.
He loves to talk on there. He loves to bullshit, man.
Yeah.
As far as I can tell, he stays up 20 hours a day.
Yeah.
I think he's retired.
Well, so am I, but I got to get my sleep.
Well, I'm retarded. I mean, retired.
I'm more retarded. Retired than you are.
Oh, I don't know about that. I'll argue.
I'm kind of retired.
Oh, no.
Oh, you're in good shape, sir.
Happy Dog runs that place with an iron fist.
He does, indeed.
I made a meme about that, but I'm scared to put it on there because I'll get banned.
Right, exactly.
No, he's
or worse.
It's pretty.
You try talk computers in general chat. You get your heads snapped off.
No computer talk in general chat. Come on, Charlie.
Hey,
who went off? Last
dance. Hey, let me.
He was just getting ready to say something.
Well, I don't know what happened there. Probably a mistake.
Let me grab this dude.
The press.
Are your cats freaking out? Let me grab this guy because it's 215.
No, I'm looking at the LSU.
It sounds like a
Louisiana
cat. It's
State
my little
University
dog.
playing,
I think it's probably what
Texas
you're talking
A&M. So they just started in Alabama.
Oh, jeez.
Upset by Auburn University.
I recognize that picture.
So that's gotta be old the T-Man.
Top. That's his good buddy was calling him last week. Toppy.
Yeah, Top.
What's up, good people?
Toppy.
What's up, brother? How you doing? Happy Thanksgiving.
How you feeling? Happy Thanksgiving.
That's your original Live Leak avatar, isn't it?
Yeah. Yes.
Hey, man.
Oh. What did I miss?
Not much.
Not much.
We talked a little about last week. Thought it was a bit of a controversial show, but good nonetheless.
I floated the COVID conspiracy theory.
No, just not in a truly controversial way. Just it was a little different from what we've done in the past, but I liked it.
Oh, what happened? I must have missed it. What did something happen?
Happy Dog go off the rail.
Oh yeah,
that's what you liked.
The whole thing was just intense.
By the way, my back and forth with Happy Dog over that whole thing, I blamed Smokesteve for provoking me to spicing up the show, which isn't an exaggeration. I think he would admit to that.
Me?
Yeah, you've encouraged me to.
You realize what's happening now? We're rehashing the rehash, which is going to cause it all to
no. I think we're
to break down again.
we always talk about last week's show a little bit. We can't be mum to the fact that we had that happen.
Yes, Tomo, I'm looking at you.
It was solid,
straight
man.
now. You're just below me. I'm looking at you. You outside?
Yes.
It looks like
you like
cold.
this.
It's a look for someone who's outside and trying to not be cold.
That's my niece wears hats like that. And catches shit from you about it.
I never gave her shit for it.
No, you did a little bit, but
no,
it's
I
okay.
did not.
Is that an
orange hat because I didn't know what her name was?
But she didn't have the orange hat on.
That's how I remember her. I'm slow. I'm very.
Are you
slow.
a hunter?
No, hell no. I'm thinking of my next alibi.
He's a gatherer.
I'm hunting, so that way I can shoot somebody and kill somebody. Kind of like some people pretend they're medics and go to protests and shoot people.
Right.
Oh,
You're working on it?
Look at you.
I'm working on my alibi.
Good plan.
That's right. Working your.
Well, now you know one that works.
Topple looks like an older Kyle Rittenhouse, doesn't he?
No, he looks like
his dad. Yeah.
No, what did you guys said I look like? The guy that ran all those people over?
Yeah.
I think Last Dance specifically was the one who made that correlation.
Dreadlocks under that.
Something exactly.
Oh yeah, he did, didn't he?
Dude, yeah. Then you put your little composition together of the dreadlocks. That shit was hilarious.
You
well done.
Look like twins. Exactly. That was good.
That was fast too, Toffel. You're not. You know,
He
you
didn't
have
do it. I
skills.
did.
That was Aphid.
I did it.
Oh, Aphid did it. Okay.
AFAD did it.
AFED.
Aphid.
AFAD.
Another Fed.
AFEDX.
Shut the fuck up.
Hey,
That
did you guys see Hairway to Stevens first
Yeah, he's
first thing in the chat? He's
Yeah, I did.
apparently in the hospital.
And he's not. He
Wait,
had
what?
said he was going to come on, drug affected, and maybe he will.
Apparently,
before
he
the
was
show's
injured.
over. Injured
Uh-oh.
somehow. Yeah.
So good luck to you, Hairway. Hope you're feeling better soon.
Yeah. I missed
Oh,
that.
American
Injuries
Rebellion
suck.
was up there too.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah.
Amram was here briefly.
I
He was
talked to
supposed
him
to
for
do
an
it
hour and a
in a
half
long
after
time.
the stream last week.
Who-
Good
who?
guy.
Who?
Your way to Steven.
I left
Yeah,
it
you
on.
didn't-
So
Smokesteve, you didn't even say bye. You just fucking went right off. You
Well,
just
it was
gave us a big smile, and there you go. Went back, gone.
He was fading quick.
He
That's
probably
how I
pa-
do it
Oh, he
sometimes.
didn't even wave. He just came
probably-
to the camera like this and just disappeared.
he probably passed out. And then
Oh, I
smokes.
didn't. I was zoning out tremendously, and I basically was like, I'm going to leave it on and just shut the live off and walk away. And that's what I did. And I don't-
Zoning out. A lot of people call that nodding out.
Well, my eyes could be opened or closed. You don't know. So I
So
could be
what-
like this.
What
I
did
think
y'all
4
think
hours
of the
is
first
your max.
Black Octopus Productions, movie?
That
Pretty
was
nice.
outstanding.
Nice. The production values on that were just outstanding, and that actor, that primary actor was almost like friggin' Orson Welles level, professional looking.
he
man.
was,
cool.
Very
Yeah.
good.
Yeah, he was very well done. I like
And
that
Stephen
a lot.
Englander. Oh,
Yeah,
he was
nice cameo.
what a
Stephen Englander was awesome.
What a
Yeah.
cunt!
Let me.
You street person.
You're just
Well, the-
jealous.
Did everybody
No, no.
notice? Did everybody notice Hayden at the very beginning? He was the one that walked by.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
I
noticed.
did not. I didn't catch
Well,
that.
let me
He was
ask
the
you this.
first person to walk by.
Did anyone notice that Stephen Englander got into a 2-seat fucking sport
Yes.
Mercedes,
A
yeah.
bad
Revved it up,
Mercedes.
and then
Oh.
revved it up just to push
I
to
think
push
that
it
was
in.
his vehicle.
That's probably his car. Yeah.
That
Yeah.
is a nasty
You're a
Mercedes.
CPA.
Dude.
You get to have vehicles like that.
I think that might have been one of those bi-turbo AMG 2-seat Mercedes that can do like 190 track focused car, but road worthy. Wow,
Yeah.
Stephen Englander, look at him go, huh?
Yeah.
Fucking guy.
Yeah,
that-
yeah. I have a
that-
feeling that he's a major, stakeholder in the whole venture, and I hope so. And he's a good guy. I'll just
Yeah,
say that.
he's
Good
cool. I like
Yep.
his show on Thursdays. It's a good
Yeah.
take. Even if
Yep.
you're working, throw it on. It's funny in the background,
Yep.
He's got a funny sense of humor.
I try and catch it as often as I can, but I don't always. It's on at a funny time. It's like 2 or 3 o'clock.
Yeah, it is. It is.
All right, so I definitely agree with you guys. The movie was
Who's
well
random?
done.
Okay,
was
Happy.
good.
I'm sorry, Steve. I'm just laughing. I caught Happy Dog sidebar on Troll. I'm watching you, random goon, and I follow you around the house in your high heels and basque. What's a basque? I don't even know.
He ain't
Uh,
lying
like
about
a
that
corset.
What
Those
like
two
a corset,
assholes
I
are on
think.
Discord every night.
Yeah.
is he?
So back to the Black Octopus Productions movie. Let's get through this. So I agree with you guys. It was well done. Now I know this is the Man Station channel creation that we're on, and he put the movie together. So, but I'll just ask: does anybody have a critique? I did read a critique online of it by the Swede.
Duke. Yeah, Duke Bratzi.
Oh
But-
yeah.
By the Swede.
I'm not a film critic, so I just enjoyed it from
Okay.
beginning to end. So I have no
I
critique. on
I
it.
even had a tear.
I mean, his next moves, he needs to actually. That's a high enough production value for an initial production that he needs to start looking at the Screen Actors Guild requirements for actors and for directors.
Isn't that an
I-
American union?
It's no. I think that's international. SAG AFTRA. I think it's. I don't know what the AFTRA acronym it means. I used to know, but I haven't studied it in a while. And You know, that's when you start getting into professional level. That actor was a professional level actor. I don't know if he's done productions that are.
No, he was just a homeless guy they found.
No, it was not.
He's the most buffed out,
I know.
sick-bodied homeless guy you'll
He
ever
was good.
see. I mean, but he did play homeless well. You know?
If I had a critique, it would be his beard seemed a little too groomed to be a homeless man.
Well, let me ask you this: what did you guys think about the dialogue, like in context to what he was talking about, not in like the dramatic sense, but literally?
Social.
Did you think there was anything that seemed cliched at all about the dialogue, about him talking about
well,
how it was the booze and the wife beating, and
it's a absolute reality.
I was just going to say, if you were to interview 10 homeless guys, that might be the same story you hear in 9 out of 10.
Yeah. That's right. That's right.
And if you want, in fact, I do have a critique.
Here we go.
That every other actor, other than the guy that was homeless, was not as good as the homeless guy. And
I thought the 2 chicks were pretty good.
They were excellent.
They weren't as good as him.
I thought
they were just supporting
on her
characters.
hands. You know, she acted it well enough.
What about like the piss when she got the piss in her hand? Was that
get it off?
It wasn't believable.
Oh, it was.
I thought it was perfect. I didn't have any. I mean, we don't need special effects. It's a short story.
No,
I mean,
was he dead? I was kind of curious. Is he dead?
If it was dead,
he was dead.
It was with any other actor, I would have said would have been believable. But the fact that he gave such a good performance, they didn't rise to the same level.
Okay.
For me,
they didn't have a significant dramatic role, so I don't know what they could have done more.
Yeah, they were basically.
They did a fine job, but I'm just giving a nitpick critique that.
Well, I reject your nitpick critique, and I'm getting offended by it.
He's critiquing you.
I'll give you my criticism. I was thinking it was gonna especially when it kind of had like a David Lynch part when he was saying how he gets angry and there's like a high pitched squeal and they showed him screaming with no sound.
Yeah.
And I thought then it was gonna kind of turn more dark. And just because I personally know Hayden, I kind of was expecting it to go a little bit more dark.
Start stabbing the chicks.
Well, no, not really, but just I don't know.
You think he'd go go ogreish, huh?
I don't know.
That would be cliche.
Topple's fading here.
Yeah, I thought I had it wrong. I said I thought I knew what it was going to be when I saw the stills a couple of weeks ago. I knew it was a homeless guy, unseen. It's fairly obvious. It's a common thing that people talk about the homeless. They're the unseen of people of humanity, of society. So I thought that there was going to be a significant occurrence, whether it was him being this evil bastard who did go on a killing spree, or a flip of him like saving a bunch of people's lives or something. But in the end, what it was, the dramatic thing was that he was just a nameless homeless guy who died. That was essentially a crazy homeless drunk, is what you would say.
Right.
Now, here's a question that I posed with a bit of a thought in the Discord. No, it wasn't Discord. It was on the YouTube, I think. I said that even though it was sobering, I would probably still walk past a homeless person in the same predicament.
I saw that. I saw that comment of yours. That was a sort of a little tear at the heart, because you can't. What can you do? There's a point where what can you do? You're not.
Well, he was still
you're not a social services agency.
No, he was still a piece of shit. That's what I liked about it. Was it kind of made. I always like how when there's a movie and it kind of makes you feel for the bad guy or something, and he wasn't a good person. I mean, he beat his wife and kids, and there was nothing. He was selfish, obviously.
Yeah,
and you did kind of feel for him.
Well, he was afflicted. That's an odd area. That I've the erratic nature of my life, the encumbrances and the chronic pain and the things that I've had inflicted on me that were unfair, that I managed, due to other dynamics in my life that were very supportive. I had supportive and, very, very, you know, debilitating conditions inflicted on me before I was ever an adult. And those hold their sway over adults into the decades of their adulthood. And they've made me, a troubled man, and I fought that troubled nature. That 27 years and 9 months of sobriety, stopped. At the end of that 27 years and 9 months of sobriety, I was a basket case. I was falling apart. I spent a night in a mental institution, not of my choice. I was slammed into it. And that was before the year 2000. And my own brother is an attorney. He's not a litigation attorney, but he called the institution. I'll take care of my brother, let him out. And if you know anything about you know mandatory institutionalizations, family can take over the patient.
Right.
And the doctor was a little homunculus piece of shit, by the way, that slammed me in there, a little runty shithole. And he was shouting at me, but just before I walked out with my brother, he was literally shouting at me, unprofessional as hell, and the intake was unprofessional as hell. And that's part of my weird. I'm erratic. I told you. I've never denied it. But you know, uh, men and women both are not often captains of their own ships, and that was what I got out of the unseen. Was that this man, if you caught how he said, he said a defense of himself, that was sort of part of the unheard portion of the defense. And I don't know. I mean, yeah, I'm not passionately defending the man in the movie, and I'm certainly not passionately defending myself. I'm self-effacing more than I'm self-supporting. But
Right.
it's social services and the strata of society, all the way from the stricken homeless up through the lower classes, and then into the lower middle, upper middle, you know, elite, high class people. It's all stratified. And I mean, when you look at the different societies of the world, I mean, hell, India, even though it's outlawed the caste system, they still have a caste system in
Yeah, of
form.
course.
In the
Yeah.
United States, we're in this social justice movement that does have some real legitimate roots to it, in how the lower, classes of society are not, you know, ethically and effectively handled by the social justice system. And I mean, it's a real wide open
Yeah.
area. And I think that the Black Octopus Productions, Unseen, movie, it's a short, it was effective. It handled that topic in such a way as to give us this debate opportunity.
Yeah.
I'm wide open to anybody having a different opinion. I'm not going to spaz out if somebody has a different opinion.
Yeah.
I guess
That's my spiel.
Go,
Sorry.
go ahead.
I was just gonna say I would have felt more sorry for him if he wouldn't have admitted that he beat his wife and kids, though.
Yeah.
I guess that's obviously the intention in the writing, is they don't want you to feel sympathy for him. I think he wanted to explore the flow of the movie, the lighting, and keep it all engaging on a fairly pedestrian a story of a drunk homeless guy that was a piece of shit, yet it was still engaging.
Let me be self-centered for a second. I've neither beaten any other person in my life nor a child. No adult, no children, no beatings. So let's get that out of the picture. Yes, thank you.
I think it was probably, and I don't know, I haven't obviously talked to Hayden about it, but I'm guessing it was kind of a, get the feet wet type of a,
Yeah.
It was a
thing.
top-notch first effort.
Well, don't forget, he also wrote it. He wrote.
Yeah.
I have to admit that I have beaten a child up.
Or did Hayden?
Hayden did. And the
Yeah,
credits at the end said written and directed by
yeah.
Hayden
I
Hewitt.
know. Yeah, I know Daz had.
I
had
have
a hand
beaten
in
a
it.
child up.
Daz was the producer.
Hold on,
What?
hold on, hold on.
Don't you dare admit that. You take
You
that
know
back
what?
right now.
Let
I
me.
will not.
Oh, God
I was 12 at the time, and so was
Oh,
he.
well, that counts. Okay, gotcha. I did well when I was 12. I scared one kid. I mean, I wasn't going to do it. He was screaming at me, I know you're going to take me out in the driveway and smash my head in the concrete. So I wasn't going to do that. I never did. I
It
never
was
had
a
it
fair
in mind.
fight.
But,
We
you know,
was
I
the
was
same
a
age.
good wrestler. I never punched anybody to bits or anything. I just wrestled other kids in my fights mostly when I was a kid.
Yeah, I tended to wrestle until I punched this one kid in the nose. But he hurt me more.
The last kid I fought when I was 13, he went on to become the deputy superintendent of the Chicago police. So,
Well, let me ask you, Aphid Lip, do you think that the Black Octopus Productions has enough production, quality to move forward successfully? I do.
Oh, sure, yeah. I thought the opening credits and everything, were good. How
Yes.
they, did the music to the bringing the,
Yes.
that kind of stuff is what I was, eyed up. But yeah, it was, it was like I said, I think it was probably, and I don't know, I don't think that this was like Hayden's, life work, and he couldn't wait to get it out there. I think it was
No,
just,
I
just
mean,
kind of to
it's-
get the whole team going on something,
oh, it was probably a lot of work though.
Oh yeah, I'm sure it was.
Well, he's talking about another production about 3 weeks.
Well,
It's gonna be
isn't
light,
it's a
lighthearted.
bunch. It's a
He's
several
already in
short,
post production on the second one.
isn't there? It's several short stories, isn't it? I feel like I saw it one time, 4 or 5
Yeah.
or something.
Yeah.
Elbows. And I
Asshole
know
good elbows.
what did you what
What?
one thing you'll find in the Discord is Hayden does give us some inside information, and that Elbows movie is recorded in an office, I believe. But you have to go to Discord to find out whose office it is.
Ah.
Because I don't want to divulge
Discord.
that on here.
Oh, man.
He gave us some Discord only pictures. They were arbitrary and random at best, but even still, we felt special.
Well, I did release those to. You can't do a joke when you forget what's TMZ. I did
TMZ,
release
right.
those photos to TMZ.
Yeah, forget it. It's too late.
I know.
And Hayden was outwardly tweeting.
I'll blame it on
last
my
night.
cold.
If you can figure out ways to promote it, surreptitiously, clever publicity, methods, do it, because hell, it would be anything that can help. That's, it's always good. Always good.
Yeah, I'll share it on my YouTube channel. It's it's benign. It's just a simple movie.
I did. I mean, I took the unseen and immediately shared it, on mine without commenting on it, not a, what do they call that? A quote tweet. I just tweet, share
Right.
it.
On Twitter, not on Facebook. I would share it on
Yeah,
my Facebook.
That's even a better idea. Yeah. And I might do that too. I should do that.
People just, 99% of people don't know that the thumbs below the video, if you hit it, it helps the video creator. And a lot of people don't know if you add a comment, positive or negative, it helps the creator. But so many people just watch YouTube video after video after video with never hitting a thumbs up, never commenting, never subscribing. And
Well, I thumbed you up this week.
thank you, buddy. I thumbed myself up.
Of course.
When I watch the show on my phone.
You don't have to tell us that. That's
private. I have a in my side little cabinet. I have some Vaseline, and I try to thumb myself as much as possible.
Right.
Probably not a thumb either.
Hey, too much information.
But everyone helps, every person we can get to watch that movie and give the guy a thumbs up, it'll be better for him. And he's supposedly they're going to come back with a trigger warning, big show on this upcoming Thursday.
Yeah, they talked about that, didn't they?
He said, but I somehow I'm skeptical because he's got so much work to do still in post production for Elbows that I think it has to be considered doubtful he'll make it
Yeah, that assholes and elbows comment of mine was from Aliens 2.
I remember
Assholes
that.
and elbows,
Assholes
everybody.
and elbows.
Space Marines.
Yeah, I saw recently that Sigourney Weaver got together with the alien or some guy in the alien costume, and they did a recent photo shoot. It's kind of cool.
Oh, that's got to be a teaser. They got to be coming out with something soon.
It might have just been for social media.
Yeah,
A,
you're
It's a-
right.
a,
It
uh,
might have just been.
a
It's a-
YouTube channel called Hacksmith made the what's it called? You know, the yellow mech suit thing that Sigourney Weaver
Oh, when
rode in.
she's the mechanical.
Yeah. They made a real life one, and they want Sigourney Weaver to message them so they can like get her to drive it. It's like
That's
a fully
cool.
working. It picks up cars and everything.
Yeah,
It's a
I saw.
free preview weekend over here for all the movie channels because they do that a lot on holiday weekends. And I recorded Aliens. My son's
Some channels.
12. I'm introducing him to a bunch of movies that I think that he might be of age
That's
to
right. The power loader. That's right.
watch.
I'll put in a quick load.
FaceTime's a Richmond
Oh,
High.
Jesus, Cypher!
Let me give you a quick load.
Christ Almighty!
I don't know where that.
You could keep yours, please.
With all that Vaseline
Woo!
talk,
Quick
wasn't it?
plug for that chapter. We were talking about it last week briefly, and it's the crime series on YouTube. The level, the guys had that chapter going for about between 3 and 4 years. Between 3 and 4 years, and it's just incredible. I mean, the goddamn, he's good. The guy Mike. I'm Mike. And this old story, in this old video, we're going to be telling you about tree murders.
So he's British, obviously.
Yeah, he's British or Irish, and that chapter, and I mean it's just you have to be into crime stories though because it's all crime shows. I mean, and all the classics that you've ever seen, and then a whole bunch of minor crime stories that involve single murders, and they're all very well done. They almost all involve police
Oh yeah,
interrogations and police chief interviews, and
I'll tell you,
crime
one of the
scenes.
best ones ever that we got from the security footage all the way through to the end of the interrogation was Chris Watts. That was fucking awesome. Do you recall that? The guy who killed his family?
There's so many of them. Many guys kill their families.
It was famous. He killed his family. Decent looking guy, shaved head, good looking wife, cute, Midwestern family, good looking people, country music. You would think like the ideal American life, but he was two-timing his wife and he killed them and he fucking like soaked their bodies in acid. It was horrendous. Now the neighbors had these fucking really good outside cameras that filmed like the driveway. And they caught him coming and going and showing up and leaving when he said he didn't. And they had detectives in there. And then they'll bounce from that to the end of the interrogation when the detectives aren't getting anywhere. They kind of are. But then he asks for his father. They bring his father into the interrogation room and the detectives leave. Camera's rolling, of course.
Right. Camera's rolling.
And you can see it in this guy's face. He has the weight of the world on his shoulders, man. And he can't hold it back. Like he did it. And eventually
CCTV is just about everywhere,
Is this the guy that hid the bodies in like an oil storage container?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. That motherfucker.
Oh, there's so many of them out there, aren't there?
2 kids, right?
Yes.
Beautiful family, dude. Like, not to say if they were an ugly family, it wouldn't be worse, but like they were your traditional American, Midwestern, healthy, happy family, and he killed
almost every one of these, shows that I've just told you about. That chapter shows. I end up going, you cunt,
right?
You fucker, you cunt,
right? Exactly.
It lets me feel better. It lets me feel morally better about myself every time I see these guys, because nothing like that is. I mean, murderers are such a tiny fragment, of the entire population, and yet the drama behind the entire phenomenon of murder and kidnapping, and all of the major felonies is so incredibly impinging on the normal sensibilities
Yeah.
that you just go, God damn, how can they do that? And then you get addicted to that feeling. It's like, okay, I'll watch this one. And usually that chapter runs between 18 and 35 minutes. None of them are these hour and a
Sure.
half long ones. And I mean, it's just, okay, I got to watch the next one, and I've
Yeah.
probably watched, I mean, the amount of them that come off that channel is amazing.
Sure.
I mean, there's hundreds of them apparently, and I actually did scroll all the way down to the very, very end. At the very end, the beginning productions were pretty, relatively amateurish, and then this guy has just refined the craft. His cinematography, his research, his production value when he actually presents the cases to the audience, and it's just incredible. I mean, I just had a
Yeah,
really
there's
enjoyable time with it.
there's another famous murder case called the Scream Killers. Everybody knows these guys. Not everyone knows them by that name, but
I
they're
remember the case.
they're
That's just
they're,
a movie.
they're two teen kids who they're partying with a couple, like a girl and a boy, they're all maybe 18, 17. And
What's your favorite scary movie?
what happens is the girl says, stick around, these guys are freaking me out. The other two friends are acting weird. The boyfriend says, I gotta go. My parents won't let me stay over. So he leaves. The other two kids fake leave, and then they terrorize her. And then they film themselves driving away afterwards. And the famous line is the kid's like, bro, I can't believe it. I just killed Cassie. Come on, man. Can you believe it? We killed Cassie. It's fucking terrifying, dude. And they're like talking about how easy it was and how they're ready to move on to the next one. And of course, they got caught, convicted. But watching that, and then through the whole interrogation, how one kid is sitting like this with his arms closed and he won't look at the detectives. The other kid is sitting like legs open with his hands like opened, and he's listening to everything. And there's like two ways that the detectives approach each person, each type of a suspect.
Right,
one who's
right.
closed and won't give anything, and the other who wants to talk. So the kid who wants to talk, they're going to buddy up with him and be like, do you want soda? Let's go. You can be our friend, And the kid who thinks he's tough and who's not going to say a word, they make him sit around. They'll fucking like 2 hours in there with just a little tiny bit of water, and then they'll slowly break him. But it really is fascinating watching them read the person and decide how they're going to go about it, and then they pick them apart slowly.
That's right. I mean, if a person doesn't begin to immediately ask for a lawyer, they're boned. They're
so dumb.
They'll never outsmart a good police interrogator. They just won't.
And it's a fabulous technique when there's a female detective and there's a woman who was the victim, and the female detective takes the aggressive role, because then the guy who seemingly probably just killed this woman now has to answer to this very forceful
right. Yeah,
woman.
they really hate that shit.
Oh man, they hate that. That works very well. Great technique.
Hammered by a woman when you're what do they call those guys? Let's see. You got two kinds. You got the women who hate the men, and you got the
misogynists.
Yeah, and you got the misandrist and the misogynist. They're both on the extreme ends of the sexual perversion scale.
Weird. Okay.
Topple has got some interesting stuff he wants to talk about.
Yeah.
Joseph Kony, apparently.
Relatively non-perverted stuff, I'm sure.
I like touching myself.
All right. Okay.
Wow, that's a news flash.
You and I touch myself.
Are you singing the Divinals, George? The Divinals?
I don't
touch
know.
myself.
Yeah, there is a song. I guess that's it.
It is.
He reminded me of that when he made the joke.
Yeah.
Last Dance, you brought up that video of that guy that killed his wife's. Did that go anywhere? Because I was getting ready to come in.
I don't think anybody else saw it. I just.
So it was just me and you.
I think so. Yeah.
What?
Shame.
The one I posted?
Yeah. You saw it too.
You saw it, yeah. So.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know anymore. Because if you want to look at the Kyle Rittenhouse case and compare it,
I see them as different, and I see what you're saying. It just seems very different to me.
The technical terms of law, though.
You might be right about that, and that's what I find very disturbing.
Bullshit.
No, where are you? No, are you not? You have to be trolling. You have
Who,
to be
me?
trolling. Yes, you.
No, I'm being dead serious.
Well,
no,
I'm
don't
gonna oppose you totally. Then
there's a massive
Biscuit
difference.
Babes. Biscuit
Well,
Babes.
you'd have to see the video.
Biscuit Babes. Have you seen the video of this?
Yeah.
The Chad Reed shooting.
The father went to pick up the son.
And there's a massive difference. One's guilty, one's not.
So why don't you narrate the video first?
I never actually watched it. I'm kidding.
I mean, I could put it on here probably. I've tried screen sharing before, but it's been a kind of a disaster. But I'm always willing to try.
Do you want me to do it? Because I was successful last week with.
Yeah. Do it.
It's only like a minute long. So
pretty much, been cool about that now.
Because it would be interesting to talk about.
You should be the producer. You can do these sorts of things right there. Boom. You can have everything ready to go. We'll
call it the AFED International Pub.
Yeah.
I saw Duke was kind of slighting the name of the pub.
We could call it the International Pub.
Yeah.
I do not
we want to call it Smokesteve because you're the host with the most.
Thank you, buddy. But my point is, when it came down to it, I wanted to make an acronym, and this never caught on. Smokesteve's International Pub, SIP, S-I-P, because we all sip booze when we're on here, but that aspect of it never stuck.
Well, some of us sip booze, some sip pussy water.
Some guzzle both.
Well, all of us are sipping some level.
A real man guzzles both.
Bud Light and White Claw.
I don't know how you can say anything top of you drink fruit flavored whiskeys and whatnot.
No, but dude,
whiskey.
My buddy came over this weekend and he's like, I picked these up. They have this Surge, bro. It's Surge. I'm like, what the fuck? I drink Bud Light, dude. And he's like, Surge. So I looked at it. 8%.
Splashing all over my face.
8%, so they're strong. You follow me? But Topple, I figure they're in the fridge. I gotta drink them, guy. I'm not some rich fucker.
Don't you have a wife that drinks that stuff, or is she the one that drinks the good stuff?
She likes a white wine spritzer, buddy.
Oh, I like a good spritz.
So, dude, these will literally be in my fridge until next summer. So I got to chip away. I got to drink them.
Yeah, the way you're saying it, Cypher, I don't think I want any of that.
Oh,
doesn't your wife bring friends over all the time?
Smokesteve, do you see it?
They drink booze.
Just non-responsive.
They drink booze. Honestly,
Bud Light.
What?
No, they drink booze like Smirnoff.
Disco beard there, huh?
The Smokesteve, do you see where you can let that in? There we go.
Wow, look at how it goes to the bigger screen. I didn't even.
Should I hit play?
Well, who's this?
This is the video we're talking about.
Go for it, buddy.
All right. Here we go.
There we go. Uh-oh, is a weapon going to come out?
Can't hear anything.
That's okay. They're.
Oh no, man! Oh, that was a paka.
You can't hear anything?
I'm so sensitive, my eyes.
You guys can't hear it?
No, there was no gunshots.
Oh.
Hold on, let me, because I hear it.
Go back.
You might get copyright issue if it goes to the one with the person in the truck.
Oh, stop it.
So what? The guy in the green shirt is going to inflict mayhem on the other littler guy, and so he gets shot?
I don't understand why there's
just watch the rest of the video.
That's
just
Twitter.
why there's no audio. Though.
What was that thing on the bottom right? Is that looks a little low? Turn it up.
This?
Yes.
No, the one on the screen on the video is off.
It's all the way up.
Okay. Quick.
Those are the two pictures I sent to you for your notifications.
All right, I'm just gonna hit play.
Make it bigger though. There you
Yeah,
go.
but I don't understand why there's no.
Hey,
it
wait,
is
one
what it
quick
is.
question. Up on the top on your tab bar, is there an X over the speaker?
Where?
On the tab bar at the top of your screen that has
On
all
the
your
side,
tabs on
where's
it.
my finger? Over there, there's not. Huh?
I love
No.
watching boomers trying to figure shit out.
Let me remove from the
Well,
stream and
you're
add
what
it
are
back
you?
in.
You're a X guy.
Wait a second.
You're
No,
one step down from
I'm
older.
worse. I'm a millennial.
No, you're not.
No, I am.
No,
My
you're
generation.
not. No, 77 was the last year, brother.
You're X.
You're Gen
Okay.
X.
85. I'm
You're
85.
You're Gen X,
No, I'm
brother.
80. I'm 85.
You're Gen X, kid.
No, I'm not. I'm millennial.
No, Gen
I
X.
swear to you,
I'm
we
sorry,
had
Zach.
this debate already.
You're an
Smokesteve,
old
I got
man.
it. I got it. I
You're
figured
an
it out.
old man. I'm a very old man. You're not a millennial.
All right, you ready?
All right,
Well,
no one talk. Just
We're
watch.
ready.
Go ahead, buddy.
Shut your mouth.
Hold on, I gotta do the play. Okay.
Where's my son?
Bigger.
Okay, this.
Where's my son?
What did he spit on him?
Yes.
Just watch.
That was a
Oh well.
that
They
was a
show
warning
another-
shot you heard.
Video.
They show
Watch
another.
the next video.
Yeah, they show another view.
Well, what's
That sound you thought was spitting was a warning shot.
oh?
Yeah, it was loud.
You'll see it here. You'll see it here. Notice
So
he doesn't have a gun on him right now. This guy's
Just
not
watch the
fighting nobody.
video.
Okay,
Come
and you
on.
know when I opposed you before, Topple, we may not have been talking about the same thing. So
Okay.
I'm just not sure what we're looking at. What was that? Rooster? What?
Yeah, there's chickens. These
Okay, yeah.
are rural people.
Well,
Rural people.
Okay,
people.
okay. Just to give context, what's going on here? 'Cause
Oh,
everybody's
okay,
talking
Thank you.
over.
Thank you.
Here we go.
Context.
This guy with the green shirt, he's coming to pick up his son,
Mhm.
and he's at his ex-wife's house, and she's with her new husband. And
Oh.
he's supposed to get him at 3:15, and it's after that time, and she's saying that he's not there.
Because
And-
she's messing around, with the custody arrangement,
Right?
and he's not happy.
Yeah.
But I want to say, the other thing I want to say is what he's screaming. He's not screaming physical threats. He's saying, "I'm going to take you to court."
I've
That's what
never
he's
heard this
screaming.
That's
case at
true.
all. So go ahead. Sorry.
Okay, here we go.
If you want to see him, you see him up until 3:15. You keep trying to keep my son from me, I'm fixing to drag you and Anne Marie and everybody else into court. I'm subpoenaing your mom. I'm subpoenaing Anne Marie. This is on video. Yeah, please do it. Right, you better fucking use it, motherfucker. God damn it, I'll take it from you and fucking
Yeah.
Call the police. Call 911.
Where's my son?
Not a good idea to ask him to use it.
Call 911. Call 911.
Wow. Pat, as easy as that. Motherfucker.
Bitch. What a bitch.
That is. That sucks.
You
No,
did it, not him.
Look at him. He's not even seeing if he still maybe has a few breaths left.
Yeah.
It's just like a piece of dirt. He just
He doesn't have
snuffs
a
him
medic
out.
kit. He doesn't have a medical kit with him.
Cunt.
Pull that.
Cunt. Fuck you. Okay. Guilty. You're done.
I
no,
found this
That's-
so depressing for
That's
me.
murder, 100%.
No, it's not.
You don't think so? Oh, you're going to oppose us just to oppose us?
No. There's
Well,
a
here-
stream you can watch that breaks everything down. If you want to say that he's guilty of murder, what makes it different that Kyle Rittenhouse isn't guilty for murder? Because he brought a gun out in a
no,
situation.
I'll tell you right now. I'll tell
Now
you
we're
right
back
now.
to that. I've never seen that at all, and that is nothing like Rittenhouse's situation.
I'll tell you
I'm
what's
sorry.
different right now.
Nothing like Rittenhouse's
Here's
situation.
what I see is different. Okay, so the gun gets pulled from him, then his grip separates, and now the guy is in the front yard. There's distance, and he has the gun in a firing position. At this point, right then at that second, there is not a threat. Now, if he controls the situation from that vantage point in the front yard, creates a firing position, and tells him, "You're threatening me, leave now or I will shoot," And if at that moment the guy charges him,
Right.
then he could have blown his fucking head off.
The
But
courts will
he
sort
did
that
not.
pretty well.
He did not allow it to develop to that point.
Yeah.
He just fired upon the
I-
second he had an open shot and the guy
God
let
damn.
go of his gun. He fired.
The court will sort it. That's a weird one. That's a weird one.
But he had his hand on the gun, so
He did.
he got spun around. He had a distance. Now we can't see what the other guy was doing, but the lawyer said he lifted his left leg like he was going to approach him again.
Now that's the question. If it was in a charge, like literally, if the guy had taken one full step towards him in a charge, it would be legitimate. We're talking milliseconds here.
Hey, can you put the link in for Hippies Were Right on the Switch? I think he was asking for that earlier.
Oh,
for the
problem,
stream.
buddy.
You mean Twitch?
Or Twitch, whatever the hell it is. I can't even get on it, so.
And hippies were right. I didn't know Billy Strings joined.
At least you didn't say you were going to give a quick load.
I didn't know he joined Dead and Friends.
You just said it again.
But that's my take on it. Now, I don't know.
The first view, can't you? I'm gonna look back on my own, but in the first view, can't you see?
I mean,
And I don't think he does charge him.
You know what?
I don't.
He
was whether or not he was going to or not. He didn't.
Weird.
That's what I'm saying.
Out
he
of my
had
hand.
distance.
No, he in the first inside the house through the blinds, he doesn't charge him.
But I think that's the kicker. That if he had, I would have a lot more credence towards the justified side.
I mean, even when he was right up against his face.
Yeah, he's got
hands were
actually
down-
he
Hey,
puts his
here
hands
we-
back like
down the
this. He puts his
Hey,
hands back like
there he
this,
is.
and then he shoots him.
Yeah.
CT scan, waiting for the results. Doc thinks she saw a fracture.
Uh-oh.
Sorry.
Sorry,
my-
Stephen.
Yeah. My sister had 2 hairline fractures in her feet. She jumped into a friggin' pool about a month ago, getting ready to do aqua aerobics. She's 10 years younger than me. And next thing you know, she's a friggin' cripple. I've taken her to the podiatrist and to the MRI, and she did have hairline fractures. She's in a wheelchair, but she's got those like gravity boot like looking boots, to help her with the hairline fractures, and she's almost healed.
Yeah.
It's not hard to get friggin' fractures, and I hope Steven comes on and tells us what the hell went on, because that's, he's probably still in the hospital.
Let me just ask you something, you guys, Topple as well. Never mind the legal, whether it's self-defense or not. Doesn't it feel different than the Rittenhouse shooting?
Sure.
No, it's
It
definitely
just-
different. It
feels different to me. It feels
There's-
like murder.
it's-
I don't know if it is. I agree that self-defense is tricky, but it
It's
just
more
feels
personal. It's very personal.
it just feels like it was totally unnecessary.
If the guy with the rifle was on his back and the other dude was grabbing a deck chair and swinging it at him,
Right.
and grabbing the rifle while he was on the ground, that
As
would be my
soon as he
whole
touched
point
the
is-
rifle.
My whole point is he separated. He created distance. That's number one in a crisis situation where there's violence involved. Get away, create distance.
You don't have to stand your ground.
No. Whether it's law or not, for general rules of protecting your own ass, especially in a gunfight or any place you might use a firearm, creating distance is a good thing because it gives you more time to prepare, more time to decide. It seemed like he didn't take any of the time to decide. He just literally created the distance, raised the rifle, and fired.
Well, better yet, let's ask Biscuit Vapes. Is that your first time watching that video?
Here we go.
Yep.
How do you feel by just seeing that?
Just seeing
Oh,
that,
God, my knee
he's
broke
guilty
the fall.
because if
Go
you
ahead,
look at
Steve.
it, the Kyle Rittenhouse one.
Oh,
I
no.
can't tell
That's
you.
what I was looking at, Steve.
The first
shit.
killing of Kyle Rittenhouse, I can't attest to that.
Wow.
But the second one, there was like 4 or 5 guys around him, and he was clearly in much more danger than this guy was. And this guy, and also this guy had a right to be there to pick up his son by the court, right?
He was on his property too, though. You got to understand that too.
Yeah, it was on his property, but he had the right to be there because the court told him to be.
Not to
there
be on the
at
property, though.
3:15.
He doesn't have to be on the property, though.
He was
Yeah, but
acting
if
a
they're not-
fool. He was acting a fool.
He was being an asshole by shouting to get his way. He should have gone home and called the courts and tried to solve it that way. But
Yeah,
I
what
can
about-
understand where he's coming from as a.
You know
as a
what, though? I
father
have to
who
say, I understand
have
why he
custody.
was. I understand why he was angry. This was clearly a ploy by his ex-wife. She knows
Yeah.
that he's supposed to be picked up at 3:15. She knows that, and
I've been in that situation.
I
where
was going to say I've known people who've been in that situation, and these are the kinds of
but
things.
It wasn't a gun. I was threatened with a knife.
Yeah.
I was only trying to deliver presents to my daughter for Christmas, and I was threatened with a knife at the back door.
Stole her yogurt.
No. This was years after.
All right. So you feel that if you had a machine gun like he did, or what they call a rifle, and someone charged towards you and grabbed it, do you feel the right that you can shoot that person?
No.
No?
No.
I would just not introduce a rifle in that situation. There was
Agree,
no,
100%.
there was no.
You got to.
Yeah, there was no need for it.
There was no bodily threats here.
Legally,
in my
legally, he's
terms-
allowed to, though.
I'm not arguing.
Like Kyle
Daniel,
Rittenhouse was legally allowed to be there with a
Yeah.
long barrel rifle.
Yeah, it would be depressing.
In my terms, I'm in the UK where it's not even allowed, so I'm more biased in the.
Be right
in
back.
the not having a gun in the first place.
It would be depressing if he doesn't at least go to trial.
No,
I doubt we'll hear about it. It probably won't be that big of a deal,
Yeah.
like nationally.
No, probably not.
But it's a
not-
good one. With that,
Well, no, a lot of people will compare this. This is why to the Kyle Rittenhouse case. That's why.
Of course they will. You know what else
but I mean,
bothers me?
It would
is-
have happened before now if it would have been.
It bothered me that he didn't even check to see if he was still breathing.
That
I mean,
bothers you?
It does bother me. It's just like a piece of dirt. He just shot him and he was done with him.
I'm not. Is there some kind of suppressor or something? Because it was so quiet. Is there?
It's. I don't think is. It's a Ruger. I forget what the hell it's called. It's not a suppressor on it though.
Because the chick talking on that last clip that was filming it, the one that's behind the camera, I mean, she obviously, from what I'm gathering, came there with the guy that's now dead.
Right.
And she showed no reaction. So I just
Wasn't that
She
weird?
kept fighting. She kept fighting them. That's
I
it.
know. I wonder if anybody realized the severity of the situation at the time it happened.
All right, real
including
quick.
the shooter.
Let me bring in.
Oh no, he knew he killed him.
Do you think he? Well, I
Oh,
mean,
he shot him right in the chest at point blank twice. You know
Yeah,
he did.
that's true. Oh wow,
There's
look at this
Hairway.
guy.
Yeah, there's Hairway.
He looks like
Jeez.
the guy from Dark Knight Rises.
Oh, put that mask on. You'll get in trouble.
They're making me wear it in here.
The whole time?
Yeah.
Jesus.
I know.
Scarway. Oh, sorry.
Hairway to Steven.
Now it's gonna be Scarway to Steven.
Hairway to Scar.
Yeah, you know, I'm a little worried about this situation here.
What, you in the hospital?
Luckily you work for an international company who's got your back all the way, right, buddy?
Union.
Well, I mean, I don't know how deep into that you want to get, but
No, I just hope they do. Is what I'm saying. Like, I
What,
hope they're-
what'd you do? Did you say it? I'm
well,
sorry.
so that's really annoying. You guys can hear that probably.
Yeah, but it's par for the course with your audio every time you're.
Oh no, let me.
Trying to- I'm
It'll
trying
be
to
bad
get
news if it just goes. Doo, then it would be up. We'll be bothered.
words
Here,
or
Aphid.
something, maybe.
Aphid, read that.
If I get this thing on, it'll cancel out that background noise. I don't know. So
Oh,
first of all, I got bumped off of what I was going to do this morning by a person with more seniority than me who didn't feel like doing his route, his gig, which was going to be unloading if you ever get anything in the mail, if you order anything from Target, it goes through a system what is called SurePost, and that means that UPS and the United Postal Service both participate in the like custody and delivery of the package. So it's a lot of Target stuff, a lot of like J. Crew, Macy's, Old Navy, LL Bean, a lot of clothes and stuff. Anyways,
oh, come on, cup of tea. So taking a knee is bad for you. Oh,
it can be, yeah.
But don't bump.
So I had
finally had something funny to say
because it's this this time of the year. Why is this not working? I'm getting no audio.
Be here with Steve.
We can hear you clear, brother.
We can hear you.
Okay. I just can't hear you guys as well because anyway. So I was unloading all these parcels at the post office, 241 individual parcels that I have to scan each individual and sort them out by zip code. And the back of the budget, the rented budget truck, the bumper has a kind of a cutout in the middle of it where the tow hitch, the ball from the tow hitch is at.
Oh yeah.
So when you back up to the loading dock, there are these two on either side of each other. These two masses of, it's almost like steel belted material that it acts as a bumper, so that when a semi truck loads up to the loading dock, it doesn't just crush the concrete. It's like these pads, these kind of big rubber pads.
Yeah, I think those are cut up tires that they rivet together or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. They're like stacked. They're almost like
exactly right.
Like they look like pieces of bread all put together. So there's a space in between those. So stacks are on either side of each other. There's a space in between them, about enough space for your average person to fit down into if they misjudge the loading dock when stepping from the vehicle to the loading dock. So because I just completely misjudged. My left leg went straight down into that and came to broke my fall when my knee smashed into the ball on the tow hitch. And it all happened so fast. It was like a trap door. It was so weird, but so fucking painful. And the doctors, they took about 8 x-rays of my left leg, and the doctor came back and said, we need to take a CT scan. I think that I've seen a fracture in there, and we'll know for sure with the CT scan. So I'm waiting now for the results of the CT scan.
So let me ask you this. Was there cameras?
What's that?
Was there cameras? There must have been on
I looked around for cameras, and I didn't see any. There have to be, though. There have to be. The loading dock at the post office. Doesn't matter how shitty the particular branch of the post office is, there's usually a camera or two on the loading dock. So
right, and all these live leak guys can tell you over the years, a lot of people have been killed on loading docks. Like, there's a lot of video of it. I don't mean to laugh, but it's a dangerous place on the back of trucks, working with some of them have the hydraulic thing that goes up and down, and guys getting stuck behind things backing up. It's a hairy place, man.
There's a lot of explosive shits on loading docks too.
Normally they have a hydraulic gate that folds up, and it like retracts and then folds back into itself, and it kind of lifts. It acts as like what do they refer to those as?
Tommy lift.
It's like a dock plate. Sometimes places will have them and they're not attached to anything. They just have handles on either side, but they're aluminum, like diamond plates, so they're easy for you to move around by yourself.
Sure, yeah.
But this one had none of that stuff. It just had a old school concrete loading dock with these bumper pads on it. So I'm accustomed to using the one, or you going to one with retractable aluminum diamond plate loading dock.
Yeah, I hear you.
But this is a hell of a time for this to happen, man. Like,
how's your knee feel right now after the morphine drip? What's it been, about 20 minutes?
yeah, well, it feels like a 2-week vacation.
You feel high?
Initially, it's a weird sensation. I can't remember. I think I had morphine the last time I had a back surgery in 2016. And I forgot about that sensation of like you can really feel it in specific parts of your body, kind of open things up, and it's a little overwhelming for a second. But
yep,
yeah, I'm sure glad the doctor gave an order for that, because man, that's whatever the hell's wrong with my leg. It's a little bit more than just a soft tissue tear.
So let's
morphine sulfate.
Let's get into the injury. What part was cracked? The kneecap or like one of the joints?
So, well, I don't know. That she thinks that it's. I think she said she thinks it might be the tibia, so the bone in my shin. I knew right away when I banged my kneecap on the ball of that toe hitch. I felt the pain just shoot right down the middle of my leg and into my foot, and it just felt like a fault line, on
I'm sure.
a geographical fault line.
Lightning
bolt. Yeah. That's when I kind of knew. I've had bad luck with that leg too. I've fractured the tibia once before, and I've fractured the heel bone too. So I kind of know what that pain's all about. But
I'm sorry, man.
That's all good, man. I'm glad I've got a couple folks to talk to about it, and not to dwell on it too much, but it's going to be. She said the doc also said I'm going to have my left leg in an immobilizer, which is going to make driving my stick shift Subaru home a bit tricky. So we'll see how that turns out. But
sounds like it's time to patch things up with your Antifa girlfriend.
Yeah, except you know what? She doesn't know how to drive stick shift, and she wanted me to teach her how to drive stick shift, but she's very vengeful, and she did a few things to my car.
Yeah,
like she would hang bags of trash off of my side mirrors. Just doing things like that, like enough to let me know she had like fucked with my car, but she didn't smash the windshield out. This is when we were still together.
Wow.
And it got to a point where I told her, I said, listen, I don't know how to break this to you, but I don't exactly feel comfortable teaching you how to drive my car, because you've already done some things that, I don't feel very comfortable with teaching you how to drive my car. That's kind of the last line of defense right now.
Especially in parade season.
The thing I've got that helps me feel safe is that she doesn't know how to drive my car. You know what I mean? And surprisingly, she took that well. She didn't disagree.
Yeah. Wow,
that's cool.
Yeah, that's kind of the.
I just want to say real quick, and hello to Woody. How you doing, buddy?
Hello,
hey Woody.
What do you? Is that a St. Louis Cardinals hat you got on?
It is. I was going to comment on yours. Very nice.
Yeah. Are you in St. Louis?
I lived in Afton, worked in Manchester.
Oh, really?
Yep.
You're not now, though?
You're familiar with that area? No, I'm other side of the state now.
No, right now I'm in St. Charles County right here, right now.
Well,
okay. Yeah, my favorite city to live in. You can always find something to do in St. Louis.
Ah, sweet. You're the only one.
Yeah, is what it is.
Oh my God! Is someone died?
I gotta find that picture of them that I took
from my mic.
Top of the St. Louis arch, of the stadium. It's looking down at the stadium. It's a cool picture. I was there for
you took it?
What was it? Yeah, I was there for a Kiwanis International Convention back around 2004 or so, back when I was a businessman.
I just saw Dead and Company there
nice.
On September 13th.
Well, I don't know them.
That's the Grateful Dead or whatever's left of them, plus some other guys.
John Mayer.
John
Cool.
Mayer.
The real
Oh, yeah, John Mayer.
who
John
left.
Mayer plays Jerry, right? Jerry's parts on the
Yeah.
guitar, at least. Yep.
But now Billy's going to do it, I think.
Who?
Billy Strings.
That's
Mayer's out.
crazy. I mean, Billy is so fast, and they're going to play Ripple at like quadruple speed. I mean,
Offer some flexibility. Can I chime in on the video? That's
Yeah.
Have you guys moved
Please.
past that?
No, go ahead.
Go ahead, buddy. Yeah, no,
Well,
go ahead.
We're all circling around.
If it wasn't for the Rittenhouse trial, you'd never hear about that. Two white guys in the woods shooting each other is not uncommon. And but I will tell you, if you take away the situation of the mom and the kid, a big guy shows up out in the woods. Keep in mind, I believe I heard one of you say rural. So rural for me is out in the country where I grew up in southern Missouri, where you might be 30 minutes away from a cop.
Sure.
You got some guy standing there threatening you, demanding things from you. That's a threat. He goes inside.
What threat?
Then decides he's
Like
still going to leave.
demanding his child.
That's a threat.
Demanding his child, but he's
He just
also
said he was gonna take him to court.
He's yelling. He's making a scene. There's a woman there. He's also yelling at. Even if he's pleading for guilt, that's not his job. That's what the cops are for.
What do
He
you
may have to
think
leave
the
at
odds
that
are?
point and
It's just
go-
got fun.
Woody,
Just
what do
watch-
you think the
just
odds are
watch-
that he'll be found guilty?
What? Absolutely not. Guy grabbed his gun and he spit on him. By the way, spit is assault. Spit
I'll
is
put
assault.
50-50
Spit on the cop,
on
and that's
it.
what. Ask
I'll
him
go
what they're charged
50-50.
with.
I didn't see him spit.
I heard a spit, and I wondered if that's what it was.
He spit on him, and
It was a gunshot.
But at that point, the guy had already made up his mind. He pulled the gun. He might as well pull the trigger. He'll walk. He will walk.
Yeah.
It's clear cut.
You don't
The
brand
guy
the
had every
kids
chance
unless
to
you
turn around and
intend
walk
to
away.
use it. Yeah.
No, it does matter
what was the end result? The guy's going to yell until they obviously are going to give the kid up, or he was going to maybe bust into the house, and at that point be a real threat to everyone in there, because he's ultimately going to have to call the police, ultimately going to have to file an injunction, and like he said himself, go to court.
Well, he didn't even think the kid was there. He made a comment that it was at the ex-wife's mom's house. And if I saw a guy walking into a house knowing that he had a gun, I would try to stop him before he would get that gun.
Well, yeah, you don't. I mean, when are people going to figure out you don't charge people that have firearms?
Well,
Bad idea.
See,
I don't know if he spit. I don't know if he spit on him. I just watched it. He kind of goes
But
like this.
spit-
What are you gonna do?
spit-
Like that?
What are you going to do? What are you going to do?
Spitting on somebody's not self-defense in
Kill
one
you is
way.
what I'm gonna do.
I think it
Spit on,
comes
spit
down
on a
to.
cop. Spit on a cop and see if you don't get maced, handcuffed, down, shot, whatever it is.
That's different.
Well, if you get
situation,
shot,
still,
that cop's gonna be
usually.
in a lot of
No,
trouble.
no. I think all of that is well and good, talking about spitting and cops. But let me just, my whole take on the thing is that in the moment of the breakdown of only this particular scenario with no other reference to anything else, he
Right.
definitely created distance, and he definitely had his rifle aimed and trained. And at that point, I would think that any rational human being would stop coming forward. Like, I think he may have achieved, but you know what? You deal with a good point is that the guy was between the home owner or whoever was defending the domicile. He was between him and the family. So it's not like the guy with the rifle was on the deck. The guy with the rifle was further away from the house. That could be brought up legally. But it seemed like he had control of him with that rifle at that distance. There's no way the guy could do anything.
He turned in a
Yeah.
millisecond, lit him up.
50-50
That's exactly
in a
right.
court. Yeah, 50-50 in a court.
But here's the
I
other
turned
thing I
and
can tell you.
immediately- He
Who's
did
your-
turn
who's
and
your-
immediately fire.
Here's the
Who's the
straw man
irrational
case.
person? The one that's standing on a porch screaming at someone else's house with no end game? Or the person who's just trying to get the asshole out of there?
My
who's
question
now
for
causing
you-
the scene and refusing to leave.
My question for you:
Whose
do
child
you have
was it?
kids? Do you have kids?
Yeah, whose
I
child
don't,
was
I
it?
don't. That's irrelevant to this conversation. We're
Oh,
talking
it is
yeah, now
relevant.
it is.
It is
Okay,
relevant.
okay.
Oh, yeah, it is.
But no,
So
how
if
is
you're
it-
separated,
go to court. Go into any court, even our jacked up system in America,
We'll
and
see.
say, "Okay, jury, do you guys have kids?"
Right.
You can't
right.
ask that. You can't ask that in a job interview. You can't ask that. It is completely
my
irrelevant to
God.
anything going on here.
well, no,
Legally.
I'm asking you about this case. We're not in court. You want to keep going back to court and back and forth?
I do.
That's where it's going to decide it at.
You want it
We
legally?
can talk about this
Yeah.
for the next 5 years, but it's going to be
Well,
decided in court.
Legally? No. I'm
Yeah,
with.
that's true.
Are you a gun owner?
Yes.
Do you think that video
Me too.
showed a good thing for responsible gun owners?
If some asshole comes to my house out in the middle of the woods and is yelling and screaming,
Well, hold on,
and I have a gun, and he
You're saying
decides
not
to
having
not leave,
kids. You're saying
and he
not having
decides to
kids
not
is
leave, I'm going to
relevant.
shoot him.
No, but in that exact
See,
scenario,
that's just a terrible attitude that treats life as cheap. And
no.
and if
hold
you're
on.
just a little angry, you could just kill somebody because
Whoa, wait a second.
they're not complying with
If
some
you're- if you're-
arbitrary rule.
If you're sitting in your house, chilling out, and some asshole comes and is beating on your door at 2:00, just hypothetically, and yes,
Some
you're angry,
asshole.
you shouldn't shoot them.
It's not some asshole. It's the father of the child that they are keeping from you. He's not allowed to leave without his child. He can't leave without his child.
Well,
yes.
No,
can.
if the police
Who's
showed
going
up-
to take responsibility for the child?
If the child is there and the child's not being abused, you have to get the police. We have police in America to do those things. You may not agree with the police.
The only thing he did was yell. That doesn't give anybody a right to kill him.
No, he grabbed the gun. He grabbed the gun
from the street or on private.
He grabbed at the gun. If you look carefully, he put his hand underneath it.
Because I said that
he's
too.
dead. He grabbed the gun. That's what happens.
I don't care if he grabbed the gun. That's just looking at one little part of this whole sequence.
Wait a second. You try to wrestle a gun from a person. What do you think's going to happen?
That didn't happen. Not in that video. That didn't happen.
No.
If you grab a gun, it's irrelevant at that point.
He didn't grab the gun.
Get your volume up, Topple. You're being outshouted.
It looked like he grabbed the gun.
Up your volume, Topple.
Time out.
Go through it slow mo. He didn't.
Yeah, he's got the gun.
He did
grabbed
not
the
touch
gun.
the gun until a shot was fired.
Screenshot of him grabbing the gun.
That's
Do it,
that's
producer.
correct too.
He did not touch that gun until a shot was fired.
He should have shot him to begin
That's going to
with.
be brought up in court.
You're right. He shouldn't have done a warning shot. He should have just shot him, and this wouldn't have been a discussion.
No, first off, he should have just went into the house with his wife, called the police, shut the door, and if that guy chose to go through the threshold, light his ass up then.
Was the wife between him and his? Was he between him and his wife or whatever?
It
The
wasn't
ex-wife?
like he was.
He was. I
It
brought
wasn't
that up.
like he was trying
You
to
did.
hold
You did.
her
You
back.
said, I thought you said between the house, but you're right. Yes,
Interesting
Steve.
debate.
I mean,
So-
I would say
If
I
he wouldn't have been
honestly
there, he
think-
wouldn't have got shot.
Exactly.
And that-
That's true too. If Kyle Rittenhouse wasn't at the protest with a gun, no one got shot.
And if they wouldn't have been burning down buildings, and he wouldn't
Exactly.
have been there,
I agree
wouldn't
with
have been it.
you. But I'm just saying,
And
if you
he
look
is
at the
100%
legal,
innocent. He is.
There you go. There you go,
So
Smoke.
there's no discussion at this point.
Cut the
Don't,
child.
you don't
in
keep
half.
distracting
Give
us.
half
You
to
can't
each
keep
party.
you can't keep applying other scenarios to this. This has to be
exactly. But this is how we're at now because that's how everyone's going to be doing it.
what my only issue
Legally,
with
it looks like what they described. If I listened to lawyers talk about this, he didn't touch that rifle until a shot was fired. So that could be provoked.
Should have touched it harder.
The only problem I
Grab that
have,
fucker.
He shouldn't have let go of it because the
Yeah.
frame I got, he's clearly got his hand wrapped all the way around the barrel.
Yeah, he's a
He
lot
got out
stronger
Should have
than
never.
the other
He
guy,
was
too.
stronger than the other guy. He should have
Although,
never let go.
drugs and alcohol
he-
could have been involved too. He just,
I don't think he meant to.
We
grab
don't
the
know
gun. I
that,
think he
though,
meant
so-
to push him.
I
away.
don't know that. Yeah, I don't.
the guy had a strap, so you would never overpower two hands on a rifle with the strap over the shoulder.
Strapped on.
Does he have it?
He would have thrown
Does
that
he have
little
a
guy
strap
around
on?
in a heartbeat.
Did he have a strap? Maybe I'm
No,
talking
there's.
about-
I don't
be-
see a strap. I don't see a
I-
strap.
no strap.
He's
No,
got it
okay,
in his
okay.
hands.
It was under his pants.
Aphid,
I tell you, it's bad.
Aphid,
Yeah.
I've
Aphid.
had
We got to put in perspective. I haven't always
Strap
lived in
on.
St. Louis. I grew up an hour and a half south of Jeff City, so that is the Ozarks, right?
Right.
So I have a
Lots of
very
meth.
maybe a hillbilly, maybe backward mentality, but we're used to taking care of our own.
Don't admit it.
And when you're on a hill and there's nobody around,
Yeah, but
What you gotta do.
you keep using the like he's out in the middle of nowhere. I mean,
Yeah, I
that's
mean,
as,
you
that's-
said
that's as,
rural. I didn't.
that. Well, hold on, that's as irrelevant as if you have kids or not and how you feel about the
It's a
situation.
harsh learning experience. That's for
Yeah,
sure.
I mean,
maybe
I was,
Whatever
in,
happened.
I was in the exact same situation. I was.
I mean,
the
it's
green guy.
feelings if you're out in the
But
middle of
no,
nowhere.
it's
but-
not.
Different. There was
As far as the law is
I was
concerned.
all I was trying to do was deliver presents for my daughter.
Presidents?
And I was told I was going to get stabbed.
That's my line.
By the new husband.
Keep Biden away from her.
That's right.
I'll have a sniff. And
Creepy
bring some
Joe,
ice
creepy
cream.
Uncle Joe.
That
Okay,
same
sorry,
that
I'm
same
Woody.
guy.
No, that's not my
That
name.
same guy
Never mind.
was also a heroin addict, and I got full custody because of it. So I don't care. He's a fucking arsehole.
Woody.
Right on you.
Woody, did you
you
see this
think the
before
father-
tonight?
Hold on a second. By the way, I want to say thank you. This has been a great discussion, and I
Well,
want
no,
to say
this
thank
is
you for
great.
allowing
This
me
is
to be in
open
it.
discussion.
And I mean no offense. I'm
Yeah, you're not
playing devil's
offending us.
advocate here.
No, we're
No,
we're
you're
all
not.
hard.
You're
We're all
actually
hard
not.
in here.
Cool.
What, Woody? Did you see this video before tonight, or did you just see it?
I watched it for literally the first time. I just happened to be scanning through, and I saw a St. Louis hat, and I thought, hey, at least one of these guys
No, I
can't be
didn't.
completely off the
Actually,
rocker.
I didn't put the hat on
I
until
went there,
I saw
like
you.
I said, on a co-op.
But anyway, I was scanning through and I saw the video. I checked in. You guys looked like you were having a conversation. So,
Yep.
But
what we're
Woody,
here
he's
for.
also got 37 screens going on various different things behind him. But you
it
know,
looks like a massive.
That new widescreen lens is great.
I'm gonna ask you later to
I
find
gotta
my remote.
keep track of the girls in the cages somehow.
He's got the news on from every country live.
all CNN too. But Woody, you think the father that got shot, he was aggressive at that time by just verbally
it's
yelling?
such a sad case.
no, there
Without-
was physical
No threats,
wrestling.
there was
No.
no threats other than taking people to court at that time.
At the end of the day, there's a couple of pricks there. There's a couple of pricks, and the end result was obviously disaster. But there was the mother, there's the stepfather, and the father, and the end result is disaster.
Oh no, exactly. It's disaster. what
I agree with
happened.
that 100%. It
But-
was. I think I put it this way. It was. It was. What's the phrase I used? Stupid prizes have just been won by stupid
You know,
people.
play stupid
Yeah.
games, win stupid.
Yeah, exactly. It felt like that too.
Hey, last dance. Did you try the booze yet, or what?
Did I? Oh no, I didn't get to the. No,
Kraken.
I'm slowly going through the other stuff.
Okay.
Kraken will destroy you.
I'll crack on.
There's a new guy here. New guy. What's up, buddy? How you doing? Can you
Oh,
give me
We're really
double-
bringing them in.
double wave with then
This
double
roast
double
Well,
six,
Cup of
six,
Tea's
six.
got a point
Double
over there
wave,
on the
double 666.
on the
He did it.
Waukesha.
Yeah, give the white supremacy sign. That's how he knows.
Oh god damn!
Jesus, you shouldn't have done that to this guy. I tell you.
I saw the shakedown street. So,
Hi, Reddy. How are you? Please ignore.
Hey, guys,
last
how you
dance's
doing?
last comment.
All right, hey, ready? How's it going?
He's
On
live.
yourself.
Good day.
All right,
Good.
Good to have you, man.
We try.
Good, good, good.
Cheers.
man.
Cheers. Is it ready?
Welcome,
I've got my
just-
glasses on.
How's it, man?
Hey, where are you from?
I'm from Africa. I'm from a country in Africa called South Africa. Have you ever heard about it?
Oh,
hell yes.
I've heard a few things. Thanks for the variant.
you can't come to the United States anymore.
Thanks for Omicron.
I started saying, do you have your
Yeah.
passport, man? Your COVID passport to talk?
Yeah,
Me
do
and
you
my-
guys have COVID passports down there, Reddy?
If you want to
Yeah,
come
man.
to America,
It's crazy what's happening in our country, especially with the new COVID variant that was discovered. It's
Yeah,
very
that's
unfortunate, but
Yeah,
we're not
that's
the only country. I heard that Hong Kong also has the same issue,
What?
and
no.
Israel, I think.
Yeah, that's what I heard too.
I heard Israel,
7 or 8
yeah.
countries, I think. Yeah.
So
I'm
what's
not-
it like
UK
for you to
got
go
two
outside,
people.
Rody? Do you have to have like a specific task? You can only get food or walk a dog, or can you go out for pleasure? Like,
It's not as bad. It's not as bad as it was when at the height of COVID. I mean, just a few hours ago, I was at a club. Everything seems to be pretty normal. We'll just see as time goes on what the government will implement. But so far, nothing has changed.
Yeah.
did you
It's
do?
do you know what
do some
the
dancing, Rowdy, at the club? A little dancing.
Yeah, we were dancing, playing pool, mingling
have
with the
any drinks?
girls. Unfortunately, I don't. But I was busy drinking Coca-Cola and smoking and chilling with friends, the usual
Okay.
stuff.
Scoping on some ladies.
Yeah, listening to good music, good company.
Like this
Nothing
guy.
really has changed on our side.
Cheers, Rowdy.
have your
Cheers.
I think it's Ratty. Is it Ratty? Rady? Ready?
It's ready. The pronunciation really doesn't matter.
It's Rody. God damn it.
Hey, Reddy,
Just don't call me late for dinner.
Reddy, this is Woody over in the corner. Just out of curiosity,
Hey,
how
Woody.
has the COVID situation affected imports into South Africa? We've had kind of a backup here in California, and we're still
Yeah.
trying to deal with it and get sorted. How about you down there?
Woody, you are really asking the wrong person. I don't live anywhere close to the coast of South Africa. I actually live inland, and anything related to import or anything related to the harbor or the sea, I really have no information about.
How about your stores? Are all the shelves full?
Yeah, everything's okay. Nothing has changed.
That's good.
Nothing
No,
has changed.
no
Well,
toilet
that's
paper shortages. No, like chicken shortages. No, whatever. Butter. Everything's there.
No, I think what you're doing is that you are comparing us to other African countries.
No, more
Now,
to the
Comparing to
United
America.
Comparing to ourselves.
to us, the United States, man.
I'm comparing you to my big grocery store in Kansas City, Missouri.
Yeah, Jeff, that's how
wait, you
we are.
guys,
We're fucked up
That's
right
why
now.
that's why I'm actually sitting here going to myself, no offense, but South Africa is not getting hit. But I'm in the Midwest
yeah,
where we grow the food and we're getting hit.
yeah,
Yeah, we're
is it?
paying like $20 for like a pack of chicken breasts out here that used to be like 11 or $12.
yeah.
That's
Wake
crazy.
up, lads. Wake up.
Here
Wake
we
the fuck up.
go.
That's life, but not as we know it. Why are you being a dick? Why would
Really?
you put troll central bullshit like that out there? Huh?
Rudy, what I was going to
Just a
mention as
sidebar
well.
comment.
Africa is a continent. I checked. It's got 6% vaccination rate, but their infection rate seems to be very low.
Yeah,
That depends on the news and the statistics you read.
Well,
yeah,
I'm the world in data. It's pretty reliable, and the CDC. And
yeah.
South Africa is 26%, and Africa as a continent is 6%.
Be
Guys,
careful. He's not called
Woody,
based Welshman by accident.
Well, I'm just throwing out numbers here. That if you don't like the
yeah.
numbers,
I'm going to
Uh,
reiterate what I said earlier in Discord. Base Welshman is a male Karen, aka a Darren.
Whoa.
Hey, Ratty,
Light
have you been
words.
watching this long, or did you just
I'm on my own
browse
here,
by?
aren't I? I'm on my own here.
I was actually
I've got.
passing by and I saw the description in the link, and it read, "Welcome to the pub hangout."
All
The
right,
chat
cool.
and clicked to join in on camera, and I just decided to join in.
Ratty, non-COVID related. Me and my son's 12, and I was just telling them guys earlier. I was introducing them to new movies, and last night we watched District 9, which is takes
District
takes
9 is
place in your neck of the woods over there.
Well, set there.
So do you identify as a prawn, aphid lip?
I do. I do really enjoy cat food.
Hey, look who it is. Hey, you know what? I recognize that, but it's almost like I know a movie called Precinct 9, but I'm going to claim ignorance. I don't know District 9.
Is it District 9 or District? Yes,
I
District
think it's
9, isn't it?
District 9. It's a movie about alien prawns.
It's the
Yeah, it's
aliens. It's
awesome.
a
And it's roughly apartheid.
Blumkoft movie, right?
Yeah, Smokesteve, it's good. You should check it out. It's
Oh,
good.
yeah.
pretty good.
I don't watch movies, but if I do again, I'll watch that one first.
There's a Blumkoft series on Netflix it's a combination of very funny and very, dystopian futuristic stuff. But yeah, pretty good stuff.
Yeah.
Wait a second. Was there a Hayden comment? Hey, Karen Collins was here. All right. Hey, how you doing, Martin? See you, buddy.
Well, again, Steve, if you need to kick someone off, I'm fine going off. And Louisiana State University's playing
slot.
Texas
Yeah,
A&M, and
there's one slot
just as soon watch that as Beyond.
There's one spot left.
Woody, what are you drinking?
One spot left.
Go ahead again, Top.
One slot left.
Woody, what are you drinking there?
Something exotic and different. Diet Dr. Pepper. And as
Straight out of the 2 liter.
and
Oh
just
my
keep
God.
it that add that hint of white trash that I am. Drink it right out of the bottle. Yep.
What year is that?
What vintage? What vintage?
I don't believe it. I think it's moonshine.
There's some real Dr. Pepper there, Woody.
All right, here we
October
go.
2021. It was a good month.
I'll
There you
cast
go.
out the
Keep
line.
drinking, let it.
See if we can catch a balcony buzzard. I just cast it out the line.
Just
When-
is
when-
there any thoughts on what happened to Rittenhouse's gun? Not Rittenhouse. Brian Landry's gun, who committed suicide, and yet there's no gun by his body.
Very
They can't even come up-
interesting. Very interesting.
Oh, really? They didn't find a gun?
No. Matter of fact, that's why they had to do the autopsy so many times to figure out the cause. If it would have been done by a gunshot, there should have been a gun right there. Picked it up, boom, gunshot.
No gun. Now here's the thing. Like, apparently, obviously, well, he may have died in a moist place, but they theorized that he died on a water-free area, but it became underwater.
Excuse me.
Because of the time of year. But that still doesn't account for the gun. Guns don't
Well, what's
float.
Guns are very heavy. They wouldn't be hard to wash it away.
Which one is the Landry case?
His parts were separated.
Gabby
from his
Petito.
body.
Yeah, that fucker.
Yeah.
His parts were separated from his body, so there's got to be some kind of spread.
Yeah,
parts is parts.
Gators and different scavengers got a hold of it.
I say the only thing to solve it is if you run each one of those alligators through a metal detector to find out what happened to them.
I think you just. I think
The body was dragged away from.
I think all you need is aggressive questioning.
Yeah,
you don't need to
that was
violate their
horrible.
privacy
That
with a
poor
metal
woman.
detector.
I told you
you're
guys
right.
way back when it was, still a case, the roadside. I just ran across this 30-minute long roadside, police, detaining the two of them. And it was just like, oh no. And it started accelerating from there. It's like, God damn, she was beautiful. She had these beautiful aureoles, and perfect body, sweet, energetic,
She was
vibrant. And that fucking dickhead, just strangled her to death, apparently.
Yeah. That's what
God
the
damn.
theory is, that the parents picked up the gun.
Okay.
Well, we don't know what kind of topics she liked to talk about, so we can't judge him too much.
Well, we certainly can judge him for murdering her. Come on. Yeah. Don't you
what if-
troll me.
What if the alligator that ate the gun shows up at your porch? Can you shoot it?
Of course.
I'm a.
Of course. You just don't tell the authorities.
I
Then
don't
you
know.
make
The state of Florida
you make boots and purses out of it.
Okay.
State of
And-
Florida has some pretty serious alligator protection laws.
It's coming right for us.
Yeah, they still do, and they shouldn't. They're starting to overrun the damn neighborhood. I mean, the development of the development, just human development is beginning to overrun their habitats, and they're beginning to propagate enormously because they've been protected for about 30 years. And, the two together are creating a weird sort of a conflict. Oh, well, I don't care.
Awesome.
I'll wear alligator boots.
Keep that finger on the button, Smokesteve. Topple's on the move.
Topple's good.
See?
Fuck off, Topple. God damn. You dick.
No, we don't want. That's what we don't.
Not one that small.
Head on over to Grindr,
You ever
buddy.
watch Chinese porn?
They blur it out.
I forgot about that.
Do you like
Well, I think that's
gladiator
Japanese.
movies?
That's
I
Japanese.
I heard.
A friend tells me. Smokesteve tells me.
Actually, last
I
dance
can
did
corroborate.
mention that.
Japanese does blur out the.
Why? Why do they do that? I don't understand.
I don't know. Even
It's illegal in their
even
country, I
even in the
think.
cartoon
The old
form.
original airplane,
It's so silly.
You like
It is
gladiator
silly.
movies, Timmy?
It's dumb because they can show about 80% of everything except for just penetration, basically.
And they could show the aftermath too, so it's not like
Exactly.
I never
And
waited
use-
around
and
that
you
long.
use an octopus, which is
Yeah.
totally normal.
I'm like, oh, it's blurred.
Oh, you just look
Oh,
at you guys. You
Oh.
scared them away.
Oh, wait a second. Hold on. We have two aphid lip windows here.
They said, okay, we're done. we're
Oh,
done
is
here.
is it my share screen, stop screen?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, now
You get rid of it. I don't want to kick it out.
I got it.
You got it,
It's
okay.
Still there? Yeah. Okay.
All right, now we're good.
What did I miss? What were you guys talking about?
Although you can never have enough Ava.
We're talking about Japanese porn somehow.
I'm not a big fan of Japanese porn.
Tesla
But
Rock is bringing up. It looks
I
like he's
like the
talking about that
clown
recent
slash
case.
midget.
I brought it up, a few weeks ago about the guy who was boinking corpses in the funeral home. That was a horror show.
Yikes.
Good
The
Lord.
worst part about Japanese porn is I have a lot of trouble following the dialogue and the plot.
The plot.
So I can figure out the climax, but I have a lot of trouble leading up to.
Usually, the plot involves, from what I hear, either a stepmother or a maid. But you'll have to look into it for further details.
Well, quick question: we're all men here. We all visit certain sites. What is this whole new thing with stepmom, stepsister shit? Every time I go on one of those sites, it's always step
No,
something
that's
right up
been
front.
there for 30 years.
Really?
At least. Yeah,
I'm a good
in-laws.
Christian.
As
So I
long
don't
as
go on it.
First ever porn video
What
I
a
ever
lie.
watched was
I'm a good Christian.
An hour and a half film called Jenna's Revenge, and it starred Jenna Jameson.
Jameson.
Mine was Houston 500.
I like Debbie Does Dallas. Yeah.
You went vintage.
Yeah, I don't really know any of those. I've never really.
Oh yeah. Oh, your wife's here. I forgot.
The green door. The green door.
I remember Meatballs. You guys remember Meatballs? That was about as dirty as it got around.
Shannon Tweed.
That was rated R.
Meatballs. Yeah.
Bill Murray,
What
Shannon
is-
Tweed. Awesome
what is-
film.
What, Woody?
Bill Murray, Shannon Tweed. Awesome. Great
Yeah,
movie. Meatballs.
I remember that.
Meatballs.
Oh, Meatballs. Well, yeah, that was good. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Okay.
How about Porky's? That one's a little dirtier. Porky's Revenge. That was just stupid. Was like kind of like Animal House meets a southern like strip club, and then like the rest. Do you guys remember Porky's?
Oh yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
I
I'm
remember.
almost starting to think that Happy Dog isn't kidding about the midget porn. He's brought that up numbers of times.
Do you remember a classic by the name of Bachelor Party? Tom Hanks.
Oh yes,
One of Tom Hanks' first films.
Vaguely.
And the donkey, of course, the donkey scene.
Yes. He does the blow and has a heart attack.
Exactly. And then there's the scene where all like the bachelorettes go out to a male strip club, and the mother-in-law gets the male stripper, and he's got his wiener in a hot dog bun, and she's trying to take the hot dog. Oh man, it's just hilarious. Yeah, hilarity ensues. See the movie, and you'll see the rest. I don't want to get too deep, but
When I was doing my AA, meetings back in about the 1980s, probably I think it was before the 90s. This criminal guy who had, was a used car salesman. Had a little person, a little midget woman as his wife, and he had this shitty pool, and I decided, since he was one of my AA brothers, I was going to help him for free. And I went out to this rural, shitty, I think it was an above ground pool that he had. And I was trying to help him, get it together. And as I went into a fenced area, and I went up to his front lawn, and all of a sudden he shouted, behind me, Butterball. And there was this fucking pit bull that was slinking around the edge of the fence line and was getting ready to fuck me up. A pit bull, we talked about that, Topple, about me and pit bulls. I take them one by one. I mean, I like some pit bulls, but this pit bull was going to fuck me up, and its name was Butterball. And, along with a midget wife, he had a pit bull that was Brindle named Butterball that was going to fuck me up.
Right.
And he called it off just before it got me. And then, he just dicked out, he was just such a cunt. Yeah, and you run into felons, perverts, weirdos.
Was he a
the
strange
spectrum.
looking dude with a midget wife?
No, he was just extremely much. I mean, and I don't say this particularly with any kind of venom, but he was a cracker, really, really deep cracker, Southern cracker. And
Cracker.
yeah, here, you come hit me in my swimming pool. Here. And then I told him to bring me a water sample, and he didn't bring me the water sample. About a week later, we were dealing with the pool, and then he called me after not bringing me the sample that I told him to bring, and he, come on, Ray, help me, come on out and help me with swimming pool. I said, no, you didn't bring me the water sample. You ain't going to help me with my swimming pool. No, I'm not going to help you with swimming pool. You didn't cooperate. You wanted me to, and that's you. When you get cons start conning you.
Right.
And I got conned. I always resisted the worst of the con, that was, I think no, there he is. Good. I'm glad you're still here, sir. And I was hoping it wasn't you that left. And, Woody, and,
He doesn't care if we leave.
no. But it was just weird as shit. I dealt with so many weird characters. I know I'm an erratic character to a nominal degree, but I dealt with characters that were off the charts, batshit crazy over and over and over again. And I kept a relative sanity. But this guy, you're not going to help me? No. I told you to bring the water sample. Well, give me a bunch of shit, and goddamn, come on. Butterball, midget wife. I'm sure that, what's his face? Happy Dog would have loved his wife. She was a real hot looking midget.
I think I liked her too.
She was a nice woman. She was actually a nice person. As far as that goes.
Don't put it all on Happy Dog.
I wasn't going to buy a used car from him, though, I'll tell you what.
There he is. There he is. See you later, Biscuit.
Midget woman talk there.
Later, Biscuit.
Might not have. Oh, he's frozen again.
What's up?
There he goes. Going good.
Oh, I came into midget.
Yeah,
we're talking about midgets now.
Yeah.
Yep, we have the expert.
Yep, we were going with Happy Dog's favorite.
They all have fat asses. All the girls have the fat ass.
Be back in 1 minute. I just gotta step out.
Good old Bubba Butts.
Yeah, he always leaves when midget porn starts getting discussed.
There's nothing wrong with it. They're human too. If you don't watch their videos, you're being discriminated. You're discriminated.
Sorry for this. When you join the Discord server for Trigger Warning, there's a special channel just for midget stuff.
I won't be joining it.
Why not? We need you.
I'm not into it.
There's also a Topple's Corner that you could ask me a question, I'll get an answer.
Yep. We're not kidding about any of this.
Linked over to the what's that the site that you talk about, that you tease us about before you brush your beard?
The hamster one.
Yeah. I think.
OnlyFans.
Oh, nice! Look at that. Woody's got a nice
right there.
avatar there.
Get your face out of there, Cypher.
Doesn't look anything like Woody.
That's Bridget the Midget.
Stop. Oh, Bridget the Midget. She's my favorite. She's an OG.
She's been around for a while, this chick.
Oh, has she? Okay. I'll take your word for it. I do not know, but that's a nice body.
I haven't been keeping up. Are they still investigating what happened January 6th?
Yeah, I think they are.
Let's hope.
Where are they at?
After rejecting every Republican off of the supposedly legitimate investigative team, no Republicans, but we're going to be very fair-handed, even-handed with our investigation.
Oh, but they have Liz Cheney.
And you got the queen bitch herself.
They had a chance to put whoever they wanted to, as long as they didn't throw in there like Marjorie Taylor Greene and
who's this now?
That clown from Florida. What's that guy's name?
Don't start.
That guy is a clown. Even you probably read it. I can't. The younger guy.
Oh, the one who's got he's sort of thick.
Yeah, that guy.
He's got the dark hair. And I think they investigated him for some sort of
some underage trafficking.
The one with the Cuban son or something.
Does he?
I don't know.
I don't think he has any kids. Does he?
I don't know. But they kept Jordan, isn't it? Jim Jordan. They kept Jim Jordan off. They kept some legitimate people off that they shouldn't have.
Well, I don't know if I call Jim Jordan legitimate.
Oh, well, I certainly would call him legitimate. It's opposition politics. You have to have opposition politics. You can't have
I agree with that.
control of a government. You have to have opposition politics. Period. And they're not.
He's no Trey. He's no Trey Gowdy.
Well, Pelosi is no. Pick your legitimate politician. She's a cunt.
I'll tell you who's a really good one.
Communist from the West Coast.
My new favorite one. I got a new favorite politician.
Do you?
She. By me saying she, you already know this, so it's redundant. She's a woman.
She's from Hawaii.
Colorado.
She's a fabulous surfer. She's a
Hawaii.
really good. Her name is Tulsi
Gabbard.
Tulsi Gabbard.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Great follow on Twitter, and I gotta say, she's a smart woman, man.
Yeah.
She came out the other day. She had a tweet that was, she agreed with the conviction of the men involved with Ahmaud Arbery, and she completely agreed with the.
Let's ask Woody that question.
She completely agreed with the innocence of Kyle Rittenhouse in one tweet. And that encapsulates for me logical thinking. Because you have one situation that's logical and the other one, the logical thing occurred. So it's like, taking party out of it is the best thing. If somebody takes party out of it, uses logic, and that's it, then we'll all be happy.
Right.
The weird thing is what I've been on. We've all been doing this for about 2 years, and as right wing as you guys think I am, I've been registered independent since about 1996, and when I lean conservative hard, I admit that.
That's a cover up.
What? Who?
That's a cover up.
What's a cover up?
I never heard you say one liberal thing here.
Yes, you have.
Name them. Am I putting you on the spot? I'm sorry.
You're a bitch. You're a bitch. That's a liberal thing to say.
That works. In liberal terms, that's a good thing. There you go.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I lean hard conservative, but I'm not registered Republican. And
do you support Black Lives Matter?
Wait, I have one.
No, I don't. I do not.
I have one. I have one
by a lesbian and a transvestite.
I have one for George.
It literally was founded by a lesbian and a transvestite.
Black Lives Matter is not liberal.
No, I got nothing against lesbians.
I have one.
I have
for
a problem with
George.
Transvestites.
I have one for George when he did.
I've got a problem with Marxism.
When George did legitimately back up what would have been considered the liberal side of something, that would have been the death of George Floyd.
That's
George,
not
you
true.
basically came out and said you think that those fucking guys. Yeah, he thought he got murdered.
Yeah, he deserved.
That's not being liberal, though.
Yes, it is.
Oh, yes, it is.
It's not.
Yes, it is.
Dude, I know a lot of hardcore conservatives who thought those cops were.
Well, you sidetracked me. You sidetracked me by
left.
confronting me, but let me think about what I was going to say. And while I'm thinking, you guys talk, because I don't think well in my current state.
What do you know about that case in Georgia with the 3 guys that followed the black guy that
they got.
How do you feel about that?
They got
How
what
you
they
feel about that
They got what they deserved.
I
They
just
shouldn't
told
chase
you.
that guy down the
No,
street.
okay.
3 times, 4 times.
However,
I'm
if he was
just
going
trying to feel you
around the
out.
house in there, shot his ass, I would have been perfectly fine with that.
Say that again, Woody.
If he was in the home, he would have surprised one of those guys that were working in there in their home. I wouldn't have had a problem with them shooting them then.
No, right.
In the house. But once he took off running, that's bullshit. You're not a cop. Let it go.
The problem they had, because they didn't witness it firsthand, it's a summary offence, as we would call it, as you would call it. What would you call it?
I know where I was going to go.
Multiple
with my
charges,
thought, and that's that the narrative.
federal.
The third wave. The third wave became so aggressive with their narratives that they started calling anybody on the right, fascist, Nazis, white supremacist, racist. No matter what the argument was, those were the labels that went to the right. And now I'm saying I'm seeing communists all over the place beginning to take over institutions in the United States. They're not just Marxists. They're not just socialists. They're communist, and there really are a lot of communists. Al fucking, who's the guy on CNN? Al, the black
Sharpton.
guy.
Sharpton.
No, good guess, but it's not him. Al, fuck.
Joel.
Sharpton's a national treasure.
Who said that? Who the fuck said that?
Great line.
Ted Cruz.
Topple.
Not Alex Jones. He's the absolute obvious. God damn.
Joe Rogan?
The real tall black dude who's the CNN commentator.
John Lemon.
He was kicked off. He was good try.
Meadowlark Lemon.
He was kicked. He was kicked off of. That's a good guess too. But this guy was kicked off of 44's cabinet because of his communist ties. He literally discussed being an avowed communist.
Oh, I know who you're talking about. Van Jones.
Where did I come from? Van Jones.
I can't
Van
stand
Jones.
that guy.
Yeah, well, for good reason.
He's just Tucker Carlson.
He's a far left wing Tucker Carlson, and I actually don't have a big problem with Tucker Carlson because he's got to be a foil against the shit that's going on the narrative from the left.
You could say that about Van Jones though.
Yeah, I will. The two of them are foiling against each other.
No, I don't think they're
a nothing burger.
I think Tucker is a much better than Van Jones.
That's what he said, wasn't he? Van Jones a nothing burger.
Yeah, but Tucker's annoying in his delivery. I don't know why nobody else
facial impressions.
Well, yeah, he comes quick and hard, and sometimes it's all fact based, but sometimes narrative from the right is
mostly I disagree with him, but he definitely is not just a guy that follows the partisan line.
Right. Well, we talked about the Rittenhouse interview back last Monday. I mentioned that was happening. Did any of you see any of that? You bother watching any of that? It was very good. It was excellent. And Rittenhouse is fucking mature beyond his years. I'm sorry, but he really is. And I mean, even though he should not have carried an AR-15 to a friggin' riot zone, he had a legal right to do it, and then he had the jury decide that he was okay and not guilty. So let's get the guilty, not guilty out of the way. And then from there, he's just this 18-year-old little, he's about a 6-footer. He's about 6'1", thick, soft. He's not a hard body by any means, but
he's starting to sound like AFED all of a sudden.
He's got a good mind. Oh, don't you troll me, Tom.
And I watched a little bit of that interview. He was well coached. He was very well coached in that interview.
Could have been coached. Yeah, it could have been coached as well. I mean, he had a lot of, the weird thing about, did you notice what they were talking about for the year before the trial?
Right.
He was shut down. All of the support groups that tried to raise funds for him were shut down. They were shut down by PayPal. They were shut down by Facebook. You couldn't raise funds for the guy, except in a very tiny number of venues. And yet what happens? He's not guilty. I mean, it's just fucking same thing before anybody understood how the narratives were being constructed happened with fucking over there in Sanford, Florida with Martin and Zimmerman. That's 40 miles away from where I live, by the way.
Trayvon.
However, GoFundMe allowed the Waukesha domestic terrorist to have a GoFundMe.
Right. And of course, nobody
and
in
they
the
also paid.
nation
They didn't allow fundraising. They allowed and also donated to bail groups to get peaceful protesters that were wrongfully jailed for setting fire and robbing and stealing and attempted murder out of jail.
Okay, who did the clown car? Oh, that's Topple. I know Topple's phone.
Yeah, that Aubrey case. I was watching. Do you ever watch Viva Fry on YouTube? He's like a internet solicitor. Really good channel. They went through the Rittenhouse case as well daily. And when they were talking about that Aubrey case, the father and son, they were one of the major things they fucked up on, apart from obviously killing him, is that they didn't witness the crime. But because they didn't witness the crime,
right?
That they couldn't do anything as such. If they'd have witnessed the crime firsthand, then they could have sort of not acted out what they did, but they'd have a better position. But because they didn't witness it firsthand, everything they did was they were already fucking up. They were fucking up, like, you know what I mean?
Sort of.
But don't you think we should also they should also address the fact that he wasn't just out jogging?
Oh, he was definitely a jogger. He had training boots on, didn't he?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, what I would
They
question
weren't work
is,
boots. I promise you they weren't work boots.
what I would say is let the cops deal with it, and I would tell you, depending on the mood of the cop and the day, they may not have even arrested the kid for entering and walking through a construction site and not taking anything. That is at possible you could give him a ticket for trespassing, but I don't think he actually did anything that warranted the response.
Yeah, and because they were only told
it, trucked and followed him and called 911.
Too much.
Yeah,
Too much.
It was.
Well, what happens? He
it
lives
was
in a
literally
rural area, and the
overkill.
closest cop is 30 minutes away.
The guys that shot him never saw him do anything.
Yes, right. That was the biggest problem.
Thought he might have
And
gone
because
in
they
that
didn't,
house
it was a misdemeanor. So,
the whole thing to go get a guy who is trespassing.
Yeah.
Right.
And that becomes a lynch mob. When you call your buddies and you go get your guns and meet at the truck, that's a lynch
Get
mob.
that truck there. Yes, sir. Yeah.
Now, I will say this. I don't think, honestly, that they're actually really bad guys. I think, sadly, that they, through their
acted
actions,
out the wrong things.
Well,
they ruined their families' lives, and they ruined Ahmaud Arbery's family's lives, thinking they were doing the right thing, but they were so fucking wrong that the mistake was so huge. It was so ridiculous.
I had this debate with somebody. Actually, I think it was my wife. Actually, I was talking about that.
Somebody. Oh, my wife. My wife.
I debated you about
no,
this.
but I was thinking. I didn't think that they should get the same amount of time. Like if some guy goes in and like robs a store and shoots somebody dead, or if some guy. I don't know, because I do think that they, and they might have race, they might be racist in their own ways, but there's no way to prove that. But anyway, I do think that they really did think that guy was up to no good. I'm not saying they shouldn't get in any trouble, but I think that, they thought they were doing something that was right. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like it's different intentions of some guys like fighting with his wife and gets done with her and shoots her dead. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So I don't know if the time that they serve should be the same as somebody that does something like that.
I mean, can you imagine that?
Go for it.
So, but yeah, can you imagine if that was not on video? If it was not on video, then I'm sure the good old boys back at the police station and all that will just mushy, let it slip.
Did you find out?
That's the best part about white privileged.
Did you hear about how that almost never came to trial?
Fuck off, Topo.
Critical race theory there.
Sound more like a fucking leftist every time I hear you.
I hate critical race theory.
Yeah, that case almost never came to trial because of basically corruption in the local prosecutor's office.
Are you talking about Ahmaud Arbery?
Yes, Ahmaud Arbery.
Well, I mean, I thought the defense, some of the stuff that they came up with and said was outrageous, and so that's got to make you think that they're catering to the what they think is the jury pool that they have.
Yeah.
Well, what do you think?
They
like,
did.
Okay for Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton to be in the courtroom?
Not really.
Well, I don't like it.
The judge should have
fucking clowns.
The judge tried to, or the defense tried to kick him out, but I think the judge said it's fine.
If they're just sitting there, who cares?
Yeah, I don't see why it's a problem. I mean,
I have a problem with
I
it.
think it's intimidation to myself.
Yes, intimidation all the way.
Here we go.
They're
Now
provoking.
the racists come out.
Treasure.
That's right.
Treasure.
They were
I'm glad you
provoking
said
the
it,
jury.
Smokesteve. Yeah, they were.
They were provoking the jury.
And
I'll tell you one thing: when Ahmaud Arbery's father gave that speech afterwards,
Don't say it on here. You'll get in trouble.
I won't. I'm not. But
Don't
look
say
it up.
all.
Look it up. That shit was heavy, dude.
I didn't
What
see
did
it.
you-
I'll have to
okay,
watch it.
Paraphrase without getting any
The
trouble.
man
Did he
spoke the word. I'll tell you that.
demonizing stuff with
What
See
he
Al's
said
face
that
when
he
he
didn't
said
think
those.
that- He
It
didn't
was-
think that any family, no
you know.
matter what color they were, should go through what his family went through for nothing.
Yeah, well, I mean, millions of dollars will probably be awarded civilly, as it
That's-
has over and over and over again.
If I'm to
That's
believe
where
what
that gets-
I'm told by them, then
You know.
and if I know what I know about my brother, that wouldn't matter. It could be billions of dollars.
Yeah,
Right,
yeah.
exactly.
It could be a penny. It wouldn't
Yeah.
matter. I'd rather have him back. You know what I mean?
Right, right.
Absolutely.
So it's a
Yeah.
sad case.
Bad juju, all around, all around.
well, he will be wealthy. I'm
No.
curious to see how Felonious is going to do with his share of the money for George's death. I'm sure he's probably got in touch with a financial advisor and making future preparations to invest those millions to create wealth for his family.
Talking about Floyd?
And he
Generational
should.
wealth.
Oh
He
yeah.
should.
They-
Generational wealth.
how many
He should.
millions did they get? I don't know.
40.
5? Oh, 40. Yeah, and it's like that's another thing that I really the whole
Before the
BLM
trial.
thing where they start into this riot shit is like, for fuck's sake, when something really horrific is done to a person of color in this country, after it's done and then it's notated and it's adjudicated, everything is done on the civil level, the families get these millions and millions of dollars.
Now, very quickly, George, let me just point out what Woody just said and what is widely known about the George Floyd thing. The civil suit was settled before the criminal suit was tried.
That's ridiculous. That is.
Right, and at that point, it's like the thousands of people. I don't know. Do you think that we're talking about hundreds of people or thousands of people that riot, not that demonstrate, and that,
Thousands,
go to
the low thousands.
the low thousands? Those people. None of that is legitimate. None of that is legitimate in my eyes. All of the demonstrations are legitimate, but none of the riots are legitimate.
What does that have to do with the lawsuit, though?
The two are two extremes of the center of the case.
Yeah, but to me, the legal action should have taken place before the civil action. You should never
Obviously,
have. You should never
Yeah, I
have
see
a
what you're
civil
saying. I see what
judgment
you're saying. Yeah.
prior to the legal.
Back
You
to
know,
front.
Precedent. It is admission of guilt by
Right.
at least one factor.
Right.
Like, for example, O.J. Simpson was found not guilty criminally, but he was found guilty civilly, and
Right,
he had to
right.
make huge payments. That's how
Right.
it's supposed to work. But even still, that
preponderance of the evidence.
Yes.
what do you call it? That
beyond a
when two
reasonable doubt.
things
Yeah.
that are supposed to be legal, they're supposed to agree with each other. You would think they would find the same.
Yeah, you would think, but not always. Preponderance of the evidence is not the same legal standard as beyond a reasonable
So
doubt.
why have two courts? Why not have one court that makes
Well,
the same judgment for
well,
both?
Civil
Yeah,
and
that's-
criminal,
that- yeah,
they are two different things.
can't do
but
that.
There might be very different legal questions. And two.
when you're
One
talking
is
about
The
Go ahead.
burden of
Here's
doubt
the
is
last
different
dance.
too.
Go ahead. Let Les Dance have a say here.
no.
No,
Well,
Woody was
Cipher
waiting.
Cipher already mentioned that the burden of proof is preponderance of the evidence, which is greater than 50%. Isn't that right, Cipher? This for a civil trial, but the questions themselves may be slightly different. One is murder, and the other one might be unlawful,
Taking-
negligence or something like that. So It's probably two different trials,
Well,
two different cases,
I mean,
two different standards. It really is.
I've seen it literally at this point dozens of times where, I mean, sometimes the persons who have been affected are white, and they will get civil judgments, but far more often I'm seeing that it's
No.
civil. Yeah.
Statistically, that's
Carol's right. Yeah,
incorrect.
Carol's right. That it should be. More often than not, it's persons of color, and I mean I agree that civil judgment should be found against the perpetrators. But once those civil judgments are found and millions of dollars are given to each, affected, family and aggrieved family, that's where I believe it stops. And you should have appropriate, civil protest, but not fucking riots. And I mean, it just keeps going on and on. And I mean, we go back to the BLM. You were asking me about that, Topple. Fucking, Zimmerman was as innocent and pure as the driven snow because he was fucking, double back on the guy, fucking, what's his name? I don't even know.
Trayvon Martin.
Martin
know his name.
Thought, I mean, I
He could have
watched
been
that
my
entire
son.
trial because it was 40 miles away from me.
That was
I
Brown.
watched the entire trial. And
He could have been your son.
He thought that he was going to beat the shit out of a sissy. That's what he thought. There was a gay guy who was white that was following him and had no business being in his environment. And he was visiting, and then,
But do you think the Georgia case had anything to do with race?
The Georgia, yeah, sure it did.
Why?
Yeah, of course, because it did.
How can you prove that?
All right. Why are you going
one
in that
person was
direction?
white,
You're getting
one person was Mexican, and one person was black. Of course, it was racial.
I'll
Are
be
we
right
talking
back.
about what's the Georgia case?
I'll be right back. This is for Base Welshman.
Yeah, you know it. He's
What did he mean by the Georgia case? Did he mean
he's
armored
talking
robbery?
about
Yeah.
Yeah, he's
That's
talking
gotta
about
be it.
robbery. He's just fucking trolling. I mean, he has fun and he's a good.
All right,
natured
yeah. I don't know
guy.
what he
He's
meant
great.
by Mexican.
But I mean,
there weren't no
and
Mexicans
then
involved.
Oh, sorry, me.
Zimmerman.
Yeah, and in the Zimmerman case, the U.S. 44. I like to call him 44. I don't even like to call the guy's name anymore. 44 threw the entire weight and power of the U.S. Justice Department down to Sanford, Florida, this little shit splat cow town, inland Florida, because one dude shot a fucking criminal who was fucking casing a neighborhood.
Hey,
And he
Aphid Lip, who's
tried to beat
44
the
for everybody? Aphid Lip, who's 44?
Well, it could have been Trayvon's dad, but it was Obama.
Yeah, it's
I
the
thought
guy before
so.
45, and a
I
lot of
like
people
it.
won't say 45's name because it's 45. So I like to go with 44. I'm just, tit for tat bullshit. I really don't like to say 44's name anymore. Not everything, but a huge amount of this shit started with the 2008, collapse of the world economy because of the shit splat bullshit that went on both in the capital market instigators and in the mortgage market instigators. And then every collegian who was coming out of college began to go totally radical against the what's the fancy word that I used about a month ago? The oligopolists, the oligarchy, the people who are the power on the capitalist side. And then you got, all these people totally reactive against that. And where do we go? We went to this fucking guy who's more Kenyan than he is American, even though he was born in Hawaii. He still said, I'm siding with the Muslims if things come down to it. Look at his quotes. He loved the Marxists. He loved to smoke cigarettes with the communists. Well, motherfucker, And then we went that way but that was instigated by the shit conduct that came out of the high level capitalist in the society, the society.
All right, let's do a
Okay.
little point counterpoint. Aphid, I know you carry a 44 on your hip, but you do like the
Sure.
44 president.
Bad
So
man.
go ahead.
I never said I liked. I never said I liked him.
You've gone to art.
Stop denying it. You love
You
him.
love him. He's your boy. He's your art guy.
That brown sugar, you love it. You know it.
The president who bombed more than anyone else. Big up Obama.
Only by drones. Anyways, go ahead. Aphid, what do you got?
What's the question? I missed the question.
Well, you're supposed to defend 44.
You're supposed to.
What do you mean? Why do I have to defend him?
You've been designated Obama's defender. Stop trying to weasel out.
You voted for him twice.
First off, the one thing that people never seem to remember is I've never promoted a single politician ever on this show or any other.
Republicans.
I've noticed.
No, I've only criticized.
I've noticed.
Yeah. Got no skin
You
in the
criticize
game. Got no
some
skin in
more
the
than
game.
others.
That is also true.
Well, yeah, and Drone. Yeah, he's here. The question got brought up by Drone. I remember he said he was gonna. I think he said because I said how he wanted to know what I thought was a bad thing about Trump over other presidents, and
yes,
and it kind of put me on the spot, and I thought about that question afterwards, and being that we just went through the Thanksgiving holiday, one of the things that I think is more important than any politics thing is I said he was divisive, and a good example of that would be how a lot of the people, couldn't, because of the Trump being president and people's feelings towards it, they wouldn't go to holiday functions and stuff. I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but that how it divided the country is a good example of families not being able to,
That was created by the
celebrate.
Mainstream media.
Yeah, I don't like that example.
So the
that was created by the news.
Last Dance. Why don't you like that example?
You have to. The fact that it turned out to be divisive is not something you can blame on him. You have to give specific things that he's done that make it divisive. It's like Topple says. I agree with him.
Well,
a lot of that division is caused, I believe, by the mainstream media, who have been working as hard as they can for ratings to divide us.
No,
Woody,
Trump did it on his own. Trump did it on his own.
Oh, certainly he's guilty of some things, but I think you look at any of the Obama, Biden now.
No. Oh,
yeah, but
Trump,
it wasn't the
Trump
same.
called somebody from his own party not a war hero because he got captured.
Oh, I'm not going to defend Trump. I mean, I think he was a piece of shit.
And he got pulled out of a rice paddy by the NBA. And it's on video, and he's a fucking war hero, and Trump called him not a war hero.
Well, Trump is a piece of shit. I mean, I'm not going to defend Trump.
Moaning about something else.
I'm just talking about the question of divisiveness. I would not lay entirely at his feet. If I wouldn't even put most of it at his feet.
I
But
think
if you ask the people that wouldn't go to their family function because of this divisiveness, what the cause for that, they would say it was Trump. So how could you?
But they all watch CNN. I bet they all watch CNN though.
Yeah.
Whatever what news source they watched or anything, I think is completely irrelevant.
No, come on. The news has just has been like flat out anti-Trump.
That's your.
Which for whatever reason, but it's been flat out, and it does influence. Of course, it influences. That's why they held back.
I'll give you another example.
Biden's laptop, didn't they?
Example of what I'm saying. 12 years ago or so, there was the Jewish guy that was running for president. Last Dance can help me out.
Oh, Ted Cruz.
No, I know
what Jewish guy?
Kind of a mousy guy. Lieberman.
Oh, Joe Lieberman.
I actually I didn't like him, but out of the choices we had towards the beginning, I was more of a fan of Lieberman than some of the other people running. I'm not saying I would have voted for him. I'm just saying, and I didn't think that he was a good choice because I thought that no matter what his policies were, him just being Jewish and being the president of the United States, I think, could cause more problems than.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah, Lieberman.
So I don't
That's
think he would have been a good
xenophobic,
choice.
that's
It's not.
xenophobic.
It's not personal to him,
And you know,
but it's
after
personal to him being president, and that's the same thing I feel about Trump.
after 44 got to be El Presidente, notice that Asians and Jewish folk got slammed much harder because of a much higher Muslim, volatility in the society. That did happen, and you can deny.
Well, you're going
it.
to have pluses and minuses with any politician
yeah,
or
well,
anybody elected.
Yeah, that's
So
true.
you got to just weigh the plus and minuses.
Wave them.
And sometimes the negatives outweigh the positives.
Well,
I
both
would-
44 and 45
Yeah,
cases they seem to have.
I would like to think
God
that as a
damn.
society,
I mean-
we have moved past the fact that someone's of a certain religion. JFK, remember, JFK was not our first Irish president. He was our first Catholic president. And that was the whole deal.
Yeah.
And if you
I
remember
remember
correctly
that.
back then, it was before my time, but Johnson, LBJ, was going to use his crooked money from the pipelines in Texas to build the actual tunnel to the Vatican. That was the rumor in Washington.
How did
Study LBJ.
How did JFK end his presidency?
He ended up as president because they made a listen. If you want to talk about JFK, that's another whole other discussion.
Yeah.
But
Please, no.
But
I
going back to the
know.
original thing, I think the
The time
fundamental
machine.
flaw that we have with people not showing up at Thanksgiving is not the divisiveness of politics. It is the inability of people to have a familiar structure to overcome stupid shit for one day, to be thankful that they're still around and then move on. I mean, I think that's the big issue I
think
see
that you would-
is that if we had a better familiar unit, we wouldn't be having these violent episodes and all these different things going on. And this would be a moot point, and we'd be talking about fishing right now. which would
All
be
I'm
great.
saying is now we have a different president, and if you pulled all these people that had these problems with the divisiveness in their family function at like Thanksgiving dinner table, now that we have a different president, I think that you would find that those numbers have lowered.
I haven't noticed that. I sort of
46
I would
is a
say they've
little
gone
bit
up.
less.
It's interesting.
No,
you
I
know,
wouldn't say they've gone
personally
up at all.
volatile. He doesn't evoke, harsh hatred. I think on either side.
He doesn't evoke confidence. I fucking tell you that.
No, but I mean, he's
How
not.
did you
he's
feel
not-
about his what he said about Kyle Rittenhouse, though?
Well,
Well,
that,
but he's not going to
Joe
get
Biden
sued
doesn't know what he's
because
saying.
he's got free speech. But Biden's not going to get sued for what he said. I think. So
No, he won't.
No, I'm not saying that.
a lot
I'm
of the-
saying, how do
He
you
might
feel
get-
what he said?
he was civilian.
Oh, he's a
when he
fucking
first said-
idiot. Biden's a
He was
fucking
civilian
idiot.
when he first said that.
The rest of the world is not paying attention to Biden, so neither should we. However, I do have a problem with Maxine Waters showing up at a trial and threatening who's a California she's representative from California, and she shows up in Minnesota to race bait and to threaten. Now,
Yeah.
I'm sorry if that's not inciting a riot. Then January 6th is nothing compared to that.
We're allowed to say
Things,
cunt. And
things do get
Maxine
caught
is
up in
a
the
cunt.
moment. The madness of crowds is well known, but that was planned. And by the way, she also flew a private jet there, so
She's just as bad as
for
Marjorie
the Green
Taylor
Squad.
Greene and this new Colorado chick that said that.
You guys mentioned Trump earlier, or not Trump, excuse me, Bush. Who would you have rather had on September 11th? Bush, Obama, Biden, or Trump? And let's put
Trump.
Partisan politics aside here for a second. We're talking about the individual to step up. I think we had the right guy.
Yeah. Oh no! Look at El Vice Presidente and what he did. He was running Bush. Sorry.
Can I have somebody
I'm not
else?
Yeah, I don't know. That's a tough one. I don't know any
Pick
of
one,
them. I
pick
would
one.
feel.
We're discussion points.
Last Dance wants breaking.
Ross
He's a
Perot.
red Republican.
Remember, Trump was doing an air raid in Iran, and when he had the stats to say he would kill about 150 to 200 normal soldiers,
Last Dance, didn't you want LBJ?
he pulled the airstrike. And what he did a couple of months later, he got the real guy, he got the top man, and he fucking smashed him. in Iraqi airport, done him.
Oh yeah,
End
yeah.
of.
I
End
had
of.
some nasty live leak of videos. I mean, you know, memes of that guy. He was all busted into pieces. I
Yeah.
forget his
Yeah.
name.
Yeah.
Soleimani, was it? Sola
Yeah,
something.
they ID'd him from his
That's
ring, wasn't
him.
it? On his
Yeah, his
finger.
ring and
Yeah.
he had a smile on his face, you know.
Well, I got to say that 20 years of war in Afghanistan and how many years of war in Iraq, I just can't.
Yeah.
I can't be too
Which
happy about Bush in
no.
retrospect.
Whichever
Right.
president would
Good
have
point.
stayed
Good
in
point.
Afghanistan and shot across and played the border game with the Pakistan to get fucking what's the asshole's name?
Bin Laden.
Bin Laden. Yeah. I mean that's the president that I would have wanted. And I mean, you know, what's his butt did it 44 did it, but he did it with a CIA and a special forces, you know, what's the nice the good word for it, the cadre is not quite big enough, you know,
Yeah,
the infrastructure to get him, you know, they were after him since
the funny
2001.
thing is,
Correct.
when it all started, they had him tracked into the mountains.
That's
And
right.
let him go.
At Bora Bora.
You know who they sent after him was the 10th Mountain Division, and they absolutely failed at the task. And ironically, the most well trained for mountain warfare and tracking at that time would have been the U.S. Marines, which is phonetically you would think Marines would be entering on
closer
an
to
island.
water.
Yeah, but they failed because they
Everywhere,
didn't send
everywhere.
in the Marines, and the 10th Mountain Division of the Army could not get to them.
Hey, that business of the yellow cake in Iraq and all that, and
That was bullshit.
fucking it was
That was it,
Total.
that was outrageous.
That was bullshit.
It was.
yeah.
I was speaking about 9/11, not the subsequent Iraqi war, which was completely
No,
made.
I know exactly what you're talking about, and
Yeah.
you know,
9/11
my objection is what happened after that.
Yeah, 9/11 in and of itself was a failure, huge failure.
And in addition to that, then you've got the I mean, and then that led into the 2008 collapse of the U.S. economy, and then you got the credit default swaps that were complete, you know, bogus shit, you know, economic products that were put out, financial products that were put out by the financial industry. And, you know, you got this collapse that was manufactured, and it was manufactured by both sides of the aisle. You know, it was both Democrats and Republicans that, you know, put into place the legislation, but the executive branch had the duty to put a stop to that shit, and they didn't do it. And that's where you got the rebound to put fucking 44 into place. I would have rather had Hillary than fucking 44, to be honest. I'll tell you what.
Really?
Oh yeah.
No way.
Absolutely. Oh yeah.
Come on,
Oh
guy.
yes, I would. Oh, I would have.
Oh,
Oh,
no.
I
What,
would
are you
have.
in the slave trade business? Because her foreign policy's been terrible.
Well, you know, look at 44. I'm sorry.
See, I distinguish between his first term and his second term. I would have rather had first term Obama than second term Obama. That's for sure. We ended up with both, of course.
I was supporting him for about 2 years or so, and then odd things begin to happen in my mind. And you know, the thing that makes you think that I'm Republican is that I was military. I was military from 80 late 84 until early 92. It was all reserves. It was medical reserves. You know, Woody, I was a lightweight soldier. I was basically Fort Living Room, you know, weekend warrior. Once every year, I went to 2 weeks, but I still was under the the Uniform Code of Military Justice, and you know, I understood perfectly well conservative responses to military threats. And you know, the kind of shit that went down, you know, in certain historical events between the 80s into the 2000s, you know, I understood why conservatives responded the way they did. But at the same time,
and thank you very much for your service. I appreciate
you
it.
mentioned 9/11, and I was just going to maybe ask you a straight question.
Sure.
Do you think that a plane flew into the Pentagon?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, I do.
From a
I'm
You
not,
can't
who's
fake
never-
it. You just can't fake that and
I
have.
have I
You
have
can't have a
questions,
government secret
but
that's
that's not one of
so
them.
tight, and such a what do they call that? A false flag operation that's so cleverly constructed that no one out of the dozens and dozens of people that would have had to be part of that false flag could keep it secret. They can't. They can't keep that.
I agree with you, Cypher.
And if
That's
you
good.
and if you believe that that is a false flag, which many people do, then you're going to have to also be willing to accept that we didn't land on the moon, also a false flag. That all these other.
Well, you were just
Now, we
talking
do
about
have-
like
I'll be right back.
You were talking about economic collapses that were made up just then, and I just thought, well, I still can't believe how an Arab terrorist that's never fucking taken a plane off in the sky before, or fucking landed it, could actually land it into a 5-story building in the middle of the city, and actually not hit the grass beforehand, and seem to like plow into the building, but there's no wreckage of the plane on the outside the building. There's no tail. There's no seat.
There was a lot of wreckage of the
There was a
plane
lot of
outside the
wreckage.
building.
There was a lot, there was a lot more wreckage.
The only wreckage I've seen, right, is a little bit of aluminium that they've held up. I haven't seen any seats, no tail section, no wheels. I've looked, but I still can't believe.
But you're also
land
appreciate
a
to a normal
commercial
building either.
aircraft into the Pentagon.
I think that's the wrong direction. I got to say, Basewell, I think that was a plane that actually did seemingly perform what is recognized as a very technical maneuver. Now, we're not denying that, okay?
Yeah, and land into a 5-story building, but didn't
did
the grass?
land. It kept the gears up, guy. It flew in at like 12 to 15 feet, and it is worth questioning. I don't find anything wrong with that.
And,
What
and I
about
have,
Building
I have
7?
questions about Building 7. But let me real quick go. Can I address the one thing? Sky King, the guy that was a baggage claim guy, and I believe at LAX, he stole a plane, no experience, and got up and was doing barrel rolls.
Yeah, that guy's awesome.
The pilot said, "There's no way he can do that in that plane." So I think if this guy can do it and then kill himself on a deserted island, doesn't hurt anybody, I think a jackass could fly into a massive.
That's true. That's true. I never
Plus,
thought of it that way.
you're discounting one huge thing, and that is the autopilot
right?
on a 757 is sophisticated, and these guys could learn how to use that autopilot.
Yeah, I don't think the autopilot's going to let you fly within 15 feet of the ground.
No, but it'll make the turn for you. It'll make that turn.
This is just some figment of your imagination. This never happened. Of all accounts, he never landed it before, but he managed to smash the landing right into the side of the building without touching the grass.
You said all, and that's not accurate. Many accounts.
Sorry?
You said all, and that's a misnomer. Not everyone said that he did not land. There were reports that the guy was not good at landing, but he did land because he did fly a plane, or he'd be dead.
Yeah, he said he didn't want to land it. He just wanted to just fly it.
But he landed planes. He did take flying lessons.
Right.
Not
And,
all
and
of them,
I
not-
and I don't give a shit about landing, but I would love to get up and fly through the clouds. Landing just comes with it.
Yeah, but that example you made, it was Cessnas in Florida, and I think it was only one of them or two of them that actually landed, and that was actually said. It was only half of them hadn't actually flown a real plane. They're just in simulators.
I could put a 14-year-old American teenager in front of a computer with a good flight simulator, come back a week later, and he could probably do a decent job.
Now you can.
You could that too.
See, this is the thing. We're talking. This is a lot of hypothetical stuff based, and Welshie, you know this.
Well, wait, hypothetical. There's nothing hypothetical about aiming. It happens, and when
No. I'm saying your hypotheticals are based on what it would be like to take the training they had, them to be behind the wheel or whatever joystick.
Yeah, there is a lot of error in that, because he could fucking easily fly it over or fucking smash it a couple of blocks earlier, but he managed to smash the fucking bullseye. which
There have
I think is exceptional flying.
The Twin
there have been
Towers you're
cases
talking about, right?
of pilots getting sick and people actually having to land planes. There have been cases of that. It's not normal, and mostly it's in the theater, but it does happen. And these are large
They normally
planes. and these
land
are
them on a
people just
fucking
like me, Joe
airfields,
Blow,
right?
all of us.
With the big airfields, with all the emergency services waiting for them, and they'll talk them in on autopilot. This is not quite the same. The fucking thing
They're not
flew
taking
around
off,
and went
though.
straight to the Pentagon.
You're right. And they're not trying to
They
land
took
them.
control of the plane while it's already in the air.
First of all, these are not completely inexperienced. These are people who have flown planes. Admittedly, they're small planes, but they understand how to operate the controls of a plane. Now, it's a huge difference between trying to land successfully a 757 and just keeping it at putting it at a close altitude to hit a building. I don't know how hard that is, but it's certainly not as hard as it is to land it.
Just Google some photos of the Pentagon then when it got hit, and you can see it's about 5 stories high. It's not a tall building at all. They managed to dip it under like light poles.
It's interesting that you have this theory, but it doesn't bother you that you don't know where the 757 that took off went. It doesn't bother you that they did crash planes into the World Trade Center, so they might as well have crashed one into the Pentagon. I mean, it's not like that would somehow make the conspiracy theory invalid. It's just
House?
Yeah, at the White House. I mean, they had planes, so why didn't they crash it into the Pentagon?
Well, I thought the one plan was to put one of the planes into the White House, but they had a change of heart, I believe. That's what I
Well,
thought.
they changed their heart. They were taking over and they saved them.
But your theory is they didn't fly a plane into the Pentagon. Why not? Why wouldn't they? If you have a conspiracy theory that says that 9/11 was a conspiracy, why wouldn't they use that conspiracy to fly a plane into the Pentagon? Why not do that?
Yeah. Why, motherfucker?
Last dance is getting loud.
Well, there was a lot of money involved, like you were mentioning a minute ago when you start talking about that they encouraged an economic collapse.
No.
Promoted an economic collapse.
That's a reason to fly it into the Pentagon, not to miss it.
If they could do that, surely they could do other things too.
Where's the plane? Where's that 757?
Well, I want to know. Where is it?
Yeah, I know where it is. I'm asking you. You have to come up with. It's your theory, so you have to tell me where the plane is.
Well, no, I'm telling you. Right,
Are you saying the plane never took off?
I'm telling you now.
No, you're not. You're not going to go there because you know it blows your theory out of the water.
What blows my theory out of the water?
Where's the plane that took off from Dulles?
Well, that's what I'm asking. That's the
no, you're
first
not.
thing
I'm telling you, it crashed into the Pentagon. Where do you say it went?
Now, if you Google the Pentagon now, on that, I said, I can't see a plane. So I've already asked the question. It's up to you to provide it.
Yeah, I'm telling you, it crashed into the Pentagon.
Okay, well, where's the tail section? Where's the wheels? Where's the seat?
Wait, hold on.
Let me ask one quick question then. There were it wasn't a very packed flight, but it did have quite a few people on it who did die. So, based Welshman, where are all those dead people?
Where are they? That is the question is, and the question I posed is, where is the plane?
Wait, hold on.
Where is the plane that crashed into the World Trade Center? We watched it crash. It basically disappeared inside.
I
Base
heard
Welshman,
Howard
you said
Stern
that.
show talk about the plane flying into it, and Howard said, "What was that? What?"
Based Welshman, you said that you admitted you saw a small piece of aluminium from that plane, correct?
Yeah. So.
Well, where do you see any aluminium from any other location that plane crashed?
No, it's literally
so
a bit
okay.
of
So
aluminium.
with that theory, then you only with what you know, you can only come up with the conclusion that plane did crash into the Pentagon.
Well, you would think there would be really good footage, and there's literally.
I know, but what I'm saying is the only wreckage that you know of that you admitted to is at that site.
I have seen someone hold up a piece of aluminium, looks like a plane, a piece of plane in their hands. It's a small piece.
Have you seen anybody hold up a piece of a plane from some other location where that plane could have crashed?
Well, if you just Google plane crashes, there's
I
generally
know,
a
but you're not
fucking
answering the
mess.
question.
There's generally a fucking mess. There's life jackets, there's seats, there's tail sections, there's wheels, there's shit everywhere, right?
Based,
You don't see it.
None of that is at 9/11.
based Welshman. You
I mean,
first of
at
all,
the World Trade Center.
hitting a regular building is going to be one thing. You're hitting a military industrial complex that is the heart of the greatest, most powerful military on the planet. That building's not going to react like most things. It's going, and as a matter of fact, as soon as it hits, we are not going to expose any weakness we have as the leader of the free world. And the reason you're not speaking German, we are going to clean up that mess, consolidate it, lock it down because it is top secret building. So you're looking at things from a very generalized, generic view that is detached from any type of reality here in America. Who lived through it and watched it on TV.
Yeah. Well, I watched on the same telly you did at the time, live.
I can tell you, I'm a conspiracy nut, and if there was any validity to this, I will tell you. I can make a better argument about flat Earth.
Woody's a conspiracy nut. Woody's
we are ground zero for
Woody. What's your shot? Your shot's on Building 7.
Building 7. Listen, my question, Mike. If you want to know, here's my questions.
Go.
Why were they in there? What were the Israelis doing driving around? Why were they pulled over? Why were they there with perfect view? Why were they dancing? Why were they also
the Muslims, not the Israelis, for fuck's sake? God damn.
It was the dancing Jews.
The dancing
Jews on the van.
Okay. I want to know about 11. I want to know how come whenever I was in elementary school, this will go along with base Welshman.
Where did that come from?
When I was in elementary,
they arrested him. Cypher, they arrested him. They arrested him.
They did arrest him. That's true.
They did arrest him. Cypher, you want to just fucking, instead of giggling away, you want to have a fucking look sometime.
I'm not giggling, I'm smiling.
It's true. They did arrest
him. They arrested him.
And it was well known.
They kicked him out the country. All right? Yeah. It was a fake firm. It was a fake removal firm, wasn't it, or something? They kicked him out the country.
The Jews?
Well, they should have kicked out
Here's the question I have that goes along with base Welshman. And it goes back to also my point earlier. When I was in Washington, D.C. as an early child, they talked about our military defenses, about the no-fly zone over Washington. They talked about if you come within so many miles, your ass gets lit up. And they're like, you think that's a tree? It's a gun. You think that's the top of the White House? It's got an anti-aircraft missile on it. And my question's always been that why, if that was there when I was in the 4th, 5th grade in the Cold War, why all of a sudden none of that happen? Come a big plane hurtling towards arguably the most important building in our nation.
Right.
And I'll take your comments off air. Thank you.
Yeah, but you mentioned the Jews, so do you want to just carry on the Jews? I did not
say Jews. I said Israelis. They're called the dancing Jews. I do not have any problem with any Jews whatsoever. I have an issue sometimes with Israeli government and politics.
Yeah,
every now and then.
What company did they have? What fake company did they have? They had a fake company, didn't they?
Body of water that was such a notorious event back in the 50s.
Last Dance, what company does your state have?
What company? There's no companies.
Cipher this before I forget. Have you ever seen Swiss Army Man?
No.
Oh, you need to watch that.
Is that the Robin Williams one?
No. It's a movie. It's Paul Dano and Daniel Radcliffe, the guy from Harry Potter. And he's dead, and he washes up on this desert.
Oh, I have
deserted.
Yes, I have.
I just figured. I watched it, and I was like, I bet Cypher would appreciate this movie
because you thought that I would love to watch some guy farting his way along as a jet engine boat.
Right.
God damn. No, I did see that. It was silly as all get out, but yeah, it was fun. It was fun to watch.
It's kind of disturbing.
That silence-based Welshman. What are you talking about, guys?
Well, I thought maybe I could swap the subject.
Oh, you did. That was great. You guys great.
Yeah, I did. I like that.
If anybody wants to know, it's this guy's on a deserted island. He's gonna kill himself, and this body washes up on shore, and he basically uses the body as a Swiss Army knife, like makes it.
Right. It's pretty silly.
What's it called?
Swiss Army Man.
Huh.
Kind of a low budget, but it's two big actors that do it.
Yeah.
Oh,
But
big.
Did Hayden direct it?
No, Paul Dano, he was from There Will Be Blood. You ever seen? That's a great movie.
Yeah, I don't watch movies. So what do they do? Like take out his vein and like write letters with his blood and shit?
No,
what are you talking about?
He basically. Have you seen the Tom Hanks movie where he's on the deserted island?
Yeah,
Wilson.
Okay, Wilson is his Daniel Radcliffe, the kid from Harry Potter.
My wife's asking, like Weekend
Sort of.
at Bernie's.
Kind of.
Except sillier.
It's kind of disturbing though. It's like it's like there's some uncomfortable moments in it, for sure.
Well, There Will Be Blood was certainly very serious and disturbing.
Yeah, well, he was the main guy is the kid that's the reverend in that movie.
But this is mostly comedy, though.
I don't even know if would you call it comedy, Cypher? It's
yeah, black comedy.
Black comedy. Yeah, it's not laugh out loud comedy by any means.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, that's
right. Black comedy.
A lot of fun.
But anyway, I woke up at 2:30 this morning and it was on this morning when I was trying to find out what to do, and I was like, I bet Cypher's seen this. I bet he has.
Yeah, I done seen most of them. Red Notice, I think, is the name of a movie that's got Ryan Reynolds and The Rock. Who's The Rock?
Dwayne Johnson.
Yeah, Dwayne Johnson. That's a pretty good movie.
Come on, Topple.
Important. Fuck you guys.
Important.
He's got gas. Come on, give him a break.
Yep.
Top.
But anyway, it's a lot of fun. And
Top. Where is
Only
McGrande?
McGrande could call me that.
Top.
But,
My
yeah,
good
that's
old buddy
a lot of fun.
McGrande.
Yeah.
You guys are
Very,
besties.
It's obvious the
Am
chemistry.
I really
you
a
guys
dick
have.
to him when he's on here, though? Am I really nice, though?
No, I mean
You guys.
I'm the
Unusual,
same way
but
with
not too
all of
bad.
you here.
now
Sure.
once
You
the,
guys.
once the show started going off the track, your true emotions started to come out. But
And what did I do? I walked away.
Right. You were like, fuck you, dude. I'm fucking out. And you basically left after about a small rant. You had your word and you walked on.
And then what did he do like 10 minutes later? He praised me.
I don't know.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did.
Praise
Go watch the
Topple.
video. I do that to people.
Did you show your penis to him?
A better question is who didn't he show his penis to?
I never showed my dick to any of you guys yet. Stop.
For the
Only
record,
had
I
you
haven't
guys.
seen penis.
Thank God
I'm
I
good.
don't.
Well, we've never seen it, at least.
And we don't want to.
It's a dick. You guys watch porn?
You don't know that.
Let's not compare your penis to anything in a porn
Heterosexual
movie.
porn.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, we'll just
What's wrong?
let it.
You
Let
guys
it
are
pass
so
by.
homophobic. It's not even funny.
Smokesteve, what'd you start off the show with tonight? Did you play a song?
It was
Yeah.
horrible.
Was
Great.
it?
No, it was great.
It's the Monkey and the Engineer. It's kind of a kid song, but it was cool. I'll play it.
Well,
free
I knew last week you said you were gonna play that that song I requested, so I was like, I hope he didn't play it because
What was it?
It was that
Tiny Tim.
You know what it's like that what's that Everlast.
Oh yeah, all right, okay. So I gotta really get that together.
Why do you like that song?
I don't like that song.
Then why would you request something you don't like?
Because I just figured that he would do it. I think that it would fit him well with his guitar playing.
Yeah. DM me that though, like when we're more sober than now. And I'll definitely do it. Today I played a goofy tune. It was goofy, but it was fun.
Who showed Tesla Rocks saw somebody's poop on Live Leak?
Wasn't
Whose
me?
poop? Whose poop did you see, Tesla?
Ah, that's nasty.
I've seen a lot of balls on Live Leak, but
tough times.
Tough times. Why are you so
Live Leak.
homophobic?
Bizarro world.
It's just nature, Steve.
Just nature.
I miss. Does anybody else miss the good old days of Live Leak? I miss the good old days.
I miss Gort.
I miss the good old days.
I'd like to get Gord on here, and
You need unfettered.
Some tosser. He'd come on here every once in a while. He would be great to have on here.
All the vulgarity.
You know what it is? I don't miss it as much when they do the Thursday night shows. I feel like that's like a remnant.
It's like a reunion
of the old days when Hayden's up there, because they did so many live shows near the end. I mean, otherwise we could recreate the rest of the formats on Discord, and between that and Altfeed, there's enough.
We need a better Discord that somebody that knows what they're doing runs it, though.
I think Happy does a hell of a fucking job.
I don't want to crap on Happy Dog, but
just that one statement.
No,
right
I don't.
Now, you're banned for 10 years.
I probably
Smokesteve getting a dig in. Look at this.
I probably am. That's what will end my life on that Discord. Is I'll see Happy Dog be such a dictator on there, and I'll be ignorant about it, and they'll boot me out of there for good.
Trust me, we've all.
I'm just predicting it. That's what's gonna happen.
Hey, we've all seen it, right?
Oh, Smokesteve has her feelings about something. Please explain.
Come on. You explain. Have you seen it?
No, I haven't. No, I really haven't. I'm being serious. I haven't.
All right.
Maybe I'm biased because I'm a Happy Dog fan.
We're all Happy Dog fans.
I'm a Happy Dog fan.
Look at you guys falling right in line.
That doesn't mean. Oh, we certainly don't agree all the time. I mean, he and I disagree all the time.
Man,
whatever Happy Dog says, I believe. 9/11 was an insurance scam.
Well, let's not.
And look at random goons over on the side, feeding all the messages to the dog.
Our dog's probably right on the chat. You know, he's probably listening.
He's got us on one of his feeds.
Well, Smokesteve, do you know Random Goon plays guitar?
I do.
You know he has his own Twitch stream.
It's been
sort of. I've
last
heard
last dance was talking about it tonight.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. My bad.
Yeah,
rerun.
That's okay.
I'm an asshole.
No.
Oh, it's all right.
You can call me an asshole.
Oh no!
No, not for that.
Somebody said that you've eaten bread and shit. Topple, I said I've never seen you eat bread in my life.
Way to defend him.
He's gluten free.
What the fuck is gluten?
He's
gluten.
Gluten
what
is.
the fuck is that?
It's wheat protein.
What is
wheat
it?
protein.
It's the peanuts in someone's shit.
No, it's protein from wheat.
That's correct.
So you can't have noodles
That's an
and all
interesting
that shit.
segue because I was offered a gluten-free piece of Jesus at Mass.
A gluten-free what?
Piece of Jesus at Mass.
Oh, is that right? They do those
Yep,
now, huh?
gluten-free Jesus.
All it does is
God
help
bless the
to.
flying spaghetti monster. I'm telling you.
Topple don't eat meat, but he sure likes the bone.
You're so bad with your jokes. It's
But
not funny.
Take a.
What was last week?
Stab
You're
back
like,
at him,
what
Topple.
are you drinking?
It had nuts. It
It
was
had nuts in
peanut whiskey, or rum or something.
But you
'Cause
did have
know-
a good line of a week last week, though. I forget what it was, though. You did say something that was hilarious. I give you credit for that because Smokesteve really doesn't usually do that.
Just if you throw out enough of them.
No, I think I highlighted a comment that he had.
Oh, you did?
No, the one you're talking about.
What?
What was it about?
Last week. Well, he can't remember. Don't grill me about remembering. I can't remember shit, dude. So neither of us can remember.
And I sure don't
Sober
remember.
tonight, so that's why I'm being
Yeah,
nice.
I was getting a little tipsy last week. I think that's why I had the misjudgment in sharing that.
No,
audio.
I thought it was fine. I mean,
Oh,
I just
about that
thought
crap.
the reaction by some people was very intense. I must say.
So we know not to go there again, right?
Right.
What were we
Right,
talking about? Live seal?
No, I'm trying. I kind of want to go there again. I want to like.
Whoa! No, let's
It's
not
like
go
a
there.
drug going that extreme on the pub.
What was said was said. It was 10
Plug me in, man.
Right, like the
The
wheels
guy's
fell
a piece
off.
of
It
shit.
was so intense.
And people that defended him are a piece of shit too.
We could literally commit pub suicide every Saturday until the whole thing gets canceled.
That's what we should do. Last thing to
Right?
exit on.
Exactly. Like I don't care. Hayden would be like, "Fuck it, go for it, dude. I don't give a fuck." Like, I mean, we haven't done anything. It's 2 years here. We're just having fun. So
Yeah, we are. Yeah, we are.
let's go for it. What do you got?
Very racist channel.
What is racist? Go racist.
Cipher this.
Well, I'll admit that Larry Bird was not the best basketball player, ever. I think
Who
that
was?
I
Who
think
was the
that
best basketball player?
Jordan. Yeah.
Michael Jordan.
Yeah, it was.
Well,
Fair.
his genes allowed him to
better
be
than-
superior to the white man.
Say what? Say what?
I said his genes allowed him to be superior to that white man.
Well, it's the hip structure. It's the hip structure.
What are you, Jimmy the Greek? You remember that?
Yeah.
Oh,
That was the last thing he said.
Yep, it was.
Oh my goodness.
Now there was Howard Cosell who when he saw a kid in, I think it was the national championship game or something, the equivalent back then.
Look
Maybe
at
they
that
didn't
little
have that.
monkey run.
That little monkey
Yeah,
go.
That's
look
the
at
one,
that
that's
little
the one.
monkey run.
That was
That
so
was a
idiot.
football player in an NFL game.
It was
Yeah,
an NFL
Just an
game.
NFL? I thought it was
Yes.
college.
Monday
It was a
Night
running
Football.
back. No, it was a running back. I can't remember
Are
his
we
name.
really going to race now?
Like
So what-
Morris, maybe.
What
wait,
Howard Cosell-
Topple's wife is black, so let's.
What
that's
Howard
what we
Cosell
say.
said was
We're not
I
only
call-
offending half of her.
he called his
Standing
he called his grandkids monkeys, little monkeys. That was like a normal expression for him.
It was,
Can somebody say?
time,
Does anybody got a good Howard Cosell impersonation? I'd like to hear
Well,
him
it
say
didn't
like
matter.
that.
Howard Cosell.
Not bad. He got canceled, but do you guys know who came out as his biggest person to defend him?
The running back he was talking about.
No, even bigger. His best buddy in the world, who was the greatest boxer.
Muhammad Ali.
Correct.
I was gonna say that.
He had a lot of defenders, and he wasn't canceled after that either.
Do you remember
Muhammad
on the-
Ali came out and said, he's my friend. He's not racist. And then, even after that, Howard Cosell would still call Ali Cassius Clay, and Muhammad would say, "No, man, it's Muhammad now," and he'd grab him by the headlock and fake punch him in the head and shit. And they were like buddies, dude. Like, if you didn't watch those two having fun together and realize that he wasn't racist, then you would know that comment earlier on in his career was obviously not racist. But it's like
in the
obvious.
In the 1980s, Miami Dolphins, was it William Perry or Richard Perry, who was the huge 300
Refrigerator Perry is what we
refrigerator.
That was the Chicago Bears.
And here's the joke. You remember Mercury Morris got convicted for cocaine stuff?
Right.
And
Yeah,
do you know
Mercury
why
Morris.
there's a great story. I mean, great joke. Why the Miami Dolphins got Mercury Morris? It's because they needed a Coke machine to go next to the refrigerator.
You're talking about different eras.
I know. I'm from a different era than all
Yeah,
of
and
you
also
guys.
Mercury Morris. That's the
Maybe.
team that
Woody,
went
are you in your
undefeated.
40s
That's
or 50s?
correct.
Undefeated.
Woody, are you in your 40s or 50s?
40s.
Yeah, I'm in my late 60s, so
Yeah,
I'm another
fucking
you know,
upper 40s. Upper 40s.
Upper 40s.
When
yeah.
did you live in Afton, Woody?
I lived there in 1998 and 99 before they transferred me to Tulsa.
Yeah.
Tulsa.
So,
Military transfer?
no, corporate.
Corporate transfer.
Corporate.
You
corporate
did
transfer.
military though, didn't you?
No, I did not. No.
Yeah. Okay. I know you thanked me for my service. I was getting ready to thank you for your service. If you
No, I'm not. I'm not worthy. My father was a World War II
Oh
veteran.
well, you're more than worthy. Come on.
So
Yeah, you can have
but I do
Your
work
dad
in
was-
public service now. So,
Well, thanks to your dad.
but when you talk
My dad was in Vietnam. Where's my thanks?
Well, thanks
thank
to your
you.
father too.
Thank you.
What did he do wrong? Why are you so liberal then?
I wonder what was
Many Vietnam people who were veterans were very liberal on the backside of that shit.
My dad, he said something to me that I didn't understand as a child, and later on I did. He said he was a frustrated Republican that voted Democratic, and I didn't understand what it meant until I got older.
Huh.
That was a weird one. You know, the whole Gulf of Tonkin, and then, you know,
We're shooting
my
fish.
God, you know, that's a weird. That was a weird. You know, I can't speak authoritatively to the Vietnam War, but you know, it seemed to be somewhat of an unjust war. But then again, you know, I've talked to you the very
They
first thing
couldn't
I
do
talked
anything
about in
like
this
that, could
show
they?
is 100
up.
million people being killed by communism. So anytime you oppose communism is a good idea. You
The
know?
government would never make up a war like that, would they? They would never start a war like that. You know, no.
Here we go.
No, he's
that.
fairly, you know.
You talk about this. You talk about this basically the same sort of stuff that I'm mentioning, but you know, it's like it's a huge conspiracy theory. But like the Vietnam War was started by the Americans.
It was started by the French.
I'm more or less
It was started by
agreeing
the
with you
French.
on
The
this
French
base,
always get us
Russell,
into
but
shit.
It was well before Americans got
I'm
involved.
including communism into it. Where in all your conspiracy theories, Base Washman, where does communism come
No,
into it?
but he's right. The Gulf of Tonkin is one of the original, real deal fucking conspiracy things that did happen.
And we know now. And we know the
Yeah,
Gulf
you
Tonkin
know
Resolution
now.
was
You
based
know
on
now.
was based on a myth.
You'll roast me
I
as much
agree.
as you can, calling me
I've
this
seen
and
the
that.
I've seen the history of it, and I understand that. I agree. But I do want to know, Base Washman, in all of this, where does communism come into the opposition to, you know, the evil corporate, you know, chemical, you know, fabricators of the vaccination protocols? You know, I mean, you've got the far extremes. So where are you in between the two?
Well, it's going to be in like they want a new world order, don't they? They want us under 3 jabs a year, and if you don't take your 3 jabs a year,
Oh,
you'll be
no. We're not going to go. We're not going to go with pharmaceutical conspiracies. Let's go with: is it left or right as far as the new world order? What do you
Well, it's
think?
going to be left, far left. It's going to be that weird left where
Okay, well that's legit.
where the oligarchs, like you said,
No, those are far
will be
right. That's
super
far
rich.
right. That's far right.
Well, it's you know, when you mention that, it's typically a Russian thing,
Not
mate.
far right, but it's right.
It's normally a Russian thing, oligarch.
Or a
But
Soviet
anyway, everyone will be fucking poor, and you'll have the super rich, won't you? And that's basically what it'll be.
The movement, this movement we have right now is done by the oligarchs. They are done by the wealth. The wealth is the one that makes all things happen. They are using the left as a tool of leverage to keep us divided amongst ourselves. The same thing we did, the Europeans did to Rwanda, where they had the Tutsis fighting forgive me, I can't think of the other tribe. As long as they fought against each other,
Tutsis,
then everything was great. And the people did whatever they wanted. And what are we doing now? You don't see Jeff Bezos sweating the price of turkey and gas. He's going to the moon.
Tutsis and the Hutus.
But yet here we are fighting over Rittenhouse. We're fighting over 2 white trash idiots fighting on a porch. But the real issue is, what are we going to do in the future to calm down this oligarchy that is taking over our country and reestablish the American Republic based on people?
It's hard to fight algorithms, you know. It really is, and that's where you get into
algorithms don't fire back.
Silicon Valley, you know.
This is Silicon Valley mainstream media. It's they're
and yet we're communicating on a Silicon Valley elite constructed, platform.
So you don't believe in white supremacists?
I believe in both sides.
I don't believe that we're dealing with racism. I believe we're dealing with a social economic issue.
Yeah.
I think the same issues that plague the inner city urban areas plague the trailer parks in southern Georgia.
Yeah.
Drugs, no parents, and poverty.
Yeah. You don't look at the color and the skin
Drugs
color.
don't care what color you are.
You look at the class structure and the theoretical framework of what's, driving the principal actors of each side.
Topple, what's your white supremacy question rooted in there, buddy?
I was just asking.
What is it specifically? What's the question?
Like, do you believe there's white supremacists?
Yes,
that exists. Do I think that people exist that I think
Yes.
the white race is
Fuck.
superior to everyone else? Yes. Of
Mathematically,
course
yes.
they-
Mathematically, statistically, there's probably some jackass that thinks that. Yes.
Yeah, of course that exists. Do I think it's legitimate? Of course not. That's a ridiculous premise. He lost
if
his
you-
connection, poor guy, but anyone else? Go ahead.
Oh, one thing that's very strange is I joked about it, and actually it was somewhat of a legitimate observation. But yeah, but I'm somewhat joking. But the what's considered white, not non-Hispanic white, is about 15 to 20% of the world population, and yet that's the segment, the what's the snazzy word, the constituency, I guess, would be one of the ways of saying it, that's under fire from 80% of the population, of the world for being
Successful.
well, that's my point. The supremacists, but what's success as opposed to supremacists? And that, it's just sort of weird, how you parse that out, and
We're getting to a point to where if you have a job and you work and you provide for your family and you take care of your house and you have nice things and bills are paid, that makes you a white supremacist.
Yeah, it's pretty weird, isn't it?
Yeah.
That if you're a responsible adult in America and you work hard, you're the bad guy.
White man bad.
Yeah, it's a strange phenomenon that's occurring, and it has to be sorted out, hopefully more civilly than volatilely in some sort of, civil war. We don't want civil war, and it's just
Well, that's
weird
where it's
shit.
going. That's where
Weird
it's
shit.
going.
They don't want
Going
civil
towards
war
a civil
either. They want us
war?
talking about civil war.
Yeah.
Civil war would decide a factor, win or lose. They'd rather us talking about it and having these discussions than actually do it.
Who's they?
Yeah, I mean, them.
Them,
they.
They. That's who.
You can plug that in.
The ones
is
that
that part of the
refuse to say they're he or
LGBT
she, the he,
community?
she, they, hey, theys.
They live.
Pronouns
The
matter.
guys that carried off the plane from the Pentagon.
All right. You
Oh,
need
my.
sunglasses to see them. Special.
Crazy time. That's right. What's that? Was that they live? Isn't that the word of the
Rowdy
name of
Roddy
that movie?
Piper. We've talked about.
Rowdy. Yeah, they live. Pretty fun.
I just would like to take this time to thank Paul Greystone for coming back. He said he was bored and he was leaving earlier, and
He's interested now.
I feel validated that we're better than nothing.
For Paul. Thanks, Paul.
How long was he gone for? Like 20 minutes?
Who's Paul? Is he the man or what? Is he total?
Because usually when I go on certain sites, it only takes me 20 minutes to come back.
He's part of they, I think.
Yep.
They?
That's his pronoun.
What's his pronoun?
Yeah.
Happy Dog, we don't have anybody at all from, Base Welshman's from the UK, but we don't have anybody else other than Base Welshman.
Well, he counts.
Well, Random
Like-
Goon,
He does,
Happy
he does.
Dog.
It's like
Happy
bringing
Dog.
him-
Well,
bringing him
Where
over.
is
is
come on,
the-
Happy Dog. Call yourself something else. I'll pick
Where's
right
the
up on
right
it.
in UK politics?
Random Goon, Happy Dog, Carol, Paul. They're all from the UK.
Yeah, something's going on with Biscuit Vapes. He doesn't hang that late no more.
Let's go.
Well,
Happy Dog. Come on. Name yourself.
Well, Happy Dog,
Unhappy Sheep. And I'll let
Happy
you right
Dog
on.
seems to have a racist symbol. That I'm sure the leftists were screaming about that. The old racist symbol. He seems
Well, it's a
to-
Proud Boy
not
symbol.
racist.
That's a Proud Boy symbol.
It's not
Well,
racist.
that's what the left would say. That's what the left would say.
What's Proud
The
Boys?
left would
symbol?
say,
They're a racist group.
Yeah, you're a conservative. No,
Wait a second.
you
What
said
symbol are we
that.
talking about?
That makes you far right. That is.
Keep
Are we talking about this?
casual.
Yes.
You're going to get us banned from YouTube now.
Whoa,
You know
stop.
You know what that means?
Stop.
Since if YouTube, whatever's paying attention, there was an anti-Masonic league in New England that was known as Old Kinderhook. And since it was not very popular and kind of secretive, they would ask each other, "Are you okay?" That means, "Are you affiliated with the Old Kinderhook organization?" That's where the phrase comes from. It has nothing to do with white superiority.
Completely
It is
right.
basic history for any eighth grader who should know anything.
I'm not
It's
saying it
awesome.
is. I'm being
I'm
ironic.
officially triggered.
It's better than
I'm
British.
I'm being ironic.
Well,
but
you were
the reality
warned.
it's always been okay to me, regardless. And
Right.
because people get triggered by it, you do it more.
Well, I saw Kyle Rittenhouse do it in a picture.
I never saw
Wow.
it.
Wow.
He's
He
your
must
hero,
be.
huh,
How
Top?
dare you?
Hot Top.
Top.
that?
Come on, Top.
Rittenhouse, he's your homeboy, right? Your hero.
No, he should be in jail.
Come on, you liberal cluck.
You bastard.
Smokesteve, you made it past the 4 hour mark, and you're still holding in
Oh,
there.
wow.
You were
Is that
just
really-
monitoring, you son of a bitch.
I'm really proud of you.
hours last time I looked.
Well, we did
You're
5
not-
hours
you're not-
last week, didn't we?
You're not pondering like you usually do at the 4 hour
Aphid lives
mark.
up there with the fucking stopwatch
good
like a
show.
track coach. He's like, he made it 4 hours. Here we go, people.
Even my chat is paying attention to you guys today.
That's because you stuck with the beer tonight instead of dabbling in the harder stuff.
Not true.
Like heroin.
With the
Oh.
Bud Light? The Bud Light?
No,
Oh, I'm sorry,
I had
White
a-
Claw.
I had a
White
20
Claw.
ounce gin
Oh,
drink.
oh well.
I had
He's
a
manning
shot.
up
I'm
finally.
going to have another shot right now.
He does have a
A White
White
Claw.
Claw. Jesus Christ.
Sir,
That's what I-
you
that's
want me
what
to
I
have
thought you
another?
did.
I'll
That's
do
what I
it.
thought you did.
I'll do it, damn it. I'll drink another White Claw.
What's the hardest thing you have in your house right now other than... Never mind.
My penis.
No,
All
that's
right.
where I was going.
Oh.
See,
Yeah,
See,
you know I
you
was
had it-
going to say it. You stopped.
it's
Oh,
funny
see,
because if I
about
talk about my
dang, I
penis,
got it.
you get all scared
do.
and all. But it's fine when you talk about your penis.
It's
Hey,
not.
you
They're not
set it
scared of
up,
your penis.
kid.
We
You
just
set
don't
it
want to
up.
get penicillin
I gotta-
shots.
He doesn't show it all as much as he possibly can, like you.
Yeah.
What?
Here, where is Steven's up and running over here? It looks
You
like he's on a
winking
morphine
boy.
trip.
Knock that out.
Put him on. Put him
I'm
on.
sure-
Haraway's got the best substance of all from all of us.
Oh, he's
doing good there, sir?
out.
You're out. You're
They-
driving.
They
What the
fixed
hell
him.
is happening here?
He's
What,
back to
you
work.
Escape from the hospital?
He's at home. He's at home.
I'm fucking
Goddamn
drunk
capitalist.
my ass home.
After a morphine drip, they just let you out like that?
Well, they had an Uber come and pick me up, and then
You Ubered back.
yeah, they Ubered me to the ER. I had to wait 20 minutes for them to decide they were gonna fucking send an Uber here to pick me up to take me to the fucking ER.
Don't you guys have ambulances out there?
I mean, we all drive for a fucking multinational corporation. You would
Yep.
think that there would be some sort of protocol of like a manager's supposed to take you, but I don't know. They were too busy doing other stuff today that was more important. So
Are you able to shift your car, or are you just
I'm
neutraling it
gonna,
down
I'm
the
gonna
road?
find out right now in real time. So
Just drive it in first all the way.
fuck yeah, we're about to take off here. Thank God.
I haven't seen
it's
a live beat. I'm
You
sorry.
know what? Just put it in D for drag, and once you get up to speed, throw it in R for race. We'll be
He's
fine.
He's got a clutch. He's got a 5-speed.
Well, you're right next to the hospital, right? We're still good though.
The clutch is like an appendix. You don't really need one. Just go for it.
Yeah.
That's right.
Also, I'm still pretty numb from the morphine injection. So, once I get home, if I get home in time, then I'll just be able to relax and not have to worry
Be
about it.
vigilant. Just be, super focused.
Do you see any bats?
all the time.
With COVID. Any bats with COVID?
Yes. Especially out here, there's a big stronghold of, I'll just say a certain country's people that have populated this. What do you call it?
Region.
Silicon Valley.
Yeah, I hear you.
You know what astounds me? I deliver packages to some of the wealthiest people in the country, arguably, and a lot of them don't speak a word of English, and they are not Hispanic. They're obviously Chinese, and I'm like, where did I fucking go wrong in my life? Where I don't have 4 Teslas in the driveway of my $10 million house, and I can't speak the language of the country I
I
live
need to
in.
learn some
Yeah,
Mandarin
but-
myself.
I would think you'd have at least one actual actual car besides those 4 Teslas. Come on, those things. Little
Well,
redundant.
Well,
Hairway, you have 10 more years, then you have to go electric, right?
be careful, Steven.
Yeah.
Be careful,
I would just like to say that you're just 3 sweatshops away from owning your own very Tesla.
Well, yeah, we can rent them now from Hertz, right?
Oh, really?
Yeah,
know
that's
Yeah,
what
they bought-
catapulted. That's what essentially catapulted all you Tesla fucking fanboys. What's his name? Musk.
Elon Musk,
That's what made him, I guess, the almost
richest
world's
man in the
first
world.
Now, do you guys know what the fast
He's a
version,
national
the
treasure.
fast Tesla is called with all the high end
Plaid.
The Plaid.
Oh yeah, that fucking thing is fast, kid.
It's
Now
like
that will beat a Pagani Huayra, which is one of the fastest cars ever made. In the
think
quarter mile.
Yeah, I think the Plaid is literally 0 to 60 in 1 second. It's like
Now after that,
not
like
one.
It's a 4-door too, isn't it?
what
Yeah.
happens is
Yeah.
after the early acceleration, like in a longer race, the Pagani can catch up with it, but that initial acceleration from electric engines is absolutely fucking
Did,
ridiculous.
did anybody look at
Lightweight, though, too.
the new stuff on the Ford Lightning this week because they kind of released it? I
so
haven't been
excited.
I haven't been that into electric vehicles, but the Ford Lightning truck I'm pretty interested in, to be honest with you.
I don't
It's a
know. How about the
Ford.
new Hummer? Have you looked at that as well?
No, but the Ford
Hummer.
Lightning, like the base model is
Hummer.
40 grand, so it's not completely out of reach, you
I
know.
paid
Really?
off my Veloster.
It's
Fully
got almost
electric?
almost 300 miles range. You know, I mean that
And
would
it's only
beat me.
40,000.
Is St.
Yeah,
Louis set
the
up
base
now,
model.
Aphid?
Huh?
Is St.
You
Louis set
guys-
up now, Aphid, for all the Tesla? Have you guys finally got caught up with everything where you can actually own a Tesla and feel comfortable with your family being in the car?
Well,
With
out
your
here in this,
electricity?
you know where I am, out in the suburbs.
He's in the
of St.
picket
Charles
fence
County.
area.
Well, that's where all the money's at. He's in the money
But-
area. So.
Yeah.
But
White
you know,
privilege.
I see.
Exactly.
I see. Come on, Topple. I see Tesla charging stations quite often.
Okay. It would do no good. It
Have
would,
you
do,
guys,
it would do no good in the middle of Missouri, though, because you couldn't drive to St. Louis or Kansas City if you lived in Columbia.
Yeah, but if you like for me, for my business, I could, 300 miles, I could easily. I never
Have
go
you guys
much
seen
more
that
than
electric
150 a day.
the Rivian? Is that what it is?
Yeah, I looked into that this week too. Actually, yeah.
I think it's Rivet.
I see
No, it's Rivian.
Riven or Rivian.
I think it's Rivian.
Rivian? I've seen
It's
a few of
quite a
those
bit
out
more
here.
expensive. It's quite a bit more expensive than the Lightning.
Well, Aphid, you looking for electric cars now?
No.
Oh, you just said you were looking into it.
Oh, well, I'm interested in it. I mean, seriously, if I could, come home every night and plug that thing in, and it's
Well, here's
basically-
the kicker, buddy. You don't want to plug it into your own house. You want to plug it into the freebie out in public.
Well, yeah.
It's not free.
No, it is.
What?
Most of them are.
Not around me.
No, you have to pay for them. You have to use your credit card.
Yeah, you got to use a
Oh,
credit
do
card.
you? I wondered how those worked.
It's a debit card swipe. Just
And
so
how
just
much?
buy
I want to
gas.
know how long does it take to charge? Like, let's say you have something that's 300-mile range,
45
and
minutes.
45 minutes. Okay.
Yeah.
Most of the universal
I'm
charging
telling you, man.
stations in the country most of them are free.
45 minutes?
Now, Tesla is a different shaped charging port, and Tesla charges for theirs.
Hey, let me ask you guys this. So we all live in different states for the most part, and I want to know from you guys in your state, is it anything like it is out here in California, where if
No.
you have
No.
Oh God, no.
a
No.
fully-
No.
No, wait, let me
absolutely not.
We're not communists.
Thank God.
No.
Let him finish.
So, let me
He's
tell
only
you
got-
this, and I wasn't aware of this until I had moved back out to California like 3 or 4 years ago. If you have a fully electric car out here, you get to enter yourself essentially in like a lottery system drawing, or you get a special sticker for your all electric vehicle that allows you to drive in the high
Sit on the
occupant
pavement.
vehicle in the HOV lane with only a single occupant in your car.
HIV lane?
HOV.
The high occupancy.
Oh.
Yeah.
The diamond lane.
Yeah, you're in the HIV lane, Topper.
I'm past that point, babe.
I've seen that. I've seen that in a few places here. Here, Hairway.
You would have thought they would do that anyway, though, wouldn't they? You know, if you owned an electric car, that would be an incentive naturally. You know, they would say, "Yeah, you're allowed to do that because it's electric."
Yeah,
think
but
they'd do that.
they did the math and said there's too many of them, so they're only going to give it to like what do you think, 10 or 15% Hairway?
I don't know what the percentage is, but yeah, you have to be one of the chosen few, literally.
Enter the lottery, quote unquote.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's
It's
not
like
too.
anything because they're all going to be electric in 5 years, whatever. Anyway,
There's not too many around here, so they could just give it.
You know what's funny about it is so they designate 2 lanes of the highway in most, at least one, if not 2, of like the 4 or 5 lanes of the highway are designated for, high occupancy vehicles, electric vehicles. Well, what that ends up doing is creating a fucking bottleneck with the traffic.
right?
Because not everybody has an electric vehicle, and if you get a ticket for driving in the HOV lane by yourself or not in an electric car, the fine for it is pretty heavy. So you have essentially 2 lanes of traffic that are almost always, they're just sparsely populated. And then the remaining lanes are jammed up with traffic with people who don't want to. It's another reason why this fucking state just blows my mind.
Yeah,
So anyways, I was curious if anybody else had that going on in their state, the preferential treatment for the electric vehicle.
Keep your focus, Steven. Don't wreck.
Oh yeah, I'm good.
Yeah, we in the Kansas City area, we drive trucks. You would think that everyone has cows here, so we don't mess around with that. St. Louis is a completely different. St. Louis is a completely different state than Kansas City. That's East Coast, and we're Midwest.
What?
What?
There's not much difference between Kansas City and St. Louis.
Yeah, shut up, you elite St. Louis East Coaster.
I'm sorry, I don't live in St. Charles. It all looks the same, Aphid, from your ivory tower in St. Louis.
Exactly. Your snooty St. Louis accent.
You elite.
Us plebes on the ground have a different view.
We don't have special lanes out here for anything. We just got.
They just have helicopters.
Lanes for everybody.
Well, you drive an
Black
8-cylinder
out there.
SUV though.
Every vehicle that I own gets 13 miles a gallon.
Wow.
And you're the liberal
My
one.
car's on 4.
I'm not the liberal one.
You Last Dance drives a Prius.
Drives a Prius.
Last Dance does. Rip him alive. Go for it.
If they're practical for you, you look at Sweden and you see a lot of these European countries, all due respect, baseball, but they look at all these great principles work out well in electric cars and windmill power, but people obviously don't know what a map looks like, and to look and see just how big America is compared to these other countries. Well, England is smaller than Missouri.
Yeah.
So when you start making policy, it's going to affect the entire nation. And you've got guys like my friends that are truck drivers that are out there trying to make a living, and their legs are getting cut out from underneath them, and they've got kids to feed. I have a real problem with that.
Yeah.
Hey,
There's a reason why Harley Davidson sit back, because if you sit on a crotch rocket across the country, you'll end up with a back condition.
The thing is, you're saying about like solar power and wind power. Let's get a couple of things straight here. We can't provide enough power for ourselves. Germany have got to provide, I think it's 40% of their power comes from France.
Right.
We get stuff from France as well. And guess what? It's all nuclear. Germany have gone like completely solar and no nuclear. And now they've got to import fucking all their energy from France.
Right.
Because France have gone like super into the nuclear.
Yep.
And they're supplying half of fucking Europe. Basically.
Yep.
It's fucking madness.
Strange days.
I got a chance to watch CNN while I was laying in a hospital bed at the hospital. I don't have a TV, and there's so many advertisements rolling through there for pharmaceutical companies and also
Pfizer.
this new electric future, and I'm like, wow, they really are going in like what do you call it? Going all in on this electric future bullshit, and I'm like, until you guys figure out how to not burn coal or fossil fuels in order to get electricity, like we don't have the infrastructure for it.
Well, I mean, to be fair, if you're talking about what commercials play, those are the people that they think that that's the demographic that their product would be
Sponsored
the
by
best
Pfizer.
What's wrong with Pfizer?
Well, because if you seriously think you're going to have an honest media when 70% of your programs are sponsored by Pfizer, well, you're a fucking idiot.
Well, no. Well, obviously they're paying to be the
Yeah.
sponsor.
So CNN are not going to turn around if they see something dodgy, and they're not going to fucking report on it, are they? Because they're fucking sponsored by Pfizer.
Right.
This section, sponsored by Pfizer. Please subscribe.
Does
and
anybody
like our
else think it's
Pfizer
weird?
page.
Going back to the whole conspiracy thing, does anybody else think it's weird that they want us to stay around our localities? And now that Thanksgiving, they were encouraging us to eat soy instead of meat.
What?
Yeah.
Where you saw
So it's
that?
almost like they want us. It's almost like they want us to stay in cities and not worry about animals or anything.
Nope.
We're going to produce all the food for you out of soy, so that nobody's harmed.
Where was that?
Last Dance. What do you think?
There were a couple of releases, press releases.
This is why I don't watch the news no more.
As someone who is they, I do want you to eat soy. They do. We do.
Shut up, Last Dance.
They do.
Communist.
He's a vegan. He's a vegan. All right. That's
Did you guys see that the Thanksgiving turkeys were almost 50% more expensive this year than last year?
Thanks, Trump.
I didn't see that.
They're more expensive. I know that if you eat enough soy, you'll have a name like Last Dance.
I bought a 15-pound bird that was almost exactly the same price as I paid last year for it.
Really?
Nothing.
One of the mainstream, like MSNBC or CNN, had some little and it was like the average cost of Thanksgiving meal this year is like, I think it was like 47% more than it was last year, and I was like,
some of the other stuff was more expensive, especially the produce.
Yeah, it was
and
like
stuff like that.
collectively, I think.
But the turkey was no. I think I paid 90 something cents. You got to spend like $25.
Soy went way up.
Soy.
Did you open the new rum yet?
What?
Just now, I'm taking my first taste.
All righty.
It's strong, dude. Beware the fucking devil.
What are you drinking? What are you drinking?
It's Kraken. Kraken.
Ow.
That's a beautiful
Man,
bottle.
look at that bottle. It looks.
That's a beautiful bottle.
That's a clear bottle. That's the color of the rum. It's black.
How much
Is
does
it
that cost?
Isn't Kraken a spiced rum?
It's a dark rum. It's not that
It's an
spicy.
This is black spiced rum. It says
It's $20 for that.
20
That's
bucks
what
for
it
that?
was. Yep.
Mad Dog
That's
2020 is
not
20
bad.
bucks
70
nowadays
proof,
too.
I mean, you can get
70.
more-
MD 2020 is $20 a bottle now.
you can get drunk a few times off of that.
Oh,
That's why you stick straight with the Cisco, guys. Cisco will never leave you alone.
No peanut butter whiskey.
You want the PB still?
How much
Oh,
has
yeah,
the bottle?
yeah.
Because
how
he
much
only
is the
puts stuff with nuts in his mouth.
Dude, look at Carol. Carol Collins over here in the comments, getting deep. Hey, Carol, what up, girlfriend?
Carol.
Degree. Bacon is too high.
Carol
I'm
came in
going
hot
to
with
run
the socialism question.
Carol's cool, man. I love her. She's been to a Hendrix concert, and
she's that old?
The last one.
Yeah,
there you go.
White. What was it? White. What?
Much
White
younger
people.
than me.
White something. It was white.
White. No, not
Or
White
maybe
Chapel.
not. She might be
White,
about the same
white.
age as me.
Come on, Carol. You can let us go.
I won't
No,
ask.
honey.
I don't
White,
want to get
white.
hurt.
White.
Who was the lady that was in the chat? Was it last week?
That was
That's on the show.
that was Foxy.
Okay.
Urbana Fox.
Yeah, fuck
She's
you.
awesome. She rules.
She is Happy Dog's fag hag.
Oh,
Oh, I can't say that word. I forgot.
How
My
you?
bad.
Stop
No,
that.
you
Well,
can.
we
You can.
Oh,
Totally.
you can?
for tag anymore?
I mean, once.
Just once.
I don't want to make it a habit, but it's fine, guy. No,
Why do you keep calling me a guy? I hate that Boston
Yeah,
shit.
Isle of Wight. That was it.
On top. Just
Isle
let
of
it go.
Wight.
On
Isle of
top.
Wight, guys.
Oh, you want me to call you old boy? Hey, I'll call you old boy.
Isle of Wight supremacy.
Take it easy,
That's
guy.
where David Icke's
Oh
from.
boy.
He's a national treasure.
Bunch of proud boys here. That's the problem.
David Icke, huh? David Icke?
David Icke rocks.
He's British, right?
He's Welsh, I think.
Don't those Proud Boys have to abstain from any sexual activity for like months or something? Before
Well, I think Trump told them to stand down. So I
Oh.
don't know.
He's asking you, Topple.
Oh, wait, what? What?
He's asking you about the Proud Boy rules.
I'm not a Proud Boy.
Oh,
I'm
Do you
against
guys
them.
know? Do you guys really know anything about the Proud Boys, like how it started and
I
what
really
it
don't
turned into?
know
The
anything.
news started
Yeah,
it.
I do. I know one thing. Was when it started,
it was kind of a joke.
They came up with this as a joke because they thought that people were focusing on them, and they wanted to find something that would be funny if it actually became a thing, and it did.
What happened to that guy? I don't see that guy anymore. What was that guy's
Gavin
name?
McInnes?
Yeah, I
Gavin
don't see
McInnes.
that guy.
He's around.
Oh, he's not. He's not in jail, is he?
He's been laying low, but he has a kind of media. I guess it would be like a broadcast, like a .com. It's what is it? Censored.com, I think, or censored.
What about the
Censored.tv?
Hispanic guy?
His show's called "Get Off My Lawn."
Yeah.
Well, wasn't
I
there
thought
a
he was
Hispanic guy involved with the whole thing?
Yeah, he ended up being a Fed.
He was a Fed. You're right. Jeez, this guy knows everything.
I'm not laughing about that. Sorry.
He, I can't. The guy, what he sold Vice for? What, $8 million?
Yeah.
So,
I think he
I
was
can't
6.
feel too sorry for him. To be honest.
Yeah. And he bitches about the liberals in his neighborhood in Brooklyn that don't like him, and I'm like, you know what? I'm not shedding any fucking tears for you guys.
Yeah.
Hairway to Steve knows his shit. I like it. Hairway, you're the man. How's that knee feel, guy?
How's that? What?
The
Come on,
knee,
Top.
brother. The knee.
Excuse me?
The knee, homeboy. The knee.
It's all right. It's it hurts, but I made it home without dying during a live stream.
Look at you, man.
We almost had
warrior.
live leak footage.
Good.
These jackasses at UPS couldn't figure out what the hell to do when I got back there. They're like, well, so we could have somebody drive you home. And I said, and leave my car here? This is one of the worst parts of town. I'm not leaving my car. I don't like leaving my car here when when people are in the building. But finally they said, if you want to drive home, you can drive home. I said, okay.
Oh, so if you crash, they might be illegally. They could get in trouble.
Well, one would assume, but the fact that the big boss finally said from home, he called from home and said, if he wants to drive home, let him drive home, to me says that they're willing to take that risk. And then they'll say, hey, I don't know, man, he's a crazy guy. He was all fucked up on morphine and tried to drive himself home. It probably somehow releases them from some sort of liability in the situation.
If you
It
didn't.
does. It does.
Knowing that.
You know, the way that company works, they have a certain set amount that they make each day. It's a
That wasn't me.
It's a staggering figure, as you would know, Stephen. So, like,
What, that those supervisors make?
no, the whole company in general, like the complete product that they intake each day. So when it comes down to your individual thing, they want to make it sort of disappear into the mix of profit earnings rather than to have it drag on. They want to make it kind of wash away.
If I'm not mistaken, UPS made $20 billion in profits in the final quarter of 2020.
Wow.
Yeah, it's staggering, dude. The money is
Amazon.
unbelievable. It never stops. It's
No.
like Newman used to say on Seinfeld, Newman, the mail The veil never stops. It
Did you
keeps
guys
coming.
actually like Seinfeld?
I love
I did.
Seinfeld, bro.
I just like you now.
Hey, I'm taking off, guys. Always good to see you guys.
Okay. See
All
you.
right.
All right, we'll have to be without the liberals now.
Taking off. What's up with that?
I could go
guy?
liberal.
Okay.
Hey, guy, I'm out of here.
Hey, enjoy dinner. I know you eat late. Take care, man.
Come on, guy.
Fucking Smokesteve, every time he drinks to the point he starts calling everyone guy.
What guy?
Yeah, guy.
No, I can't believe that homeboy took off.
What do you? It looks like you picked a bad day to stop sniffing glue.
Exactly.
That is just living proof right there that anybody can land a plane. Because I watched him giving up pills, booze, and cocaine, talk a guy down.
That's right. We need
That's
more
called
air
science.
traffic controllers like him.
That's called science, sir. Thanks,
makes-
guys, for letting me on here. I really appreciated this. I
enjoyed you, Woody. Thanks for
Still there.
stopping by.
Maybe let me come back again sometime. I'm gonna get off here, guys, but God bless you all. Have a great weekend.
All right.
You
see
too, Woody.
Come back next week.
Thank you.
Nice.
I will.
All right, man. See ya.
Ace Welshman, you still there?
All right, let's go. Come on. We need Happy Dog on here. Let's go, buddy. Come on. Get on here.
So me
Wake
and
it up.
Hairway
Baby.
and Steven were having a conversation for like 2 hours last week after the stream, and you
Come
were
on.
snoring the whole time.
I just want to say, Happy
That was
Dog.
his dog.
Sure. He should have told his dog to wake up and go outside and take a piss and stop snoring on the live stream or on the chat.
Sorry,
Then
man.
it was
Sorry.
funny. No, it just all of a sudden it got quiet, and he and I were talking, and I said, "Hey, wait, do you hear that?" And he goes, "Oh yeah, that's just Based." He goes, "Based. How did you describe it? Based has a dog that makes it really difficult to stay awake." And I said, I get it.
Yeah, my dog snores, but I snore too, so it could have been either way.
Well,
From
I
sleeping on
know
that
from
back.
I know from having two cats that as soon as I lay down in bed, they take their positions too, and it's like it makes you so much more comfortable.
Here's a cat.
What's that?
Right there. There's my cat. Ah, my cat. One of my cats.
You're like Biscuit Vapes. Anytime guns get brought up, he brings out the BB gun. Anytime cats get brought up, there's Cypher with his cat. It's cute.
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah, that's
I just got my new T-shirt in the mail yesterday that just says "Stay home with your cats."
little face looking at me. It's not time to feed him. They love to beg, even when it's not time to feed them. But they wait about 2 hours and then they start the cycle again.
Where they trigger? Oh, there he
What
is.
is
That's a bull.
There he is.
Oh, there he is.
There he is.
Are you hiding
There's
under
that
the
little
covers?
Boston bull.
Are you in trouble?
Yeah, he's under my quilt. He is. There he is.
Oh,
Yeah, you gotta keep him warm.
Cold up there, you say? I'll bet.
It's freezing. And
I know, you're way up there.
I'm not putting the heating on either. I've decided. So I'm in bed with a hoodie. So
The southernmost
what temperature you
part
keep your
of Great
place?
Britain is more north than the more northern, most part of the contiguous United States.
That's
Just
right.
wanted to tell you
Smoke
that.
Steve, what temp do you
Yes.
keep your house in the winter? What
Oh,
temp do you keep your house in the winter?
67, 68.
What?
6,
Oh, I
7,
thought you just said
6, 8.
60.
No,
I'm around
67,
69
68.
degrees right now. I don't have the heat on. We're doing reconstruction right now with the condo, repainting, some concrete work. I literally can't go out on my own balcony, so I can't open that to let breezes come through. But I do have if you can see way back there, that back, you see how you can see the light? Well, that's actually this might be even the monitor, but it's open and there's a window open.
That's
and then
great.
my
You can have
bedroom
open
is
windows
over
where you live. That's
that-
great.
The bedroom window's over that way, but the sliding glass door is right there and it's closed. I can't open it. But I do have a little bit of breeze coming through, and it's it'll get down to about the high 40s tonight, and this condo will be in the mid 60s. It keeps some warmth. Everybody else above, below, on either side of me will be heating their units, and I don't heat my unit, so I get a little bit of the residual heat from them. And it's
You're
nice.
smiling because you want to make a funny comment about heating units.
Toppa, what do you keep yours on?
I like to heat my unit.
65.
There we go.
65.
65.
Yeah, that's about right. That's a good temperature.
So at home, what do you have?
Fuel. I'm fuel. I'm diesel. So
natural
Diesel.
gas,
oil. Sorry,
home heating oil.
Yeah. So a full tank for me was over $1,000.
So that'll last you like the whole winter.
No. That'll last me.
Not good.
That'll last me till January. I usually do 2 tanks a year.
And
heat costs
you can run your heat
up.
at what, 68
Going
on
up.
that till January?
65.
65.
Didn't Biden
Wow.
recently tap into the oil reserves because gas prices are going through the fucking.
Yeah. Had to do something.
Thanks. I'm super glad he did that now. Like in the fucking second half of the third quarter. Gas out here, it cost me $5.39 a gallon because I got to run premium. I have to run premium in my car, man. It's $65 every 2 weeks, and I don't drive anywhere but to and from work. 10 miles a day, fucking 6 days a week, and it's $65 to fill my little car up.
You should look into Priuses.
Thank Biden for that.
Bad
You know, I did. The toughest part about I think about owning a Prius is coming out gay to your friends and family.
Oh, don't do that to Last Dance.
No. Wait. Oh, that's right. He
he doesn't drive one no more. He moved up in the world.
At least Priuses are hybrid, right?
Yeah,
they
are.
run on. Yeah, so it's kind of they're bisexual electric cars.
You can put it that way. It's not the way.
They're not fussy.
Come on, that's fucking good. That's
pretty good.
Right? Shit. I'm fucked up on morphine. Jesus Christ.
Carol's right about the Gulf Stream. I keep hearing that.
Better than driving a Jeep, though.
I'll give it to him. Pretty good.
My little WRX is 18 years old, and it's going strong. I don't know if I'll ever, unless I absolutely have to have an electric vehicle. I don't understand. I don't understand the draw. I mean, I was talking to a guy at work about this, or no, a guy on one of my routes. He was selling an old Mazda Miata. He had a couple cars he was selling, but he had an old Miata that was like pretty much stock. He had done a couple things to it, and we're about this guy and I are about the same age. And I said, man, we live in the like part of the country, I think, with the highest concentration of electric vehicles. And growing my first car was a 65 Chevy Nova with the small block 350. And a lot of my draw and love for that car was how it sounded and how it felt while you were driving it. It had balls, it had guts. You could work on it yourself. You could make it faster. You could do, electric cars though, like especially Teslas, the only sound they make is that weird spooky ghost sound when they back up. Other than that, I don't really. I guess it just doesn't appeal to like the primal masculine side of me.
Really?
It's part of the reason why I like my little WRX because it's got a nice exhaust on it. It's not too loud, but you can feel when you're driving it.
The thing against electric, especially Tesla, is they won't sell to third parties now. So all these all these like Apple, and the reality is these battery packs die after 5 years, and you've got to replace them. And to replace them is $25,000, I think it is.
And not to mention the toll it takes on the fucking environment.
Sorry,
can't be that much.
It is. It's that much. Google it.
How much?
$25,000 for the battery pack.
Maybe, I don't know. Not for
where
a
does the
Prius.
battery
Maybe
end up?
for a Tesla.
Yeah, maybe
Where does
for
the battery
Yeah,
end up?
I said Tesla. So that's what they're doing. So if it comes like an unaffordable car, because obviously the battery dies, and 25 grand on top makes it like a financial write-off.
I saw a business model where they they rent the batteries, to over the periods of time, and then the owners of the electric cars turn the batteries in and get new ones, and it's like a subscription model. They actually use like a subscription model where you subscribe to the battery rental services.
I mean,
So
I had a
might
Prius.
be
I
better.
drove it over 200,000 miles. The hybrid battery lasted for the life as long as I had the car, which was like 12 years. However, it was clearly starting to. It was going to need replacement soon. So, and it would have cost a few $1,000s to replace it. But the
My
battery
brother-
on a Prius is much smaller than it is on a Tesla.
My brother's owned a Prius for about 20 years, the same model. He never sold it, so I don't know what he's up to.
He's gone through a couple of batteries or two.
He's a Birkenstock wearing, Earth Papa.
How you feeling, Smoke Steve?
Me? I'm
Yeah.
good.
It looks fine.
You look like you almost fell off the chair there.
Oh no.
Did you guys know that you can open your Tesla up with your phone?
Yes.
I didn't know that. I went to this lady's house the other day to pick up a return package, and she came outside. She didn't have her keys. She just pulled her phone out, couple swipes of her thumb, and the fucking thing opened right up. And I was like, okay. That's cool too, I guess.
You can lock. You can stick your dog in. Yeah, you can stick your dog in there. Set the temperature at 67.
Put her into the downward dog hairway.
And the telly will actually say that the owner will be back soon. The temperature is 67 degrees, and everything's fine.
So then, it wouldn't be legal to smash the windows out of a Tesla if you saw a dog in it.
Yeah, it seems to be the case because that's what they've done. The big screen comes up. They say my owner knows I'm here. He can see me. Knows the temperature. The temperature is currently so and so. And yeah, that's what the Teslas are doing.
Huh.
All right, I gotta go pick my kid up. So you guys have a great week.
Yeah, man. You too.
All right, later, guys.
Hey, take care, Topple. Good talking to you.
Hey, Smokesteve, give me a screen and I'll show you how a cat begs.
Oh, no problem.
See how he's giving me the grok. He's grokking me.
Wow, he's really focusing.
That is a tense look there.
That's a full-on grok. It's like, feed me.
Wow. I think you know what on that cat. I'm thinking I'm gonna end it, guys. What do you think?
Okay.
You're the
I'm
man.
all right with that. It's been a great show.
Do what you wish.
Very, very, very good show.
Yeah, it's at that time. I'm gonna end the live broadcast. But anyone who wants to keep going in here, I'm gonna just allow.
Let's see
this
if it works this time.
Continue.
Me and Martin had a nice session a couple of weeks ago, but last week, I didn't stay last week.
Good night, everyone. Thank you for
Good night, sir.
Good night.
Yes.
I'd love